Hello, I'm Iskatu The time of this recording is 4:42 a.m. the 8th of July. Although, in all likelihood, this is going to be spread across multiple recordings and kind of cut up a little bit because it's probably going to be kind of long. I always do these things without any real form of script. It's just, I just maybe have an idea what I'd want to talk about and run in. But I am going to try to segregate some of our subjects within this discussion here. This is going to be a reflection on my last 9 years, about 9 years of time with D&D. And the things I've experienced and learned and my workflows and some of my approaches, some of the homebrew stuff I've built and things like that, some of the game systems. Certain subjects may only interest certain individuals, so that's primarily where the segregation is going to come from. I'm going to talk a bit about the history and challenges and stuff I face therein. I'm going to talk about the homebrew systems and stuff like that. Like the high-low function stuff. I'm low functioning, for example. But also, like how I dealt with physical objects and so on, and how I track data and stuff like that. And then the technical stuff, how I remove watermarks, text, the tools I work with, how I create maps, how I remaster content to various sources, and just a general workflow of working with stuff, including stuff beyond graphics. Obviously, music is a huge part of D&D, so that's one of the other things I worked on. And asset management and data management, so whatever comes to mind really is potentially being interesting, worth talking about. Anyways, it's not really supposed to be a guide. It's not supposed to be this is how to run D&D. No, this is how I run D&D. This is how I've come to run D&D. This is how I've learned about it. So a few disclaimers to really get into for this. I'm going to be showing you the Autumn Wind game. This was run between 2020 and 2022. But a lot of the assets and content on the platform that we use to run these games, Roll20, are not hooked up anymore. And as a part of looking at their new Jumpgate thing, that game was switched over to Jumpgate. But I do not use Jumpgate. I do not recommend using Jumpgate. One of the first things I want to talk about before we really get into this, we do not use Roll20 by choice. Roll20 is basically the only platform that works. Foundry is basically unusable. You have to use a whole bunch of third-party shit, which you are beholden to people who just don't give a fuck about updating, don't give a fuck about feature completion. The hosting process is an issue. You still have to pay for it, right? The process of transferring one game to that would be an enormous cost of time and energy. There is nothing attractive about Foundry to me at this time other than being able to locally host the content. Now, we already locally host stuff like the music and stuff like that. I use an RTMP server for it, but Foundry hasn't really given me any clear indication it's something I want to get involved with yet. I would like to experiment with it, but I'm not dropping the money on it. Fuck that. So, when I go like months at a time without even $20 to my name, it's too much to ask to spend money on something just to experiment with it. So, Roll20, nothing in this project or any project I produce for D&D is an endorsement of Roll20. Roll20 is a fucking disaster. A blithering fucking disaster. I've used Roll20 since the very beginning. I have seen them improve the service once or twice within those 9 years. Almost every single thing they have done with Roll20 in the last 9 years has been a regression, or it has come with bugs. Bugs include things like deleting GM notes on tokens randomly. That is something I have been plagued with for years and years and years. Is the service will randomly just decide to... You can open a token. I store all my monster data on GM notes unless it's particularly long. And when we get into discussing that, you'll see why. It's because of the sheer amount of content and the scale of the content and stuff like that I've got to work with in any given encounter. And some of these tokens may not have it, but some do. So all of my stuff is homebrew. and I have to have a fast way to access it, so I tend to use GM notes for anything small. Well, you know what the problem is? These will get wiped. Sometimes, perhaps as a result of some kind of session bug or something, I don't know, but it just won't save them. You'll put it in there, you can open and close it and move it around, and then it'll just delete it at a later period. It'll just be gone. So I've been able to avoid this bug a few times because I have these science maps that contain all my data, and I set stuff up in there, and then I copy them out of here and put them in other places, which will mean that sometimes it'll wipe it in this area, but then in the copied area, it'll be fine. Yeah, I don't know either. Shit's fucked. I do not use stuff like the built-in, token things in here because they are buggy as fuck. And the few times I've tried to use them, I've had issues with them. They're clunky. The built-in character sheet thing, the default 5th edition character sheet and everything derivative of it is really, really wasteful and bloated and not good to look at. I just showed you 2 of my stat blocks. This is basically as good as you can get. Having some better formatting would be nice, some kind of auto formatting, maybe some kind of external program. I mean, ideally you're storing all this stuff externally anyways. You should never be storing this stuff on Roll20. I would recommend, if you're going to make a D&D game and if you're looking at this stuff, do not do things the way I do it. I do it out of a bad habit rather than out of any actual real logical reason. This stuff should all be stored locally on your machine and not on Roll20. Roll20 can die any day. It could just be gone. They could have a hardware failure. They could have, they could be hacked. They've already been hacked several times. There are going to be lots of issues that show up. They can wipe your notes randomly like they do for me. And if they do, all of your work is gone. And there is nothing I hate more than having to redo work. So do not do this. I would highly recommend making a program that does auto formatting. You can even probably use your website, something like that, or your own server, or just local HTML or something like that. So you just have something that automatically formats this stuff to color code it, not in the way that like 5th edition or the DMG does that, because again, those are very awkward to read. I don't like using those at all. But in a way that can segregate certain stuff in here, because once you start getting into the larger stat blocks, I'll show you some of the larger ones later, finding certain information in it at a glance when you need to be fast is one of the main things about D&D is you need to be fast and concise. It can be a little bit to go through when you start getting into actual units, because unlike 5th edition, I actually have a degree of complexity to my units, so you gotta have a way to go through that, which is all part of the workflow process I'll discuss. So like I said, this game I'm going to be showing you is using JumpGate. And JumpGate is basically a massive step backwards for Roll20. They've introduced this giant mass of dead space. And you can't disable this. And I gave them a ton of feedback when this came out, and my players have given them feedback, and we've sent bug reports and stuff all throughout the years. I have never once seen any indication that anybody that runs the Roll20 platform actually uses it or gives a shit about it. I reported a very, very simple issue in here where the this here should not be hidden underneath video display. That makes no sense. That should be a base option. It shouldn't be hidden under there. It used to be hidden. You had to enable the chat tag. You had to enable integrated voice and video, and it had to enable the newest one. I don't know anyone who uses that. But that's where you had to disable this. And what that does when it's on is if you click on any token in here, all your hidden NPCs and stuff, like when you got a list like this isn't even that big. Okay, my main campaigns are like 5 times the size of this. You got to try to find shit right away, so you're going to be using hotkeys and stuff like that. And every now and then, especially when you're randomly typing, it's going to jump to something else. And if that something is an unrevealed character or something like that, your token is going to flip to that. Your token's going to flip to that. It's, yeah. Maybe if we're a player, like, if you have randoms, that would be nice to have, but you don't. They've also made the scroll bars nearly impossible to see. That's another bizarre change I don't understand. The Fog of War shows nameplates under it randomly and tooltips and stuff like that. So if you're like me and you wanted to have like that Dark Souls glow that, you know, just for a generic item pickup because you didn't want to spend a whole bunch of storage space on random items on the ground, but you wanted to tell the players, hey, there's something here you can interact with. I was going to do the whole Dark Souls pickup thing. I was going to have a tooltip over it that shows like, you know, backpack, notes, you know, what the generic item description would be. I'm not a very good descriptive writer. That's my main weakness. And that's something I've struggled with for 30 years. So I try to do as much as I can through the visuals as possible. So the tooltips and stuff like that. Oh, here's the item glow right here. Right next to this dude. Oh, there's a bigger stat block. I'll show you those later. This is item glow. So I was going to have a tooltip over here. Those will show up underneath the Fog of War. All these bugs have been reported. They've never been fixed. So, there's no reason to use jump gate. It's actually just a regression because you can't disable this behavior, which I've told them you should at least be able to disable this per map. I know it's supposed to be some kind of feature. I wouldn't know why. But, you know, when you go into like an actual map, you just get this ocean of dead space. And this background is black. But you can look at the scroll bars. And there's another bug where sometimes copying pasting units will break your browser or something like that, and you'll get launched off into the bottom left. So now, if you get launched off in the bottom left by copy pasting something, now you gotta scroll back. What a pain in the ass! That's pretty minor stuff. Things like fooling around with hidden DM stuff has caused pop-up warnings to show up for all the players and stuff like that. Like there's just like to get into all the bugs for Roll20 would be insane. There's just so many of them. There is so many of them. So much time has been lost to Roll20. And there is no improvement in sight for that. So we were working on our own client. Well, rather HKS was working on our own client. I was trying to give him like direction because he hasn't done any DMing or anything like that. So but he did run into some technical issues, but we have basically a D&D Roll20 equivalent service in sense. We have all the things that Roll20 does, pretty much. Just, there was some complications with, I don't remember, it was a Fog of War or something like that. Like, it works, but there was something about it that didn't really work. I don't really remember. Anyways, it hasn't been touched for a while, but we had all this stuff that, you know, Roll20 doesn't have, you know, extra. They did add another layer here, which is, you know, nice and all. It won't be backported, but I can do without it. I'm not willing to deal with this and everything else. I will keep using the old version until I don't have to deal with it anymore. Like I said, if I get into ranting about Roll20, I could be here literally for hours. So the other thing I'm going to mention is, while we're talking through this, I'll be showing video from the games. This is recorded by one of the players. It's recorded by HKS. And you'll be seeing stuff through his perspective. I have video of every single D&D game I have ever run, except for my very, 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 very first game. I have every other game I've ever run. I don't have any first-person recordings. I don't do... And I can't do that because of the setup I have for streaming music and stuff like that. I can't do a dual recording at the same time. It's also, like, not particularly useful. It's mostly a lot of damage control, a lot of me flipping through windows. So we'll be focusing mostly on and win for this discussion, but that is not the first stuff I've run. So my history of D&D. So around this time in 2016, I was introduced to a community that was adjacent to our modding community. So I am a veteran modder. I am the godfather of StarCraft Brood War. Just about every single thing that has ever been made for StarCraft Brood War in terms of mods, to come after like 2001, 2002 has been influenced by my work in some manner, because there just really wasn't that many people working on it. So everybody kind of like knew each other, and everybody kind of knew me. But most of the people in these communities, they don't mod. They haven't modded. They're not really creators. They're just consumers. Some of them dabble in a few things. There was one guy who was working on an RPG Maker thing. There was another guy who had worked on an RPG Maker thing. You know, that kind of stuff. But it wasn't like I was some stranger. And this was a community adjacent to ours where we all kind of knew each other, and I kind of knew most of them. The friends of friends that weren't a part of the community, I didn't know about. So this is a very long story, and I do tell it to its full extent within, I think it's the Elden Ring segment 14. And that's the only one I've ever told the full extent, because a lot of revelations didn't come to me later on. But basically, what the gist of it is I did these big, like I read through a bunch of these games they played. And they had a couple of people in that community that were actually pretty good writers, at least in my opinion. And I really liked reading their games because they were entertaining, and they were relatively well written. Now, you know, by that point, I was already pretty deep into my years. I'd already done the whole, you know, making games, making mods, content creation, writing, script writing, you know. I did a lot of novel writing back in the 2000s and before then, but I had always viewed like role-playing, like actual role-playing, as like this very, I don't really want to say like childish, but it's kind of, you know, juvenile. Like I didn't expect to see good writing in there, mostly because all the examples I had ever been given were very, very pretentious. Like all the YouTube related shit I've ever seen for D&D is extremely pretentious. Which is to say that the writing is also not very good because it's pretentious. And the people who I would associate with role playing up to that point I would consider very pretentious. But then we had people who I had known for, you know, years and years and years, like Mucky, for example. And I was like, holy shit, these people are actually really good at writing in ways I had never expected. I'd never known they were doing this stuff. And, you know, as it goes, the interest turned into me actually getting involved when there were D&D games. Now, again, this is a very long story, so I'm going to make it very short. But the long of the gist is that the person who ran these games was a guy I had known, let's see, this was 2016 or so. I had known, and I say this in air quotes very extensively, known him for like, I don't know, 13, 14 years. I never really had much in the way of real conversation with him. I don't think I ever did anything with him, never played any games or anything with him. I had like a small talk with him every now and then, the context of which I can't remember. He was the closest thing in that group of people to me in quite a few ways. First of all, he was the one running the games and at least trying to make stuff, right? It would turn out that the way that he does that's very, very different from what I do. He has very, very little original creativity. He mostly just, he has this very, like, obsessive compulsive, like, I'm obsessive compulsive in the sense I'm always looking for content. I'm always looking for art, for music, you know, for maps, for anything I can use to build what I want. But he looks basically for things he can take that he can change. So he's always like reading blogs and videos and other stuff like that. But his actual content, like the actual assets, tends to be very weak. So it's very different. But his writing quality was definitely a lot stronger than mine was, which was also very unexpected. He would pressure me to run my own games. And I would not give into this pressure for a while. I was basically like throwing him like suggestions of stuff. Just like, because I wasn't committed to running things. When I first started, I was obviously like very awkward. I'm a very, very socially inept person. I don't do communication very well. Well, it turns out he's actually very much the same way. He has more experience in the subject than I do, but his communication skills were also equally terrible. So two wrongs don't really make a right. And this is kind of where things would go off from there, because eventually I gave in to his demand to run a game. And I wouldn't really learn about this until he told me a couple years later. But he basically, he never really gave me a reason why he did this. I've always assumed it's jealousy at this point, because nobody can ever give me straight answers for anything, but it's jealousy. And the reality is that once he actually got me into running games, I took all the skills and the general like foundations I had from my modding, and I directed that into this platform. And HKS came in and helped me, and then like the very first things I started doing was like rendering maps out of 3ds Max and getting the scales for that and testing that out. And HKS was like, well, just use Unreal for it. And he sent me a framework for rendering stuff out of Unreal. And this is something I'm going to be showing you, is how I make these maps in Unreal at this point. But he sent me a very simple framework to use the grids. Now, keep in mind, this is an old map, and I don't do it this way anymore. And they've changed the interface here, actually. And I don't even know how we even see the fucking grid, to be honest. I have no idea. It's, I do not know why they had to change the layout here. I can't see the grid anymore. Well, anyways, I'll get into that in a little bit, right? But he kick-started me off. I was doing it first in 3ds Max on my experiments, and then he set up an Unreal scene. A lot of the stuff that we're going to be looking at in here for the rendering aspect is his work, and he has informed me that it is perfectly fine for me to show how all this stuff is done. And I'll talk about this later, like I said, but a lot of this is his stuff here. This is all his. So, please end battle prior to patch. Yeah, so I am multitasking a little bit right now, so please keep that in mind. That's the whole part and parcel of it being a Tuesday. Game day is tomorrow. So anyways, as I was saying, I got into all this stuff. I set up all this. You know, I started getting into image editing. One of the other players at the time that I was talking to that was also getting into that was getting into basically like basic image editing. And you know, back in the days of like RPG Maker with Captain Planet's Grand Adventure and stuff like that, I really didn't want to get into image editing because I'm not an artist. And not only am I not an artist, I'm also really adverse to tedious work. But basically, to get these transparent tokens, I was going to be manually editing them. So first I had to learn how to do that. And it was going to take me a couple years to really figure out a process for doing this. And it's still kind of a destructive process and not a very good process. HKS has a better process. He's more artistically inclined than I am. So some of the stuff in here he's done more in the main game and then in this one. I think he's edited this guy, if I'm not mistaken. But that might have been for the main game. I'm not sure. But a lot of this stuff in here I've hand edited pixel by pixel. So I basically take any images from anywhere, anything that's a high enough quality. And I have programs that help me. It's gonna fuzz out because Roll20 has, or maybe just the browser has a mipping system where they're gonna display. You can see how it's really grainy. They're going to display the images in really low quality. This actually doesn't happen normally in the other game. So I think Jumpgate is actually partially responsible for some of this very aggressive loading going on here. This is, they definitely don't normally look like this. That definitely feels like a Jumpgate bug. This one isn't doing it. It's not related to the file size. It just didn't load them completely. Well, there's yet another Roll20 bug. That's ugly as hell. Roll20, this has also been reported, and as far as I know, they've never fixed it. When you upload a JPEG map to Roll20, either Roll20 or Amazon Web Service will convert it to a PNG and give it an alpha channel. So you will end up downloading like a 50-60 megabyte PNG for a 3 or 4 megabyte map. I use very specific compression on my content. And Roll20 fucks it up terribly. The GIF files that I put into here for animated shit, they will recompress those into WebMs or some other shitty hipster format, and they will butcher the quality. You get all this macro blocking and crap, and they will turn out larger than the originals. So there's these animated like cinemagraphs I use for transition scenes, and they get destroyed in Roll20 when they're just GIFs. They shouldn't be recompressed. They're already fucking compressed, but they recompress them very, very aggressively. Please end your battle prior to the patch. Dude, you just disconnected me. What the hell are you talking about? Someone got fucked. Someone got fucked. So, like I was saying, it's never gonna fix these. You just have to refresh. Roll20 is genius. So we had this guy that was running these games. He got me into the games, and then he became very, very jealous. That is what I'm going to assume, because I've never been given any reason to think otherwise. I've never been given a straight answer. And he basically, long after the fact, he admitted to helping organize this group effort to gaslight me. Basically, every time I ran one of these games, they'd be all like, oh, this is great. Let's play more. When in reality, they actually hated it. And the main reason why they hated it is because, well, I was new. I didn't really know what I was doing. So I was making mistakes. I was trying to figure out a process for doing stuff. So when I came into D&D, I already had a world I wanted to make. I already had everything I wanted to put in. That was Apex. Apex was the foundation for everything I was going to do in D&D, and that had been obviously the subject of StarCraft 2 stuff. This is all stuff they were aware of course. This is stuff I'd posted about on their forum. You know, this is the projects I was working on, this is what I'm currently working on, this is where this all comes from, so on and so forth and so forth. So there's a lot of miscommunication involved, but basically they just started ghosting me. Now, this wouldn't be the first time I've had to deal with people ghosting me. Just the context for this was really, really negative. This here is a dead token. Delete it? Okay, delete it. Don't know about that. Basically, I went for like 3 months. So I went from these test sessions to setting up the main campaign for this game. And I had a group of individuals. Oh, actually quite a number of individuals, like 6 of them or something like that. And a good number of them had decided they were going to ghost me. They weren't going to communicate with me. They weren't going to tell me they wanted me to improve on something, or, you know, what part of the game they didn't enjoy or whatever. To this day, I still don't know. And that was very strange to me because, like I said, I'm a modder. I come from a modding background. Now, I produce mostly like total conversions and stuff like that, but of course I've done like video productions and things. So usually what happens is I build the content, I give players the content, and then they're like, okay, this is, you know, so-and-so, you maybe got a problem here, this looks incomplete, is this supposed to be this way, so on and so forth. They bring up things, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll take a look at that. So I remember back in ITAS with Mucky, this would have been back in 2006, 2007, 2008, somewhere around there, when I was working in ITAS. And he was like, if I remember, I might be misremembering this, but I seem to remember him saying something like there was a build order problem. And we played a 1v1, and he was playing as Undead, and I was playing as Confederates, and I was playing as Xenon Project, that's what it was. And he demonstrated to me the issues with giving the Undead very fast tier 1 units. And the build order shit was pretty bad. Of course, he was a much stronger player than I was. That really didn't help either. But he basically highlighted the issues with some of the tech trees and availabilities and stuff like that. So that was an educational back and forth, right? So it makes like absolutely no sense to me why people would go into something like D&D, which is a cooperative construct. It can't exist without players. It can't exist without the DM. You two are basically cooperatively working together to create something that all of you can enjoy, right? And there was a selection of players in this little group chat, I guess, that they just like bitched at each other about the games, as opposed to bitching at me so that I could do something to address whatever it is they had issues with. Because if you're gonna bitch to someone, and then this is one of the first things I want to highlight, like if you're looking to run a game for people, run games for people you fucking know. And these people have to fucking know that there's gonna be problems and there's gonna be mistakes. And maybe you won't do things well. Maybe the way you write things out won't be good. Maybe the amount of time you spend on certain things won't be good enough. Maybe, you know, your descriptive writing won't be up to par like mine. You know, maybe like the way you structure the session won't be organic enough or something, you know. And like there was one part where we had like a half-hour discussion about tumble, because the way that they tried to they wanted to use tumble action, but I didn't know what that was because I hadn't been exposed to D&D yet, and it is literally just a grapple contest to pass through a space. Is really what it is. But the way that they tried to describe it to me was really, really unnecessarily long-winded, and at the end of the day, I'm just like, okay, go ahead. Like, I've let people do some very bizarre things because I'm not, and I've never tried to present myself as like a, you know, a hard ass when it comes to this kind of thing. So it was just such a bizarre experience to me. And of course, eventually, you know, after like 3 months, an absolutely insane amount of time, trying to get schedules from people, trying to help people finish their characters or whatever, and just being ghosted all right. Yeah, I got mad, and I said, we're not doing this anymore. So they got mad for, I don't know why they got mad. This is their fucking fault to begin with. And I think it was just like an elaborate, like I've thought about for a while, and I think you really just can't be too paranoid about this stuff. It really just feels like an elaborate ploy, because they knew eventually I would get impatient enough to say something, to basically just elaborately oust me from the community because of how jealous this guy was that I had basically jumped in and surpassed him in just about every respect with this medium that he had been working with forever. I don't really know. You know, that's the only thing that really makes sense to me, given all that. So I was going to swear off D&D at that point. I enjoyed playing a lot more than running to begin with. You know, regardless of everything else, I enjoyed playing more than running, but I wasn't going to be able to play anymore. So I wasn't really going to run anything more either, but I thought about it for a while, and I talked to some of the other players that were going to jump in. We had like Schwa and HKS and stuff like that, and they were like, well, we would still play. And so I asked, you know, Mucky what his opinion was, and he said we could go for it. So we did. So the SS main campaign was born at the end of, I think like end of quarter 3 or something like that for 2017. I rebuilt everything. I scrapped everything I had, I rebuilt everything, we jumped from there, and it's been a good run. It's still active. We have a lot of scheduling issues, so that's where a lot of these secondary adventures come up. One of our players is an archaeologist. He is very often very, very far away from a computer. He's out there digging up ancient evils, finding the hidden fun stuff, and generally being very, very busy. Our schedules never, ever, ever align, so we see a session like... Our current running rate is like once every 3 to 4 months. Sometimes a little bit sooner. We used to see a big high point. You know, we'd see a couple sessions back to back in winter, but not anymore. Back to back, I mean, I try to run once every week.
While I absolutely begrudge the assholes who wasted a grand total of a near half year of my working time for the simple fact none of them were functional adults, it was a very important reaffirmation of a now quite old lesson. Don't trust people you don't intimately know, and preferably have known for at least 15 to 20 years. This can happen to anyone, and it often does. It doesn't matter the context. This was from a community filled with people who were by some extent associated with custom content, where everyone had first-hand experience that not every first project is perfect, and that communication is integral to having opinions and desires heard to developers and for developers. Jealousy is a powerful mindworm and can afflict anyone who has poor experience socializing and sheltered experience in custom content creation, which is going to be just about everyone who is associated with the tabletop platform by virtue of its appeal. I had foolishly thought that because these people were experienced, that they would be trustworthy in helping me. Instead, they saw me as a threat to their gated community. Perhaps this was merely me tripping on a landmine that had been built years in advance. Who's to say for certain? When nobody tells you anything, you can only make assumptions. And when you can only make assumptions, well, that's where you often end up. Whatever the case, it gives me reason to consider more carefully my remaining players. Most don't communicate that much in regards to their thoughts on the games, and it's like pulling teeth to get any more than a one-liner at the absolute max out of them, if even. I don't think this is due to malicious intent, but rather they may feel they have nothing worth saying. This is never true. I am always looking for insights into their thoughts on the games, what I can improve, what was delivered poorly, where their attention is focused, and where I can work on the most. Make no mistake, 7, 20, 30 years into development for something like this, you will always be looking for room to improve. The curve never stops going up. You must always be looking to improve. I am an analyst. I approach everything from the viewpoint of self-improvement. When I reflect on my work, I first criticize it and consider where I failed the most. Growing pains have largely been around adapting my decades-old systems to a D&D environment and making them seamless. Adapting my game worlds to the environment. That's about 20-30 years old, depending on which parts of it. Followed by making up for 5th edition's innumerable shortcomings and how best to handle broken or incomplete information left behind by its creator. What kind of homebrew systems can actually contribute to the game? Or is it abstraction for the sake of abstraction? After that, it's determining what kind of content to add to my games, what would be best received by the players, and what would best help them explore their own designs. Information is power. The more I am given, the more I have to formulate my own goals with. I have to extrapolate this information from any conversation I can in relations to the games. If people talk about the games after a session, I pay very close attention to what subjects they talk about. Specific interactions, specific characters, specific things related to their character advancement, anything that came up in terms of dialogue or player-to-player interactions, or something NPCs may have said. If players don't say anything at all I can really then measure by is based on how they engaged things in the game. About 50% of running D&D is data collection, not just after or between the games, but during the games. Always being alert to what the players choose to engage with the most. Where are their interests? Why are they interested in that? But you see, with the initial groups, I was given intentionally misleading information, and this did not help the growth of my productions at all. Perhaps, in some cases, saying nothing is better than saying anything at all. So far, it seems to be working, but I can't ever really know how much, and that means I must always triple guess whatever it is I am deciding to do. I can never be truly confident, and that definitely holds me back.
So the game I'm going to be showing right now, Autumn Wind, again, I was in 2020, 2022. I try to run this every week on Wednesday, and the Wednesday works for this group of players. And there's some points where people aren't available, but generally speaking, every Wednesday. So that's not really a lot of time to do a heavy amount of preparation work. Generally, the way I found that was ideal was to have a fairly set amount of time, like 3 to 4 to 5 months, where I would declare the game is a thing. I would get the players in it. They could roll for their stats, and I would give them a pitch. And that months would be allow for them to figure out their characters. Now, again, this is something I'm going to talk a little bit more about later on. This is 5th edition D&D. And you really don't have much character customization in it whatsoever. In the new version of 5th edition, they removed a lot more character stuff, and they generally pause the whole thing. So we don't interact with any of that. We just take bits and pieces of the mechanics that they reworded or improved in 2024. There was a couple of needed spell revisions, for example. But I still stick to the regular 5th edition as the foundation. And then there's a whole ton of homebrew stuff. Like I said, this is built on the Apex world. A lot of my initial difficulties with D&D, which would take me kind of a while to figure out, is how I was going to bring this world into D&D, because D&D is very, very limited. I think Pathfinder would have actually been a better fit for it, but I wasn't introduced to Pathfinder. So I was eventually going to play Pathfinder, but that never panned out. I just think he became too busy. No. I've watched a few Pathfinder games from an unrelated group, and I've played one shot 5th edition with them from that group as well. And I have no idea if how those guys are still doing. I suspect someone may have been trying to sabotage my relationship with them. I don't know, but I've never heard from them either way. It was my first introduction to role-playing and stuff like that, but it wasn't really my first introduction to D&D as a body. I have played Neverwinter Nights, and Neverwinter Nights was basically you had to fight something and then you rest, and then you fight something and then you rest, and then you fight something and then you rest. Because that's how that game was balanced. You had traps everywhere that basically one-shot half of your party if you ever go anywhere near them. There is experience loss all over the place. Experience is gained only through kills and completing quests, so you're basically incentivized to kill every NPC you come across. And a lot of other things I would eventually come to read about in things like that. So where we are at today is very, very different from where we started. When we started, I was doing stuff kind of rules by the book. I didn't really give you experience based on kills. I gave a set amount of experience per session. This doesn't work. And it doesn't work because even if I didn't change that amount of experience, we were leveling way too fast, because the experience curve, especially in 5th edition, is very weird. And we started at level... I want to say 5, but I could be wrong. 4 or 5. And we moved up to, I think currently we're 13, 14. Something like that. In Autumn Wind, we started at level 12, and we ended at, I want to say 18, but I could be wrong. I have a summary video, and I actually finished like a month and a half or something ago that would have clarified that, I think. I don't even remember what was even in that video. It is a 5-hour video if you want to go through the whole game in summary. I highly recommend that video. I'm used to dealing with high-level stuff. Now, D&D always tends to fall apart in high levels, because especially in 5th edition, the developers very clearly did not really give a lot of thought to the game. And especially, like, I've heard that everything after level 5 is basically just, like, alpha content, like it's never been run. And everything after level, like, 12 or so, no one ever touches. Ever. Most end users don't even homebrew at that point. They just don't go there. Most people seem to think level 3, level 5 around there is kind of like the sweet spot. I go for kind of like Pathfinder-esque, you know, high-end mythic levels kind of stuff. We haven't really gotten into that in any of these games. Like I said, Autumn Wind didn't get to that point. But I do have homebrew legendary feats. I do have extra progression mechanisms. Of course, there's all the other homebrew stuff I put into the game elsewhere that adds extra degrees of power. I've redone the whole way that the items are done. Basically, after like session like 5 or so, like my 5th game that I ever ran, I stopped referencing official content. I only reference it for the rules of how like spells and stuff should work. I don't look at the monster manual. I don't look at anything like that. I've never referenced any adventures, because honestly I find them really bad. The monster manual in 5th edition is very clearly just run through an Excel sheet generator, and they didn't even look at it. Almost all the monsters are identical to each other. They're literally just, past a certain point, we're immune to non-magical weapons. And we either on-hit, restrain, or devour. And like their CR30s are just like a single paragraph of text. Like they just have nothing. They're just boring as fuck. It's lame. So when I came into D&D, I had been given all these stories about how everyone hates combat. Combat is so boring. I was like, why the fuck is combat boring? The whole point of the game is combat. Like, more than half of your character sheet is related to combat stats. I've always been of the opinion that if combat was boring, it's because you're doing something wrong. You know, I'm going to Control-Z that token. Oh, it's a white square. I'm going to refresh again. I'm going to see if they come back. It doesn't save your camera position. There's another bug. No, they're not coming back. The cat's not coming back. I don't remember which this one was. I don't think I've edited those. So every now and then I look to the DMG to like look at what modifiers they're using for specific level ranges. But since I started all my item revisions, I have found that to be very unreliable. The challenge rating system is very unreliable. I don't use that either. I have a very it's not, I wouldn't call it reliable, but I would say like learned balance understanding of what works for what kind of general difficulty. Of course, with dice, you can't really predict a lot, but I was raised in D&D with the statement, or at least by reading a lot of statements, that basically you shouldn't make games for a specific group of players or a specific party composition. But that didn't make any sense to me because the whole point of running the game was for a specific set of players. Now, that context was very likely in a sense of building like an adventure that you would sell for people who actually pay money on adventures for some insane reason. But if you needed a general one-glove-fits-all, then yeah. But everything I've ever built has been very specific to the group. Now, the parties I've dealt with in my games have been very wildly different from each other. So if we go to my main campaign, here, I'll show you my very, very first session. My main campaign right here. This is our group. So we had Earth, Unearthed Arcana Earth Sork, Unearthed Arcana Martial Ranger, Valor Bard? I think it's Valor. And then I can't remember what domain the cleric was, but it was either grave or death, I think. So this game has a lot of very bizarre things in it, and the sessions are very, very silly at times. Some people have asked me how I've managed to blend humor and seriousness so seamlessly. Right now, where they're at within the main campaign is probably the most ridiculous thing that's ever been put into D&D ever, and yet we managed to keep serious undertones. And this is thanks to the fact that we run everything in text and would never ever even consider doing it through voice. Voice D&D is, by extent of the context, much lower in roleplay and immersion. Everything I do is based on immersion and roleplay. My idea is to provide for you a sense of escapism, which is why I focus so heavily on the assets such as the visuals and the audio. Like I mentioned, this was something that I had hoped I would be able to learn by extent of experience with D&D, but it just doesn't happen because I guess I'm just a piece of shit. But I wasn't able to ever improve my descriptive writing. In all my writing, and the thing that would cause me the most grief as a child when I was making my first novels, is descriptive writing just really wasn't my thing. Word repetition was a bad thing. A limited vocabulary was another bad thing. but also not really knowing how to write things out in a manner that really came off well and authentic. For example, that AI D&D game with Trump and Musk and what was it, Joe Rogan, and the whole AI generated thing, the writing in that is what I would want. Like, fairly well written. Now that's premeditated, and part of the difficulty with D&D is the fact that it's on the spot. It's spot writing. It's a whole new layer to the skill set. But for example, the original guy who ran these games that got me into this was capable of good spot writing. And I have no idea how you acquire that skill. I've been trying to do writing for 35 years, and I'm still shit at it. So I try to shore up my weaknesses with my strengths. I try to use visuals and stuff like that, but there have been times where I haven't been able to make my own maps. Either because by extent of updating D&D for... or rather updating Unreal for my other game project or stuff like that, which would break the process, or because I just wasn't able to produce the maps I wanted. We would end up using these third-party maps, which were pretty much almost all, with the exception of those by Gabriel Picard, inferior to mine. The lighting and everything was just fucked. Now, a lot of them have baked-in doors I had to remove and stuff like that. HKS has actually done this. To not spoil HKS on the maps for this, I sectioned out all the door areas. He said he would remove them for me. I sectioned out all the door areas and just sent him PNGs, transparent PNGs, containing only the door sections for about 4 or 5 of these maps for this university. And HKS would edit all those, a process which he would repeatedly tell me was extremely annoying because the texture work was very poorly done. He would then send them back to me and I would overlay them over the actual map. Of course, all the baked-in objects within this, I would not do myself. I would have changed things. I would have done things differently on mine. But because I was working with somebody else's map and I wasn't about to have HKS go through the huge process of fucking going through all the map objects and stuff like that, much less for something he himself was going to play, and I didn't want to spoil him on, I basically had to do with this because this level of editing was just beyond me. So that was also a new skill set that I also had to sometimes struggle with, was I might have an idea for an area, but for any given reason, I don't have a 3D map for this area I've built myself. So I'm using third-party assets and I'm having to adopt my stuff to the third-party assets, and sometimes there's objects in there that I wouldn't have in there, that I wouldn't normally put there for whatever reason, which means that now they have to have a reason to exist. They need to be set up in some manner, right? And that has been very difficult as well, because that's just very, very unlike anything I have done with my mods. The whole point of making a mod is it's all built for yourself, for your own content, by your paradigm. I don't like working for other people. I don't like doing stuff based on other people's things. That's why I make my own worlds and everything like that. Why I'm doing so much homebrewing. I'm going to be rewriting like a third of the game's spells, and I've already done so much errata, it's ridiculous. But like all the end game spells and stuff like that, everything from like level 7 onwards is going to be touched in some manner, if not outright redone. All the items are redone, all the mobs are redone. Then it comes to the maps, and it's like mixing third-party and first-party content is a fucking pain in the ass. But for any given reason, I've had to do that. And then we have these games that mix this absolute ridiculousness. The main campaign more so than these other ones here. And yeah, we have a set of jokers in this player group. We've got Mucky. He's the OG. We've got HKS, who's a goofball. We've got Steak, who is a zoomer. We've got Luller Skates, who is literally Jesus. Like, he could sell himself as a male prostitute for that Jesus cosplay. Man, he really fits the bill. He's also a fucking giant. Just like Jesus. You know, Jesus was like 8 feet tall? Yeah. You got Schwa. Schwa is, she's a goofball. So, you're going to have silly moments, whether you want them or not. Right? If the game wants to be silly, and they're going to make it silly. One of the things I did when I started D&D is because I was so uncomfortable and I didn't really know what to do. Like when I was running the games, I'd played the games for some months at that point prior to running them, so I kind of understood like the player side, but I didn't understand, you know, how to run it well. And because I was so uncomfortable and I hadn't really found my flow yet, basically I thought, okay, so I'll premeditate and write out certain things beforehand, like certain conversations or stuff like that. And that was one of the things that made one of the sessions feel really robotic, right? And because I hadn't prepared in any manner for another encounter in those sessions, that's one of the reasons why it struggled a little bit, where I didn't know how to respond to the players being really, really hesitant to move somewhere. And that consumed in an amount of time I wasn't comfortable with. So back then, I was pretty aggressive about certain aspects of the game having some premeditated written content for it. And then after those sessions, I reflected on that, and I thought, that did not make me feel any more comfortable running them. So I need to improvise basically everything at that point. But what happens is I just changed the way I approach the mindset. In my head, I still keep track of potential conversations. I think about the games every single day, almost all day long. It takes up a lot of real estate in my head to think about certain conversations and certain interactions about what can or can't happen. Now, as a creator and a designer, that kind of just is like part and parcel for what I normally do anyways. I mean, I'm thinking about my my actual game, Apex X, that I'm trying to work on, and I'm building like the macro system, and I'm trying to build the you know, I just made the AI base construction shit and things like that. Now I'm trying to think of, okay, how am I going to actually interact this into the main progression? What is the main progression going to look like? What is it going to look like for a player? What objectives are they going to have when they enter a map? How's the gameplay going to change between the beginning and end of the map? Is it just going to be build and destroy? Like, are we going to have that? Or is the player going to perform something else with the ally building and destroying? How does this tie into the randomization of the doors and stuff like that? So there's just, like, there's a lot of stuff going on with that project. It takes a lot of energy. And then when I come into mapping for a game, I have like a general idea of what I want, but it's kind of like, once I start building stuff, it kind of comes down to how do I want it to actually look. Now, back then I was using baked lighting, and this is currently using Lumen. So it's going to look totally different than what it does inside the game, and there's going to be some lighting bugs. But back then, since we were using static lighting, we didn't even support specularity. The shininess and stuff like that wouldn't show up. And like metallic wouldn't show up. You wouldn't get any post-processing at all. I think basically everything related to depth period wouldn't work. And there was a lot of limits with that, and the maps came out kind of like blurry as a result. A lot of these assets here are pulled out of Bless, Terra, like these Unreal 3 Korean games. And I've just tossed them into Unreal Engine 4, and they don't even have their materials configured. It's just whatever was generated for them. Some of them I have customized, like these here using a third-party ice material I've customized. I've made decals for them. You know, I've done all the lighting and stuff like that, but we're looking like a top-down. So one of the big struggles I had when I was getting into this was I am, like, when you build the maps, you see them in 3D like this, right? But when you go into the game, like here's our current game. This is a third-party map, but just to give you an idea, in our current game, Ape, you know, if you had seen this map in 3D, the elevations can be very obvious to you. But the players didn't know HKS is over here at one point. It'll be right over here. He's trying to use Toll the Dat on this technocrat over here. This is a wall. But it doesn't look like a wall. It just doesn't look like a wall. And I knew that was going to be an issue, and it was an issue. So I'm like, you're trying to wiggle your finger at him through a wall. And he's like, oh, that's a wall. So right? Like there's problems with depth perception because of the way the lighting is done. So some players would be able to figure out depth, some of them won't. Now I can't show the players ahead of time a map and be like, okay, what problems do you have with this map? I had one person I could talk to about this stuff, and we went, especially in my earlier short adventure, Blood of Albion, which is this one had a lot of really abstract maps in it with a lot of bizarre colors. And the issue with this map here was actually knowing what was a ledge or not the colors. The colors were wacky, and the map looked like the static lighting just came out really fucked, right? And this was basically all these were all first-party maps, and this was quite early into that, and this was part of my experimentations, was, you know, trying to be as exhaustive about that as possible. And we had a lot of very bizarre looking maps in here, but the worst parts of it was the crater, this area here, figuring out what was a ledge and what wasn't. But like HKS has dealt with 3D stuff, so he can read these maps usually quite easily, but other players who don't usually deal with this stuff are really like infer from the lighting as much. The archaeologist actually in our main game, he really struggled with a lot of these maps, but he didn't. The problem is that he didn't vocalize this for the longest time. I had to go and start asking people repeatedly to get him to talk up and be like, oh yeah, by the way, I haven't been able to figure out most of these maps. I'm like, holy shit, this is kind of important knowledge. I wish I knew about this before I started making all these maps so we could work on this. So he sent me a screenshot breaking down all the problems he had with, you know, a given part of a map, and it was a lot. And as a result of that, I started doing a lot more like fill lighting and flattening out the lighting and avoiding like those edges and stuff like that. So we had the technical premise sorted out, but the actual process of building them was very difficult because of orthographic. So because I'm colored by having built the map, I know what everything is. I can't have an objective opinion on how easy this is to look at in 2D because my brain has always been spoiled by building it in 3D. So I know the elevation of everything. I know what it should be. So in the worst case, nowadays I have to tell you how far a ledge is or something like that. I had to do that plenty of times for third-party maps. I have more issues with third-party maps than I do with first-party maps. While we're on this subject, I have noticed while looking for third-party maps that there is a lot of people who are basically taking the demo maps out of Unreal Engine stuff. And one of the ones I have actually seen repeatedly, let me find it for you. This is the one. I have this, but there's a lot of people who are taking this out and just giving you a perspective render of it, of the bridge. I guess you'd only see it in the very beginning. Right here. A lot of people are doing perspective renders of this from top down, and they're trying to sell it. Now, that's not illegal. It's just really scummy because there's literally no effort. There is a lot of maps out there I've noticed of people either using Unity, generally Unity because it looks a lot worse, trying to take photos, screenshots of these maps from top down, just the demo assets, and they're trying to sell them. And they've got fucked lighting, no shadow casting, and everything. I've seen a large uptick of this kind of behavior. Of course, people that use Patreon, so generally scum overall. And these people don't deserve a dime of your money. They don't. They didn't put any effort into any of it. I'm not saying that I do. I will never sell maps. I will never redistribute this stuff ever again. It's just for my players. But just as a forefront, you know, having gone through the bulk of third-party assets for maps in the last 10 years that exists for the virtual tabletop, the extreme majority of it is not worth any money, especially people rendering it using pre-built third-party demo assets. Just, it's so lazy. It is so fucking lazy. And they always look terrible. I really haven't seen any rendered maps that really look that good. I don't think mine are quite at the point of looking that good. The stuff in A, where I'm using the path tracer, definitely looks a lot better than my old content. You've seen, like, I'll show you some more of these here from Blood of Albion. And like the light maps are very low resolution because I would run out of RAM trying to render them if they were any higher. Some of the areas kind of look okay and passable, but right. This is Melgird, by the way. If you're accustomed to the old Apex videos, you'd recognize that. But now we have Abe with a path tracer that looks substantially different. So this is the Dynex facility I rendered. Yeah, it's looking good. A lot better. Very simple, but it's supposed to be. We don't need it to be super complicated. And then the post, I don't know the name of the asset pack. It's like post-apocalyptic or industrial refinery or something like that. That is such a useful asset pack. It is so useful. It is definitely one of the only really like what feels like a professionally built asset pack that I've used within Unreal. And that helped me build a lot of industrial areas. So this area here is built out of a mix of places. There's some things I feel like could be done better, like the light reflections here, but I don't really have a huge amount of wiggle room. But these turned out very well, in my opinion. They definitely improved over Albion. And I have ended up having to use some third-party content within this project later on because Unreal broke in an update trying to fix it. The path tracer is still very experimental stuff, and the movie render queue is also very unstable. Thankfully, the recent version of 5.6 seems to have fixed a lot of the instabilities. So this is one of the areas that I built using the asset pack I mentioned is very good. And it turned out quite well, I think. So a lot of like the depth issues are gone. People ask me how high the pipes were and stuff like that. Well, that's not something you can easily... The process of back then till now has been... Especially the lighting and my approach to the lighting has changed substantially. But with this project where we introduced the path tracer, I can finally start using like metallic. I can start using bloom. I can start using like reflections and specularity and stuff like that I've been wanting to use forever. Like a lot of this stuff within Blood of Albion and the early campaign, I couldn't have shiny surfaces. So like metallic and stuff like that just wouldn't really work. And I did a lot of really experimental stuff here. Since I can't have, since the orthographic camera can't give you depth, I can't use actual fog. I have to use additive or translucent layers. So if you look at those, you can see them in certain parts of here of the map. It might be harder on YouTube. You can see right here, see the lines? It's from individual billboards. And it's me trying to create like a wall of fog with some depth to it. And we started seeing some very, very abstract combat content within Blood of Albion, which was 2018. So not a long time after I started doing D&D and quite a few sessions into our main campaign, I started doing some very, very, very abstract stuff. I started doing some very, very silly things. And that's kind of part of the reason why I wanted to make this video was, you know, it's been almost a decade since I started. I've done some very, very, very bizarre things. And I've learned a lot in the process of doing so. And I've done a lot of homebrewing. And I've contemplated for a long time how I'm going to organize this content. And I've asked a few people how they would like me to organize it. And I've never received any response at all. So I decided we're just going to do a flow of consciousness video. And I forget where we left off in our recordings. It was a little while ago. I'm going to talk about how I start a game, how I plan a game, my kind of like initial preparation, and kind of just walk through those steps as much as possible. and kind of just give an overview of, to the extent I prepare a project. So this here is the Autumn Wind Developer Series. I think it's mostly complete anyways. It says there's 32 videos here, and that feels kind of wrong. But given everything that was happening in and around 2020, 2022, it's no surprise it was kind of a mess. But we're going to use some of this for my reference. I have a process I go through because I have a fixed set of players. I will initially ping those players, say, hey, do you guys want to play a game? And if so, what will your schedules be like? So the number one most important thing for me running a D&D game is consistency. You got to run it every week. At the absolute maximum every 2 weeks. Any slower than that, I lose a lot of attention. Even then, with everything else going on in my general lifestyle at this time, the attention's pretty bad. And during Autumn Wind, of course, with all the medical emergencies and, other shit going on, it was pretty rough to actually run. But still try to keep to that, once every week. This group, Autumn Wind, runs every Wednesday usually, and we usually have some wiggle room, so that's the day that usually lines up. We have a few people that do live normal lives and they're social butterflies, so that plus time zones can cause some complications, but generally we can get in about 4 or 5 hours. I would say 4 or 5 hours is the minimum for a session, the ideal target. Any less than that, and it's going to take a really, 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 really long time to go through game content. Autumn Wind was originally, when I first planned it, which was prior to the the incident with Snowball and stuff like that in August of 2020. I knew, because at the time, of course, I've been looking after her for a long time at that point. She took up a lot of my time. She was basically my focus. And I knew development was going to be difficult. But I had ideas in my head that usually a D&D campaign like Autumn Wind or my current project, those brew for a very long time. Albion was a little bit more spontaneous, especially since Albion had 3 separate installations, the later 2 of which were not planned at all. They just kind of came up after each were completed, and I just saw an avenue to continue. So Albion was comparatively very short. We had like 3 and then 6 and 12 sessions or something like that. We can look at that later, maybe. Autumn Wind was very different because it was a more mature project. It had come from the lessons of Albion, where I struggled and stuff like that. But as a result, we had a lot of challenges with the difficulties in the asset production because Autumn Wind was going to be larger. But as you can see in my original projection, I had intended for it to be 12 to 15 sessions maximum. And I have since posted the summary video for that, and you'll know it's actually 77 sessions in the end, so obviously a lot happens. The original projection for Autumn Winds, I had planned it out that we were going to be very simple here. So this is the original. So you notice ultimately what happened with Autumn Wind, if you watch that summary video, is the province ended up looking very similar to my original layout, but a lot was added. So I am a run and gun developer, and what I do is I lay out some initial plans. I have a general goal in mind, or a major objective that will basically signal the conclusion of the game, or at least offer me an out for the game. And then I need an actual pitch for it. So the initial pitch of a game is actually the most difficult part. Since this is all original writing, it's all conjured from, my Apex world and stuff like that. Having a starting location that has a good excuse to bring a bunch of player characters together that usually have different backgrounds is very hard. So with this project in particular, we had a lot of stuff planned ahead of time. I mean, even when we look here in the very, very first segment of the video here, I had actually quite a bit planned in advance for the project. We even had the crypt from the Age of Damarung. I had the meteorite fragments and stuff statted out. I had fighties set up. I had all these kind of like mid-game and end-game kind of stuff sort of figured out. And again, when we were sitting here in the very first recording here, I'm looking at having what was originally called the Corona Rider, the Calamitous Rider, Grim Rider, what was going to be originally Fen Dweller, some of the Norns and other stuff like that were already in the game, and some of them had preliminary stats, most of which, a lot of these stats did not change by the time I reached the end portion, where they were actually encountered. So I came into Autumn Wind with fairly strong initial pitch. And in the second video, we have way more assets that were all designed for like Edel Ridge. So Edel Ridge was going to be like fairly simple. And then we hit the feature creep portion. I started doing a lot of allocation for the music. A D&D project needs to have music. So I used to use Twitch, but since Twitch uses AAC and it's really, really, really low quality and it really dramatically impacts the music, kind of a lot like YouTube actually. YouTube uses a very, very low quality codec called Opus, which is basically Speaks, and it is like half the quality of MP3 at best. It's a psychoacoustics. It's very low quality, but in that case, like AAC was better, but Twitch is like 128 kbps or something like that. I don't know. It's really bad. The connectivity on Twitch was also very bad. There was a lot of desyncing and stuff like that. So originally, when I started using Roll20 things like that, I used Fanburst, which was built into Roll20, and that shut down. And then they said they shut it down, but it stayed up for a year afterwards. So it just kind of felt like a honeypot of some kind. We switched to an RTMP server. HKS is actually the run who runs the RTMP server, and his connection is a little more stable than mine is. So I stream to him using OBS. So I just stream straight up a this profile here, and a custom profile with no video, just audio. So it's like a 300-400 kbps stream at maximum. And then the other players just open that up in NPC via OpenURL. And then there's no desyncing. It's a little bit delayed by a couple seconds, but there's no desyncing, no drift. And the audio quality you get is not going to be lossless, but it's still going to be like 320 AAC, which is going to be a lot better than basically any quality that Opus could handle you by a very significant margin. Opus has a dramatic effect on the dynamic range of files, and it also even changes the length of files, and it introduces a lot of artifacting. Opus is probably the worst audio codec I've actually ever seen in my history of working with audio since the 90s. No, it's a real wonder why anyone ever uses it. But the real answer is because they don't know any better. OGG is really the only good compressed codec in existence. Everything else should be FLAC. But we don't have that luxury. So, especially when you have Canadian internet that is very, very expensive, and you can pay like I do, $140 a month for what usually amounts to 300-400 kbps upload, if I'm lucky. Even transferring to HKS, who lives 15 minutes away, both of us use what is technically supposed to be a gigabit line. I can't transfer to him any faster, or back and vice versa, any faster than 1 or 2 megabytes a second tops. We just get throttled between each other. And when I talked to the ISP about this, they just said that's the architecture. And it was suggested to switch to another ISP, actually. But you can't really do that because this is Canada and it's run by a monopoly. So transmitting a lossless data stream over the internet really wasn't going to be a thing. So we reached that middle ground. So everybody gets music, and that means the music has to be processed beforehand. So as a part of my initial blocking out process, in addition to building the assets, putting together some initial things in the roll 20, and generally like just blocking out kind of like a bunch of low-hanging fruit. I'll shotgun through a low-hanging fruit. Once I have a setting where I want, and I have, you know, an initial hook of where I want the players to get in, I will let them get started on their characters right away. So we always do like, what is it, 4d6 drop lowest or something like that with one reroll. So fairly luxury. We do end up with a lot of jank results, and they're pretty entertaining. We had some pretty strong rolls within this game right away, and we ended up a very, very physical dominant group right away. Once I have the initial pitch, and I will usually fish around to see, especially after, like, there's going to be a leeway. I think Auto Wind was like 3 or 4 months, maybe a little less. I can't really remember since we started. I tried to start it right away and get it done right away after the cat died because, you know, I felt obligated to do the game, but I didn't really want to do work anymore. Things obviously didn't end up that way. Just the nature of the game. One of the things I know I commonly make a mistake is I project things will happen faster than they do. I have been told this is very abnormal. It's definitely an abnormal thing if you are playing in person or in voice, is you get a lot of like banter and chatter and out of character stuff. Not really a lot of role playing, and the game usually travels a lot faster. Our games are very, very role play centric. We have a lot of role playing in it, which means a lot of dialogue and talking. Which means you're going to end up with a lot of sessions where you sit down for 4 or 5 hours and you may not even leave the spot where you started. Now, that's how I was introduced to D&D. That's how the games were when I started playing. So that didn't really strike me as unusual. But Loller Skids told me that was extremely different from the groups that he played. And I think it might also be very different than the games that Schwab plays as well, judging from... I've watched a few sessions that she's played, and they do theirs through voice, using some kind of very questionable camera software. And there's very, very little role-playing in it, it seems like, and they travel very quickly. So... most people are really not that comfortable doing role-playing with voicing and with themselves. But they might actually do have strong writing capabilities, and like I would definitely be like that. There's no way I could do it with voice. I may be a voice actor, but I can't do any kind of acting if I have people listening or watching, right? Like I can't do that. I have, you could say it's like performance anxiety, but it's really just very, very strong social anxiety. I can't do that. There's no way. I would not run D&D if I had to do it through voice. Not a chance. But then you enter the actual game, and things are going to be pretty in-depth. So this is actually after we had already gotten into the game. As you saw, we had our at least first session or something like that. And then the game is not finished at this point. A lot of the assets and stuff have been created, but you'll notice that, like, the Realmacom doesn't exist, and we don't have Raja's actual portrait that was put into here. And I think some of these portraits might have gotten cleaned up a little bit afterwards, but some of them didn't. Some of them didn't get the proper treatment. So here's a look at the actual map at that point in time. You can see it grew a lot from my initial projections. So what I will do is I will usually... I will start recording the developer series right away. So for every single one of these games except for SS, which when I started, I didn't really record a lot of that until later on. But for like Albion, with Albion was my second adventure, I started that, and I immediately start recording developer series, sometimes before I've even done too much work, and I just kind of lay out the thoughts, I lay out the things, and I might review it as I'm working later on, and just kind of like retrace my own steps. I'll just, even at this stage in the game, I may not have a real idea of what's going to happen at any given point. When I first started D&D, I really thought specifically about the structure of every session and where and what and when and how things should happen. Because I didn't know D&D. I didn't know how to do live role-playing. I didn't have any precedent or comfort for spot writing for spot dialogue and stuff like that. I had all this writing history behind me since the 90s, but I didn't know what I was fucking doing running an actual game with that. So to kind of like try to shore up my weaknesses, I try to premeditate a lot of things and rely upon my premeditated strengths. The problem is that the more you do this, the more it tends to fight improvisation. And I didn't have improvisation skills when I started, but as I got into the game within like 4 or 5 sessions, my improvisation skills started to blossom actually quite fast. And it kind of got to the point where I premeditate a lot of stuff in my head, like certain topics or discussions or, strategies or whatever. I review every single session, often for hours. Not just recording, but just rewatching the video and just thinking things over and going through things in my head again. But I don't do really any writing anymore ahead of time. I just have these things in my head. It's like, well, if this comes up, then this character's disposition might be XYZ, things like this. And then what I try to approach the construction of the actual game as is it's handing myself a palette. So you're going to notice that in the actual GM layer for the maps, I'm going to lay out just GM notes that just tell you the contents of any given object. We've got the units in the thing here. And between sessions, I might actually add a GM note that, if we're in the middle of a fight and I knew what my next character's action was going to be, I might forget that next week because I have the memory of a fruit fly. So I might write that out in GM notes that this character was going to use this ability. And then that might correspond to something that's in the GM notes or the text file, depending on what kind of a unit it is. I might also send myself GM whispers. That makes specific notes and stuff like that. There's also a lot of resolutions. So one of the bad things that can happen with the whole consistency thing is decision paralysis, where I'm not sure if I want a certain thing to happen, or if a certain thing happening might feel too convenient or too inconvenient. So I have in my head usually an idea of what the characters are doing off screen. Like if you're in a province and your guys are in town, the rest of the map is generally not frozen unless it's elements that the players need to be able to interact with to be on a time limit for it to feel right. Like, let's say, for example, within this game, so I'm going to find the map here. Let's say in this game, we had a situation where there was something important over here. That was time sensitive. Like, let's say someone's injured and needs to be rescued, or, there's an opponent over there that, may only stay there for a few days or something like that. If the players aren't aware of that, it shouldn't be considered active, right? Not until they're aware of it. Only when something becomes player-facing should its time-sensitive nature become relevant. Else you have stuff happening off-screen that just has no relationship to the game at that point. And, yeah. So we don't activate things unless, the players are aware of it. But there are things that are active. Units move around the map. Shugen moves around the map. There was Wolfstaff would move around the map in accordance to stuff that was happening. It would sense things that the players are doing or things they would leave behind, or when they would fight wolves or whatever. When wolves would attack the town at night, those were left to dice rolls. So I would roll the general strategic ability of Wolfstaff to navigate the human defenses, how many wolves actually attacked it, and then I would roll resolutions that would be internally weighted in my head against those results for how effective that attack actually was. So when the town took its first attack in the first night, a lot of those rolls were actually pretty high. So the town has only like so many resources and so many guards, right? Physically represented by the actual units. They don't have any more than they actually have, which means that those resolutions, I just kind of internalize and deduct how many resources they would take, like how many guards died, and what stuff inside their warehouses and stuff were damaged and so on. It doesn't need to be super technically specific unless the players are actually taking an inventory of everything. So it's a good idea to keep an idea of any given element like this that the players might actually interact with. I might ask, okay, how much lumber do we have? How many guards are there? How much equipment do we have for the guards? How much food and water do we have? Right? So we need to keep that stuff in mind. We might just kind of like generalize it and be like, okay, the warehouse has like 10 barrels of shit. Right? And then we can quantify that if we actually have to, if they really get into it, but otherwise we try to not worry too much about the technicalities, but more about the living world aspect and stuff going on. That way the players might try to chase Wolfstaff, but because of any given event, it'll make sense that Wolfstaff wasn't here. There should always be logic and reasoning behind everything that happens. One of the major design hurdles I had coming into D&D was figuring out to what extent the existing mechanics of the Apex world can be quantified within D&D. As it turns out, not very much. I have my own psionic system, my own element system, and a lot of other underlying governing things. And the way that certain interactions, like what would be construed as spellcraft within D&D, the way that's resolved and governed in my writing, in my world, is very unalike. You would have to introduce another 2 or 3 different attributes just related to mental dominion. Because we have something called acuity, we have discipline, stuff like that. That they're different kind of scalars, and they have different ways of interacting with how you project mental presence. We don't have those in D&D, and there's not much point in introducing those because it's not really going to contribute too much to the existing D&D framework. And those systems also don't work that well with dice as well. They're not really like random things. They're attributes that are very plainly defined, right? So I don't introduce those to the game, but I keep them in mind. I don't just erase those things. They're just internally devised because there's a lot of interactions that are going to come up in the game that you can't foresee at all. There's going to be interactions of all kinds that can't be governed within the rules. And that's regardless if you're making a custom setting or if you're building something more or less by the book. There's going to be ways or questions about things interacting that just don't come up. Since I have a pre-existing world and I know intimately how everything in it works, I can answer these questions generally on the spot. Sometimes I had to think about them because sometimes they come out of nowhere and they're very strange, and I had to think about things for a while. But because I have those answers, I can keep things very, very consistent. Consistency is key. It's key in just about everything, not just like playing the game and your time and so on, but also in how you rule stuff. How your house rulings are made and why. So if we rule that a unit behaves a certain way, or some part of the world is built in a certain way, we have set a precedent. And that precedent has to echo throughout the rest of the game, otherwise the whole thing kind of falls apart. You lose a lot of that escapism, you lose a lot of that suspense of disbelief, and you lose, thus, the ability to roleplay if the world doesn't make sense. If things are just knee-jerked on the spot without any real consideration. It also opens up a lot of technical can of worms. Then your rule lawyerism becomes even more difficult to actually properly govern. So, having a key foundation for how things work and why things work and so on is very important. So, why does Wolfstaff exist? How does it control the wolves? How are the wolves summoned? How does it communicate to the wolves? Why is it moving around? What are its objectives? Why doesn't it directly attack the town? All these different things have to have a reason behind them. And those things, as a result, become things that players could hypothetically interact with. And then you open up all kinds of different resolutions that don't necessarily mean, we always have this one fixed position we're going to fight a boss in. We have something we can actually manipulate as players. We give the players additional knobs and buttons they can fool around with, but they have to discover them too. So how we choose information discovery should be very important. One of the things that I do a lot within these games is I permit information discovery through arcana and perception a lot more than what you traditionally might have within D&D. So arcana and perception are also treated as mental awareness to some extent, and what results you get from these checks really depends on the character, their environment, their history, what they have in terms of experience, and what they choose. So for some roles and resolutions about the game world, for example, if we were to go to the wilderness and we were going to try to learn something about the wilderness, if the players were going to fish for a role to try to learn about the forest and maybe what looks unnatural about it, I might prompt them to choose between an arcana roll, a perception roll, a history roll, or a nature roll. I might let them choose between multiple different things. They can't roll all of them, they can roll one of them. And that roll might open up to different things depending on the results, what I choose to give them. But what they get out of those results are going to be different. So that's another reason why it's a great idea to have everything figured out about how and the why things are. They shouldn't just be the spooky evil forest just because it's a spooky evil forest. Why the fuck is it spooky and evil? Has it always been this way? Has it recently been this way? What's influencing it, making it spooky and evil? Why is it spooky and evil? Why would it be perceived as spooky and evil? Right? And then just answering those simple questions in your head allows you to kind of break down the elements when the players attempt to interact with them. And then that gives you more ways to story build and character build and stuff like that, because I will whisper the results to the individual player doing the resolution, and then they can disseminate it amongst the party. So that gives them a role-playing and discussion and dialogue opportunity, and a lot can come as a result from that. This is where the improvisation is really going to come in, is, well, sometimes I'm not very good at writing. Okay, most of the time I'm not very good at writing. And I'm going to send them a result that wasn't really worded precisely as I may have wanted. Or they may interpret or misread something completely differently. And then they start disseminating this incorrect information amongst the party. And most of the time, I just don't intervene. Like, if they make a mistake about something, I restrain myself from stepping in being like, no, this result was different. Only if there's like a very serious problem that could come as a result of this, or, you know, maybe we stand to waste a lot of time, I might send them a whisper and clarify something, right? So sometimes the players might end up getting quite a lot from me if I want to be really specific and precise about, you know, what shit happens and what it means. So then as we go deeper and deeper and deeper into the game, we have more and more content being built. And we go into here where I was trying to edit avatars for Kali. And I went to the effort of tint shifting and editing this one. And the portrait didn't look that good in the small size. Right? It didn't really look that good. So I ended up lucking out that there was a new release of a new portrait that I could use for that character very shortly before we needed her, so I ended up using that one. One of the things you're going to acknowledge very quickly with this process is a lot of work, especially when you get into making the asset portions. It's going to be a waste. And the thing about the maps and things like removing doors and stuff from the maps is, like, in an ideal case, people don't know you've done this. If nobody notices your work when you are editing out doors and stuff in these pre-baked doors and maps, if nobody notices this, if nobody says anything, your job is a success. Your job in asset preparation is pretty much always going to be thankless. And a part of that is a good thing. Because if people don't know that you've removed a door, if they don't know that you've doctored something, that means you've done a good enough job that it doesn't stand out to them. And that means it didn't break their immersion, right? Now, I'm not an artist. I don't know shit. I've just picked up skills through the process of elimination. And the thing is when we go into these games, I have a lot that I need to edit. I have a lot that I need to do. I have a general process for how I'm going to do it. And, you know, in this case here, this is looking a little fucksy-wucksy, you know? So we're going to try to de-smoothify some of this. And we're going to ramp up this and I'm going to run this through the Vulkan version of Waifu 2 times. I'll talk more about my tools and stuff later on. And it'll reprocess a chunk of this, and it'll take out some of those disgusting macro blocks. And we'll make an effort to clean some of that up. So there's always a balance, not just in like running the game itself, but also the asset preparation of how much time do I really want to spend on this, right? So the answer to that question is going to be like enough time, right? It's going to be enough. We want to spend enough that we get where we want to go without sinking so much time into this that we end up taking time away from the rest of the project, right? So I've already kind of like, I've spent more time on this than I really want, but I kind of have to, right? Because I get people who ask me, is this a door or not? And I know I haven't done enough work, or the source wasn't good enough, or whatever. In an ideal scenario, I'd be hand making all my maps right now, but I had always planned to edit these, and it will save me a little bit of time. And I've already used a bunch of maps from this author that I've doctored, so I've already kind of set a precedent for that. So it's, you know, we can continue just kind of like mix and matching for this time being at this stage in the game. All right. So these are the difficult ones. Anything with the gradients in them are difficult. When I first start a game, I try to get as many maps done as possible. Maps and then eventually the character art are probably the #1 most difficult thing for the game for me to do, mainly because of the time commitment. I may not know what precisely I'm going to do with the map yet. I may not have a precise strategy, but if I know I'm going to need it or use it, it's better to have the asset done, ready, and waiting than it is to have an idea, but you don't have the tools necessary to do it. Because that way, if something should come up where we do need to improvise something, or the session ends up moving faster than we really expected it to, right, I have the tools necessary to make the goal work. And you can see what we're going to have a problem here is the gradients are going to kind of fuck us over a little bit. Here I'm just trying to get rid of some of those repeating lines a little bit and break up the gradient. So you can tell, especially at a distance, what I've done here is pretty bad. But it's better than having a baked-in door asset, right? What we might need to do is grab... See, I gotta take it off the brush, because one thing we can do is we can make the feathering very low like that, and that will kind of like break some of the problems I'm having here. So just make it small so it's a little easier to align up. I would say probably like no less than 70-80% of my time in D&D is making maps, editing images for maps, researching images, looking on the internet for stuff to use. Extremely little time goes into like the stat blocks or the actual map population. I can spend a long time being paralyzed by indecision on what to do with a map, but the process of actually putting it together is comparatively very, very fast. We're gonna have a door here, so it'll look a little less fucked in game, but we still, like, we remove some shadows from there. So I'm gonna grab this wall. We're going to reconstruct the wall here a little bit. We're gonna turn down the opacity and just give ourselves some of that shadow back, like this. Like that. And we're gonna do the same with the other one here. Grab that. Come up here. You can see though, we're breaking that line there, that plating line. We don't want to do that. So we'll just... Alright, we'll just put that little black line there on the wall. Yeah. Again, we're not going to get perfection out of this. It takes a very, very long time to do that. I've become increasingly aggressive about how I edit these assets, how I prepare them. And there are some cases where players will notice as a result. And because I've been like too aggressive and too sloppy, that's always a bad feeling. So there's definitely like a middle ground that you want to reach. Like right here, and some of this can be pretty easily fixed. So we're just going to kind of like dab in and out and kind of like break up some of the repetition from the clone tooling. We're going to drop this. We're going to soften the border here. And waifu 2 times will clean a lot of this up. Yeah. So it's just a smear of macro blocks and shit. The denoiser will get rid of a chunk of that along with the JPEG compression. Some of it will still remain, but it'll look a little less inconsistent than it currently does. But you see, this is a huge map, right? Like it's very, very tedious. So I'm not like on a super time pressure right now, so I might just be like, okay, that's enough for today, right? That's enough for today. I might just go ahead and save this on my desktop. I just save it as a CRUDA file so it's as lossless as can be. When it comes to preparing the character assets and the token assets, I've gone through a few kind of like methodologies and designs and sort of like approaches to this. And, you know, say, for example, within the auto win game, I have the, let me just find it here. So within the auto win game, I did have some inconsistency where some characters had transparency in their avatars and some didn't. And that's because I wasn't really aggressive about putting in the transparency on the avatars when I started. And this is bad because you get like these white backgrounds, and Samsung kind of like blends into here, right? And Danica kind of blends into here, and they lack a little bit of definition. Whereas like your goal was very painstakingly edited, where I redid all of his fur fluff and stuff like that. And all the characters had been edited to be transparent as well. So they all came out and read well. Vincent didn't. And you notice that I don't use like top-down tokens because they're ugly as fuck. I've never seen any that look any good. And there aren't any out there that are of a high quality that I've really seen. There's like a couple I've seen that are okay, but they don't really, they're still like cartoony. So I avoid the cartoony as much as possible. We still end up with a lot of anime stuff as a result. I used to use a lot of Puzzle and Dragon sprites, but I did not like their kind of chipified look. It was pretty ugly and really immersion breaking. So I stopped using those, especially since they also had like a lot of effects baked into them that I couldn't really remove. So to show you what I mean, I'm gonna have to find my D&D folder. So these are from the main campaign, and you will see I'm using a mix of stuff here. The other thing that I didn't do very often early on is I didn't put shadows on stuff. So especially if you're going to be using these perspective tokens, they need to have shadows because the shadows help ground them, and it's very, very, very important. So you notice in Autumn Wind much later on, I started making shadows for stuff. They're very, very simple shadows. I didn't really go out of my way to make them very accurate or complex. They're just there just to ground the units. So the deeper we go into the game, we're going to notice they'll be more aggressive about that. Not everything at this stage has it. Some of the avatars or tokens I took out of, you know, separate phone games or ripped off of whatever are already transparent and already have shadows. But a lot of them had to be edited and given shadows. It was a process I got fairly deep into, a very speedy way of doing it, but back then I didn't have it, and you can see we have a lot of like inconsistency. Like these balls here are very like cartoony and very like stylized, as opposed to the ground and the worm that are more like realistically shaded and more consistent with each other. So when it comes to like the character tokens and stuff, you're just gonna end up with a whole mix of shit. Whatever people want to use, it's gonna look completely different from each other most of the time. Like with Autumn Wind, I was obviously trying to aim for that more, you know, dark fantasy realistic style. But then when we go into Abe, and Autumn Wind, of course, we had these completely different character avatars that just looked totally unalike. And here, within Abe, we've got Roller Skates using fan art. We've got Stick using like this very, 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 very stylized art. We've got Schwa that has a 2 sets of tokens that are using, one's like a concept, well, they're both concept art, but they're sort of similar in style, but the shading on them is different. Monkey's literally using a heavily edited screen cap out of Naraka. HKS is using a sprite, a render of armor overlaid on a sprite from Arknights that was rendered out of Unreal. And he tried to make those consistent, and he can flip between those two as well. So when we go into the game, we see that we end up with a mix of assets, right? We got like the more realistic art or renders. We've got these anime tokens that I think are from Girls Frontline that had actually a fair bit of useful sprites in it. And then, you know, like other like phone game kind of stuff with some more realistic, some not. We have the terrain, which ranges, this is Gabriel Picard's stuff, and he thankfully doesn't bake doors into his assets. And it's still kind of like cartoony, like it's all rendered, and the lighting on it's kind of like low quality. It's sort of like this DAZ 3D look to it a lot of the times. So it's kind of like it's kind of like a 2.5D sort of look, with sometimes looking very like 1990s, kind of like old NURBS 3D renders or whatever you might find on GeoCities. And other times like that, it's kind of more anime style that it really gives or takes on the materials. And so there's like a stylistic clash between everything that goes on in this game. But I try to keep all the players facing stuff, or at least all the factional facing stuff, as consistent as possible. So that's a very difficult challenge though, because there's very, very little good art on the internet, and not all of it looks good when it's edited. Not all of it looks good when it's downsized. There's a lot of things that are too noisy, or the dynamic angles or whatever are just not suitable for use as either full body tokens. So one of the things I did is I was using like full body tokens for infantry and stuff like that in the like Albion and in SS, but starting in Autumn Winds and eventually in this game, a lot of the infantry and stuff like that, I switched back to using the just the avatars for them, and that was pretty major. And that was just because I knew that we were going to be having very high unit count battles, and when we had high density of very small perspective tokens or very small cutouts, they started to get kind of hard to, because they usually don't fit properly like a full 70 by 70. I'll see if I can find some here. See, this is very old stuff here. The Black Knight has like this white background on his avatar, and it just doesn't look that good. I don't really care too much if the tokens fit exactly into D&D specifications, where they're like, 70 by 70, 140 by 140, with a medium, large, whatever, square sizes. I don't give a shit about that. I think that enforcing square sizes is goofy as fuck, especially when you have units like snakes and stuff. But when using perspective tokens that you can't orient in certain directions, you may have certain abilities or stuff like that, or like unit movement that's consumed per turn, now you suddenly have a problem. So if in the very, very rare case that ever comes up, I just draw a little indicator that says what direction they're facing. But it hasn't really been a problem, actually. It was just, again, mostly an issue with the infantry when there was a very, very high density of them. And I'm trying to find... I guess there's not really that many here. Yeah, like this. So if these guys were all bundled up, then we've got a problem, right? So this was the kind of stuff that sort of encouraged me to go back to just avatars for mostly infantry. Anything that would be like these tall units, right? So we didn't do that in SS for a long time. It wasn't like a super major problem, but it was something I did notice quite a bit. So we got that sorted out eventually, and now I have kind of like a process that kind of like gets the best of both worlds, where we can show like a full body token where it really matters for the large units or animals or stuff like that. I don't like the, I've seen a couple of people use like these circular borders to put the stuff in, the art into. And I find that extremely messy and hard to read at a glance. Things need to be readable at a glance, and that makes everything all homogenized, and it looks ugly as fuck, and it's really, really immersion breaking. So I definitely do not do that. It's entirely unnecessary. All these things here are all different traps. This was before things went completely to shit. I take these major, when I see like some major potential stuff happening in a game, where we see a major possible environmental shift or an event or something that completely changes a lot of things, I often see that as an excuse to revise old content, improve any of the old art assets that needed to be redone or edited. After I left Autumn Winds and it was finished, I went back to the main campaign and I went through all these old tokens that I had from, when I started the campaign, and I gave them all, like proper color coding, tone shifting when I needed it to make them more consistent. I gave them new shadows. I found new sprites to replace the chibi stuff, like the ones I was using from Puzzle and Dragons or whatever. I made things more consistent. I homogenized and updated their stat blocks and tidied things up, stuff like that. I kind of like took my lessons and applied them and just revised a bunch of net content behind the scenes when the players weren't really interacting with them. So the next time they'll interact with them, they'll get, a higher quality experience. And people definitely notice quality. They may not vocalize it much, but they definitely notice it. Because it contributes overall to their role-playing experience, and that's ultimately what the goal is.
The most mechanical, challenging thing about designing D&D content, and my greatest initial aversion, comes from the concept of dice. Throughout history, competitive gaming has been defined by removing barriers between players' skill expression and results, and I have always historically been a competitive player. Coming into D&D, I was bringing with me the skill set I learned from game development and modding, almost all of which came from building multiplayer projects. While none of the groups I played D&D with engaged much in PvP, ultimately the fate of many games was determined by the roll of the dice nonetheless. This makes particularly early game D&D rather volatile, and depending on the edition, characters live or die by individual dice throughout the entire level range. 5th edition has multiple saver dies littered throughout it, relegating months to years of work building a character to a single fateful roll. Perhaps it was fortune, but most of the troubles I had with D&D as a player did not come from the dice. They came from a designer doing things like adding arbitrary damage reflect with increased range on already extremely unfair third-party adventures, and avoiding the dice and stats of a character entirely. I came to see dice less of an enemy and more as a storytelling mechanism. Nonetheless, the dice are notorious for a reason, and Roll20's PRNG, with its predictable galloping and account-based bias, has led to many characters with extremely high stats accomplishing nothing throughout an entire adventure, which, nonetheless, despite the many mechanisms 5e introduces or encourages to pad dice results, makes players frustrated, and this frustration seeps into the game. The dice, however, are inseparable from the medium, and given most of a character sheet is dedicated to combat attributes, it's a given much of the fate of the game is going to boil down to RNG. When it comes to non-combat resolutions, however, such as dialogue, I try to keep dice out of the equation when I can. I prefer to reward well-written dialogue and smart decision-making when it comes to conversation dynamic, and pay close attention to how players advance their characters and generally roleplay well.
Only when conflicts of interest, direct opposition of viewpoints, opinions, or attempts to coerce, deceive, or other things that stand a reasonable chance to have complications show up, do I devise dice rolls. Most often this will be a contest. I very rarely use DCs during contests. In 5th edition 2024, grappling was reduced to beating a DC, which was universally opposed by my groups. It trivialized a portion of a character's attributes and made the act of grappling a lot less exciting. It's one of the many changes I opted not to bring over to my games. This mindset reflects a lot of my own homebrew systems. Early into the SS campaign, the party was to face off with a huge mobile armor kind of thing. It had enormous claws and was intended to have a cleave attack, something that hits multiple units. But it wasn't a unit I could reasonably imagine being fast enough to rely on attack rolls. I just didn't visualize it as being attacking, so much it was imposing a threat that units needed to get the fuck away from. I could simply write it out as such, but I could also scale its attack in such a way that allowed dexterous characters to play chicken with it, and slow characters to be more wary. This is obviously just a dex save, but I made it scaling. That is to say, it's a save whose results are segregated into dice results. The lowest results, equivalent to the range of critical failure, sees the full damage potential of being directly hit. A high save, but not high enough to escape, would see a glancing strike, like having your face sideswiped by a penis extending out of the side of a bullet train. Depending on the implementation, I may settle for only 4 or so stages to the save tiers. Say, for example, 1 to 9, 10 to 15, 16 to 20, and then, say, 21 to 24, some such. But in late-game units facing characters with very high save mods, I'll add more. Certain bonus effects like vulnerabilities, extra damage types, AC, shreds, knockdowns, so on, might only start showing up at lower save thresholds. These thresholds may even be too low for a character that's specialized save to fail enough to see him. In my mind, it makes sense that a highly skilled character can be specialized enough to make certain ability saves trivial, so long as they are aware of them. And awareness is also factored into a lot of my abilities like this. In this sense, critical failures for some major ability saves were introduced through scaling saves, where a critical failure might be considered 1 to 10 for that ability's full damage as opposed to simply save or dying. My approach to combat is that resolutions should be determined through a series of failures as successes rather than one individual roll, and the power budget of such things are spread out in kind. The DMG, for example, gives effectively every single monster after a certain DC on-hit restrain or on-hit devour. I have almost no automatic on-hit events, even in the most highest end of my units. Everything is always assigned to some kind of save. Why the fuck have saves if you're just not going to even employ them most of the time? Why have skill checks and skill contests and grappling if you're just going to ignore them most of the time? Make those stats actually mean something, and add some kind of risk and reward to them, and how the players have customized their characters rather than just ignoring them entirely. It doesn't really make combat take that much longer, unless you're throwing a lot of AoEs with different saves associated with them onto a lot of different units. I just think about those cases ahead of time and design my abilities accordingly. It's honestly really not that difficult to make combat travel fast and concisely. Advantage and disadvantage were introduced into 5th edition to take the place of things like flat damage reduction. I reintroduced flat reduction because it was a more interesting defensive attribute than 50% resistance or flat-out immunity. Though I sometimes use 75% reduction in very specific cases where I want to discourage something, like say for example, an elemental being damaged by a certain type, but not make it completely worthless. I try to avoid certain binary interactions if possible. Everywhere else I use flat reduction, and I scale luxury items for late game by adding small amounts of reduction. Flat reduction is quite rare, making it valuable. I find it is more interesting and prompts more in-character discussion and decision-making when items provide benefits other than simply making the line go up, and AC is such an extremely powerful stat that I prefer to make its increase only related to the tiers of the items rather than an extra you just obtain for whatever reason. I don't reference the DMG or anything related for item design at all. The idea that every item becomes magical when it gains a bonus is silly, and most of the magical items are extremely overtuned or hyper-specialized without much middle ground. Late game items only gaining some spell charge and or plus 1 to 5 damage or AC is boring. Some of my items add entirely new movesets, or adjust the functionality of spells or attacks, or permit you to break some of the rules that 5e established, like grapple unit limitations, or concentration count limitations. The concept of a magical item, or magical damage reduction, or necessitating magical damage, is also amongst the first things I abolished. I added multiple tiers of existing damage types, starting first with a basic, called low function. The higher level you start seeing towards level 14 being high function, and endgame tiers like contra motion. As a result, spells, spell mechanics, and other game world functions all follow similar rules. Low function counterspell is ineffective against a high function spell, and high function damage resistance doesn't apply to low function damage. The same is true for the aforementioned flat reduction. High function in Apex is associated with divinity and divine level scaling, so it's rare to encounter until later on. This, on top of the crafting systems and item upgrade mechanics I've been introducing, allows players to pick and choose things in a more customization-oriented paradigm, rather than being pigeonholed into a certain weapon choice just because one is magical and one isn't. Actually, my overall goal was to promote players having multiple weapons on hand they can use according to the situation or their desire. As you might imagine, martials are much stronger in my settings than they are in 5e, where spellcasters ultimately overtake them because of the extremely potent spells and low scaling of equipment. Similarly, I don't really offer items that increase DCs for spellcasters, but I do offer items that add extra damage or healing dice, or offer other benefits to consuming spell resources. I prefer to use dice over flat numbers for anything where possible, so instead of a tier 2 longsword dealing 1d10 plus 1, it will deal 1d10 plus 1d4. This allows the benefits to also scale with critical damage and feels more rewarding to invoke. It does mean that the numbers of endgame become much larger than they might in regular 5th edition, but I have somehow managed to keep it rather balanced. It's class mechanics and certain synergies that have caught me off guard. Of course, one of the things to always keep in mind is overhead and tracking. I'm not particularly fond of tracking. While most of my players seem able to track some things, some people will say they can track things and then they most certainly can't. So I always keep this in mind when I'm thinking about items or abilities that add or change things in the way that they're tracked. Some players just don't even track their own shit properly, and I kind of have to hold their hands or remind them of things sometime. It's just a solution that has to be molded to your table, I suppose. I was told early into my time with D&D that killing players in 5th edition can be difficult. This is due to the fact that damage dealt to them while they're being downed won't do anything but impose a failed death save unless it exceeds their maximum health. At higher levels, this amounts to quite a lot of damage even against wizards. Since you don't lose AC when downed unless it was coming through a concentration for some reason, it also stands to reason that a character with plus 18 to hit will repeatedly miss a downed character with 20 to 22 AC even with advantage. I've seen it a few times now. In some cases, it might make more sense, realistically speaking, that attacking an unconscious and dying character probably shouldn't involve a roll at all. But then this would be breaking the rules. Realism and rules, and dice in general, often come at odds. This is why I tried to design everything in such a way to be as realistic as possible and as consistent as possible, so the dice resolutions, no matter how absurd, at least might make some sense. When it comes to anything facing the players and their numbers, I stick as closely to the rules as written as possible, and whatever conventions I've established beforehand. It might not make sense to roll the dice here, but I'm going to, because it gives them the chance to survive or accomplish something they're trying to do, and simply writing it out will feel like a cop-out. It's a compromise. D&D is a game of compromises. The rules can't possibly predict everything you're going to do or try to do. Establishing consistent conventions prepares you for those questions that you don't have an existing answer for. It's called rules lawyering for a good reason, and this term applies to things for which there is no precedent. I treat it like legalese. Such consistency means the players are going to fish for opportunities to do bizarre things, because something vaguely similar was possible in the past. This can lead to some interesting mutations and discoveries. For example, in Autumn Wind, they had a literal goddess in their party for a time. When faced with the huge fingers of Jormungadir, they realized they could have her throw them on top of the fingers. This got used in the next fight to bypass a series of electric barriers an NPC had placed in front of their objective. HKS took damage from the barriers when he was flung over them and grazed them via dex saves, but I still permitted the interaction, and he subsequently was able to end the encounter early. Players are going to try to do weird things to avoid fights, if they can. Diplomacy wasn't employed very much in the games I played in, but the players in my games are obsessed with harems. Any character that isn't directly aligned against them in an irrevocable manner is often abducted. This has had consequences. In Autumn Wind, I had totally forgotten this was a thing they did, and I never imagined they would try to seduce Vincent, the first game's major boss, until right after we started playing. And a feeling of dread washed over me. Even nerfed, Vincent was still effectively a barbarian fighter hybrid with mini-boss stats, and he greatly influenced the game to come. Even when I scaled encounters to factor in his contributions, he, for some reason, always rolled insanely well. In the SS game, they have a variety of powerful characters that had assistance from here and there. These characters aren't just simply PowerPoints, however. They're opportunities to explore side arcs, different kinds of stories, and also ways to instigate dialogue with players or player characters that are not interacting that much. They're an opportunity to test the player's intentions and goals if they're not very obvious to you while you're running it. This can help you prepare the game ahead of time and give you some idea of what they might try to do in the coming sessions, should your preparation be behind, like for example mine in Autumn Wind often was towards the end, or in Abe, where the players can go in so many different directions I can't possibly prepare ahead of them even if I was doing really well. The 5th edition DMG tells you that NPC allies should always be weaker than the players, know nothing the players don't, and be a drain on their loot and resources. I've always referred to my many gripes with conventional games where allied units are rendered as useless as possible, often contributing nothing to damage and just being something to babysit. Some games have them do 0 damage and take 0 damage. They're literally just props and you don't even know they're there. I've always found that kind of approach extremely boring. If the players have somehow worked hard enough to win the favor of a powerful ally, why not let them benefit from it? The main thing I usually take away from such units is legendary actions and resistance, as well as broad form initiative and similar scaling mechanics if I have them. If I determined a unit will be susceptible to join the party, I also make 2 different stat blocks for them if they're complicated. The party one will be simplified and often change saves into attack rolls, so I don't need to flip back and forth between stat blocks and clog up turn resolution with me figuring out numbers to roll. Even so, some of the fights the parties have gotten into are literal armies fighting each other, and when the party has a number of units with them, it often gives you more excuses to throw more units at them. But that's the splendor of Apex. Large-scale encounters are fantastic, at least when they cycle relatively quickly so people aren't waiting too long for their turn. Always intending such grand climaxes, I had used something I called Hive Initiative from the very start. Large numbers of the same units will share the same initiative. This can and will affect balance, so for units with strong abilities or crowd controls, I may not segregate them this way. I also keep mindful of how this can be abused with certain synergies like grapples or pack tactics or readied actions, so I avoid metagaming the unit placement and usually control the units in some arbitrary order. The idea is to be concise and get the turns back into the player's hands as fast as possible, not to add a major power spike to the NPCs. As always, moderation is key. Similarly, I don't use spell slots or anything like that for my units. I used to, but tracking stuff is a pain when you have 15 to 20 units to monitor in a session, if not a single fight. So I typically use charge by day and might group these up on more complicated units. Else, I just track their expenditures in my head. GM Notes helps here if there's the rare fight that lasts long enough to go between sessions. I don't scale every fight in accordance to the party at a given time, but in accordance to real-world threats and the party's potential strength. There are opponents and fights the party in any given game doesn't realistically stand a chance of winning against. I don't feel like every single fight should be winnable regardless of where you interact with it. Instead, I give ample cues and in-game resources to arm the party with the knowledge necessary to gauge the strength of a possible encounter and give hints in-game when they approach dangerous areas or characters. This knowledge can simultaneously give them ideas on how to address abstract problems, or otherwise help them flesh out their image of the game world and options available to them. I've met people who run games on either extreme of the spectrum in this regard. The aforementioned DM who thought auto-damage reflection with no saves or retaliation and no limits was neat, and another that said every single fight, regardless of what it is, should be winnable at any time by the party. Both of these people hated combat, and it isn't particularly shocking why once I learned more about their experiences and approach to it. Combat is the single most critical decision-making aspect of D&D. It's also an enormous opportunity for role-playing, and it puts the efforts and ambitions of the party and characters to the test. If people are not treating combat as the high point of role-playing, they're probably playing the game wrong. If they were ever playing it for role-playing to begin with, that is. I've seen both sides of the fence in this regard, too. My goal with bringing the Apex world into D&D was to make character-centric engagements, to build legacies and rivalries and general inter-character content. When initiative is rolled as triggering all of the tension, the hopes, and the fears of everyone involved, each fight should be distinct, even if it's very minor. For major fights, I often plan their encounter design months in advance, but this isn't necessary to make a fight distinct. The most dramatic of the fights in recent times was a fight the party in Abe Forest with the Dynex early into the game. Conventionally, the players in my groups are very skittish and will only fight if forced into one. They'll spend as much time sweet-talking big bads as possible, unless it's clear there isn't much to gain from it. They forced this particular fight, though, and it wasn't an easy one. The enemies were well-equipped and numerous, and the party put themselves into an extremely perilous position. They also were missing resources. Ultimately, they succeeded, thanks to our final boss rolling terribly during critical moments, but they nearly wiped and one of the party members was abducted and ambushed by a separate NPC elsewhere. During my early sessions, I learned that target swapping and multi-unit fights were an excellent medium to explore within D&D that simply wasn't touched on by official material. No official stat blocks really tried to make multi-unit engagements interesting, but it wasn't until the first segment of Albion, the first small adventure I ran sometime into my main campaign, that I put fledgling ideas to the test on a real expansion of fight mechanics. The Maria fight used a variety of avant-garde mechanics, such as the Pelez ballistas with turning speeds. But the second phase of the fight with Maria herself was the most pivotal design of my time in the medium since I started.
Here I introduced the projectile phase to the initiative, as well as physical objects, a recurring theme in my games to come. The idea is really as simple as it sounds. The projectile phase updates the travel of projectiles spawned by the boss or other elements. Physical objects are representations of objects in the game world that are usually either hand-waved or resolved immediately, like spell effects. The projectiles in Mario's phase, for example, could be attacked by players, and they could also collide with one another, each having distinct behaviors for doing so. As expected, the projectile phase had a lot of troubles with Roll20. Since you can't track what you have moved or not, the sheer volume of tokens to keep track of and their speeds made the projectile phase take a couple minutes to sort out when the numbers got high. As I don't like taking any more than a minute tops on NPC turns per round, I went back to the drawing board. Ultimately, I often came to update projectiles at the end of caster turns or on layer initiative instead, and spawned less but much larger and more dangerous projectiles. The system saw major returns throughout Albion, and physical objects became more and more common. The safety dance in Albion 2 sectioned off the party by a rotating firewall channeled by a fire elemental, which they could attack. Samisia in Albion 3 had turrets on rails that moved in turns so much distance per turn, and launched projectiles that traveled a set distance per phase. Schwa enjoyed being murdered by them. I went deeper into the rabbit hole with the Yellowveer fight in Autumn Wind, though many major fights used both projectiles and physical objects of various degrees. Auras, domains, and other things that would otherwise end up as arbitrary damage placed on top of the party on layer initiative were instead budgeted into physical representations of themselves. Anything that persists in the game world should be interactable by the players. That includes clouds, missiles, magical constructs, so on. How they might interact can be up for determination. Dispel magic and remove curse have been both given scaling power, had significant influence over some effects in the main campaign. As one of the primary antagonist factions is curses encapsulating light, and interacting with the curses has been a recurring theme. Such objects also allow me to introduce what MMOs traditionally refer to as soft enrage mechanics. A manner of scaling up the threat and intensity of the fights over time without just rolling bigger or more dice. Creeping environmental hazards, gradually intensifying projectiles, spawning structures, zoning effects, so on. Sometimes you get very funny fights, like the second edition of the Albion Safety Dance as encountered by the main SS party much later on, where they cleared the dance and the subsequent boss while taking not a single point of damage. You can't really overwhelm player perceptions in a turn-based environment so long as they're paying attention, and your assets make sense and are consistent. Furthermore, such entities allow us to explore different perceptions and offer the players a role-playing opportunity by disseminating the results of checks against them and against one another. Combat is the greatest role-playing opportunity of a D&D game, and every tool and interaction option to explore you make available is something that can further leverage that. Ultimately, with so many moving parts and new systems, my D&D projects are basically an agile development environment, and some degree of care must be exercised. I'm the DM. What I say goes, and how I rule things is how they are resolved. But I do my absolute best to avoid ever breaking conventions and consistency, which means my content must be suitable to run as is. However, I will often find myself reviewing my prepared stat blocks and content as we play, and making small adjustments to them, either for balancing purposes or for my own sanity. For example, I may decide not to apply certain buffs or debuffs I had written ahead of time because I didn't feel like tracking them. I do my best to update my content internally as I do this, and I only do so when the players haven't been exposed to that element yet. Thus, it's totally transparent and unbeknownst to them, but it does come up every so often. There's also the fact that I am extremely forgetful and I have poor reading comprehension. This is the worst possible combination. The more sophisticated my units and counters get, the greater the chance I don't read something I should and fuck something up.
This is why I wish I had a more elegant presentation for my stat blocks that still offered extremely fast iterative workloads. I'm not sure a solution exists. The problem is once I realize something's fucked up, I've fucked it up and it's been actuated as game law. I don't like walking back stuff, so I will often just write the fuck up into it and make it canon and just quietly go along with it. At least in the cases that I can. So, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the Ottoman project. I'm going to talk about some of the game systems, the rulings, and generally how I ran the project. I'm quite tired, and it's actually been almost an entire year since I started recording this project. Obviously, a lot has happened in that year, but I figured I might as well be reasonably thorough with it. This is stuff that obviously would have been covered in my actual developer production that evidently I can't put that on YouTube. So this particular area that we're going to mostly be talking about, I'll show a few different things. We're in Eel Ridge Church. Now, I basically found this was during a period where I couldn't make my own maps, and I had decided I didn't really want to. I wanted to get the game done as fast as possible, but Eel Ridge was a part of the game already been devised and already started building it. It wasn't until I was about halfway through editing all these maps, because I had to do a lot of work with these maps, that I learned that these maps were actually for a pre-built adventure called Curse of Strahd. I didn't notice at the time, but when I discovered that, I remembered, oh shit, one of my players is actually playing this. So I had to, that was Schwa, I had to contact her in private and ask her if she was okay with me using the maps based on this, because I didn't really want to spoil her other game, right? She said it was okay. Plus, I changed a lot. The orientation and stuff like that's all different. But this would only be the parts of the hurdle of implementing it, because there was a lot of, like, all the doors were baked in. There's a lot of spider webs and stuff like that that I removed. Obviously, today, this is some years after the game was run, you're going to see all this shit that's just scattered around the map, right? So a lot happened in this game all over the place. We're not really seeing like a base like this is I'm going to run this. No, this is after we've already run it. So there's just stuff from all the different encounters and stuff scattered all over, and it'll be a little bit of a mess, but we'll try to work through it. What I really wanted to talk about was not that stuff, but kind of like how I ran this. Because when I built this in, I went through the process of editing it. For example, if you're familiar with Curse of Strahd, the basement was the most heavily edited of all the maps. So I think in Curse of Strahd there's like a bunch of crypts or something in here. This got totally redone, and now I did this manually. This is all done with Clone Tool. All my adjustments to that were done with Clone Tool. Obviously I threw a couple objects into here in Roll20, and Roll20 is kind of really struggling here, and I have to find this tiny little scroll bar because we are in, this game is still in Jump Gate. And as you can see, you just got this giant waste of space on either. It looks like it's even larger than it used to be. It's like 3 times as big as it would have been before, I feel like. And it's just this huge empty waste of space. Like, what would ever compel you to do this? This is fucking crazy. There's no way to get rid of that? There's no way to get rid of that. Why would you ever put your game onto fucking... Why would you ever put your game onto Jump Gate? That alone is reason enough never to touch it. That's horrible. Why would you ever do that? Just have empty space there for no reason. Absolutely insane. It's not like, oh, you can configure an extra bit of space. Maybe you got a really small map. Maybe you want to put some stuff in that map and have it on the side so it's not cluttering a small map. You know, I can kind of understand that. But they don't use their own platform, so they didn't think ahead and maybe think, you know, maybe this gets really irritating with maps larger than 1000 by 1500 by 500. What if you got a map that's 2000 by 2000 or whatever? And it doesn't work that well at all. What if you got a map that's the standard size of a D&D map? So the whole fucking thing falls apart. But they never thought ahead. Anyways, these are very, very different. The thing is, though, is I didn't have an easy way to really separate the map from the locomotion and figure out, okay, so if we're going to go into a specific location, where does that actually go? So I use GM notes quite a lot, and what we're going to see here is I don't have an adventure book or a reference or anything like that, and I don't want to have to go outside the game. If I have to go outside of the game to figure out where they are on the map and where we go, it's going to be a problem. But the thing is, I'm a little stupid, so I can't really remember what goes where, and just sometimes just looking at this and jumping between the maps isn't really that good either, because if, for example, we don't get bumped right to where we were, if the location is different, you know, the maps are not all the same size, right? We've got a problem. So, yeah, even the zooming in and out isn't the same, right? So we had to name these different areas, right? So I always, even in very simple maps, I always try to label the transition points in GM notes so I know where they go, because I might have this stuff prepared literally years in advance in some cases, and it's nice to have at a glance so I don't have to go somewhere else or think about it. The less thinking I have to do, the better. You'll also see in this particular case I've got some hidden units here. So these hidden units are actually for the turn order list, right? So that we can have icons as opposed to just adding, you know, going into the turn order, and they made these icons so fucking tiny. You know, down here I got like these things. Well, now if I wanted to add something, add turn is now in the middle of the list instead of up here. Good grief. Oh, now it populated it after I added it. That's fucking brilliant. Right? Well, now we can see the little icon there. So tiny. Some of them don't scale very well. That's kind of an issue. But we have an icon there. Usually the color is enough to denote, right? So that's why I have these little guys here. I don't always do that, though. In recent times, I'm a little bit more lazy if it's not really necessary. It's not a very complicated fight. We just have the one hive initiative. Then I probably won't bother. So you can see here, I also meticulously labeled every single trap, right? And I put all their stats here and stuff like that. In some cases, if it's an object that's always on the map and it's really obvious what it is, I might put in the GM notes on the object itself, especially if it's something I'm going to duplicate a lot. But I put them on here, and for this I use these invisible pressure plate objects to show myself where they are. And there was one that was accidentally on token layer, so they could see it, and they still walked into it anyways because they didn't know that's what that was. But you gotta be careful about that stuff. Maybe you might reveal it if they roll a perception or something like that. Part of the problem is we had passive perception that was really high in this game. So both this game and Abe, my current game, I mean, actually almost all of my games except for Albion is the only one where we didn't have nuclear levels of passive perception. I'm talking like the game starts with people at 22, 24 passive perception. Because of the way that passive perception gets calculated from certain feats and stuff like that. And then, of course, you've got expertise on top of it. So in Abe, we've got, I think, 2 people that have plus 15 perception. And 1 person with true sight. Of course, that's from an inheritance, but it's still kind of crazy, right? Because then, you know, traps like this aren't going to get tripped very often. But I pay attention to what people are doing, where they're going. I don't just automatically give everything out if they're distracted. But they are going to notice a lot of the traps in this place. So these do not have a lot of passive perception enabled in them because they are more magical traps. And the way that the devices are built, you can't really notice them that easily anyways. But there are ones where it's just like the passive perception, kind of like you have the entire adventure where anything that would be picked up by passive perception is going to get picked up. But where I end up using it much more, because this area here is very distinct. Almost none of my games have traps in them. I almost never use traps, period. Eagle Ridge was special. So Eagle Ridge is super dense in that we have all these transition points that are labeled. And then we have the actual... Some of these get adjusted. Some of the numbers get adjusted. There was a key system I devised for this area based on the cauldrons and some other stuff that you unlock the doors and the secret's kind of like a Doom level. But what I end up using passive perception for a lot outside of traps, since we don't have those very often, is going to be stealth checks, for one. There's a lot of cloaking and invisibility. That's still something you can pick up if you hear it, right? But stuff that happens outside the map, especially. Like if you've got gunfire, cannon fire, machinery. In this map here, it could be stuff that's outside. It could be things moving around on another floor. That's the stuff that's going to be doing hidden checks. They may not even be necessarily stealth checks. They may just be resolutions. Like, how much noise is this making? Just roll a d20. You know, it's all about speed, right? Just roll a d20. How careful is this dude being? Maybe it'll be a series of resolutions. Is he being careful? Then we might actually roll a full-on stealth check and do some comparisons with that. Otherwise, whatever, right? So, with this map here, we're going to definitely have some confetti hidden out of the... out of shit here from roller skates. These traps are fairly composite in that they don't usually always resolve in just 1 or 2 turns. They'll usually activate combat and put it on time sensitive. So this one here spawns spiders, and it opens a portcullis here that would spawn shit. And it spawns, there's collision here if something is on the way. There's a deck save. If they fail it, they'll get hit, take damage, and be shoved in either direction, depending where they are. I don't move the asset. If they do make the deck save, then I'll ask them, you know, you can react. Which direction do you want to move in or out? Right? So this has fucked them over. They did have some complications in another trap that isolated them, and someone got abducted by a closet. Actually, 2 people got abducted by a closet in that fight. And that one was pretty dangerous for them. But this party was so strong that none of the fights that spawned from these traps were remotely dangerous to them. So if the west door is open during combat, we activate the swords. That never happened in this. Swords never got activated. This area, I predicted when he came into here it might take 3 or 4 sessions. It took us 14. And that is because of the crank puzzle that I based loosely on the crank puzzle from Gods, which is a really, really, really shitty Mega Drive game. Okay, shitty Mega Drive game is definitely a double negative there. But so this is very common. So this map here, if you look at it very carefully, especially as we're loading, you see the seam here. Due to the maximum file size limit on Roll20, I couldn't upload this all as one piece without compressing it to the point it was horrendous. So I cut it up into 4 pieces. They do not snap to any kind of grid whatsoever. I'm not an artist. I don't know how to do that kind of stuff. I don't know how to cut it along a grid. And a lot of the times when I tried to do grid cutting in Creta or in Photoshop, it did not work. So I had to manually move this pixel by pixel by pixel. And one of the very few things that Roll20 did that is good is they added the ability to lock objects in the map layer. This came a long time after this was run, but lock placement, is it? Everything is just, they totally change all the menus between the versions. They didn't even try to make them consistent at all. Going between them is just jarring. Yeah, that didn't exist for a long time. So if you ever accidentally click on stuff in Roll20, it has a habit of bumping it and trying to snap it. with all the doors and most of the objects and the maps, they're not on the grid. And that will cause them to go flying. Sometimes it'll just bump them across the grid and they'll go flying even if they're snapped to it. So that has happened on this map with the sections, and they are very, very meticulously aligned. Pixel by pixel, by hand with a mouse. And it sometimes take upwards of 10 minutes to get a quadrant of 4 pieces to properly line up. So I've had to do that at least 3 times, maybe 4 times, just with this floor alone. Some of the traps in here, like when I write down this stuff, since it is just all completely free form when I'm writing it, there's no real anything besides my gut feeling of how well it's going to be balanced. When I'm actually playing the game, I decided to remove some of the traps because they had activated everything in such a way where they didn't, like, it was intended you were going to have an amount of traps you run into, an amount of encounters and other dangers you run into for however long you spend looking for the keys, and that was going to be somewhat consistent. But they managed to navigate it in such a way where they actually managed to walk past some of the pressure plates without ever noticing or tripping them. And otherwise just navigated in a way where they avoided the others. They activated all the keys and stuff like that. And some traps only activate when they've got the key. And then they had the entire fucking place active without having really done that much. So these got cut. In particular, these guys here. So if you go through here at a certain point, it'll activate the encounter. These are supposed to have pressure plates that also spawn fire, and you can destroy the statues or whatever. They got to do a really bad encounter activating it from the other map, the one above this one, where they, I think that's this. Jesus, it's so slow. Yeah, and they activated the Bloody Redder from here, and they teleported onto a chandelier, came down here, fought the dudes in here, activated the Bloody Redder, which was a pretty big encounter. It would be like a CR 2025 easy in terms of raw stats. And the rest of them chose to come down here, so normally at that point these fire traps would have been active and they would have trapped those members of the party in here, and they would have taken a lot of damage and or been forced to go through things depending on which way they went. This one's fire. This one actually spawns Templar, it looks like. And then they have 2 pretty strong opponents here. This one's assets fucked up, but I guess we can't click on them to see his stats. They killed a bunch of these guys pretty easily, but in the kind of encounter they were in, you know, given dice, these guys could, especially the party members that were coming down were not the giga tanky ones. The ones that were super tanky were the ones that were already in the room. So, and these guys spawning on top of them and other stuff like that, or fire if I ruled it that way. Yeah, this trap in here was active. This is one spawns a lot of these guys, but they didn't end up going in there in the encounter. That is when they could have activated the encounter. That's definitely a TBK situation. So there isn't like, I don't have like an Excel sheet like these academic dungeons and academic game designers do. I just lay things out based on what I feel like is relatively well balanced, which means that the players really want to spread out. They activated this boss in a really silly way. If they really want to spread out and go all over the place and attract a lot of trouble doing that, and if they want to be really dangerous and reckless, then I'm certainly willing to award them with that. But there are some cases where I try to, if I think things are going to be kind of like, the fairness is kind of really like a gut feeling, and I've got a really strong idea of what makes things fair in a real-time game. When it comes to something like D&D, I've often undershot it quite a lot, and there's been a lot of things they've done that have been so reckless, it's like no matter how much I undershot it, they have to fucking die. Autumn Wind had a lot of moments like that. If you haven't watched the summary video, I really recommend it, because this game has a lot of moments of that in there. They really tested their limits in this. There was a lot of cases that I was like, yeah, we're gonna kill them. This is gonna be it. And that's just because of what they did in many cases. But no, they got through dice, lol, and the fact that the party was just so strong. But we can see here that over here in this particular area, I even wrote out
a full progression of the entire church, because there's just a lot to remember, right? So you go to Nether's study and acquire the clockwork. This is the order of operations to do it. So you get the clockwork key, go to an old room, get the elegant key, go to refurbishing, get the rosewood key. I don't even know what these rooms are at this point. I think I labeled them, and I think that has to do with these, because this is like depths tower, right? Because this goes down to the depths, so it's a tower from the depths tower, right? And down here is depths dungeon, is what I believe, and this might have been depths guard or something like that, maybe. Right, battle tower or something. I don't know. There was reasons for all those, just that they were unique enough, right? So that you could look at them in a glance and be like, they went up RBT. Flip to the map, go to their RBT, that's where they're at. That's all you really need to pay attention to, right? Go to cellar, get granite key. Every single time this activates, we've got these notes next to those things that's like, hey, you know, during certain keys or whatever, this is what we do. And, you know, like this one here is for the granite key. I think this is one that was cut, actually. And then, see, even finding this, like, just because these scroll bars are so tiny, like, this is so much worse than it was when I played. Like, this map is fucking enormous, and just look at all this dead space they've added. And their response to me was, we're not removing this feature. I said, make it an option or something you can configure. There was no response. You cannot convince me anybody in Roll20 actually uses a service that actually looked at this and was like, wowee. In all likelihood, they just consulted ChatGPT and was like, what features do we add to this platform? That was it. That was all that's the limit anybody's attention span goes to. Not every spider web was removed. I tried to remove most of them and try to do a lot of stuff, but I removed most of them. Some of them I didn't. And people noticed in places where I did not remove them, because they're going to be for spawn points for actual spiders. So I'm one of those people that feels that everything being covered in cobwebs just because it's abandoned does not seem to account for a lot of things. Like, there's a lot of movies and games and stuff like that where you've got spider webs in places that are completely fucking sealed off from the outside world. The spiders cannot live here. It's just like, you gotta think about their habitat and what they're eating, and so all these areas just filled with arbitrary spider webs. Nope, I'm gonna remove them. I'll remove them every single time, or I won't use the map, because they have to make sense, right? I'd rather them be a part of the game and something I added, and you know. We got another problem where some of these lines and text are sometimes not in GM layer, because it can be kind of hard to tell, and every now and then they see a little red line, right? So it's yeah, pretty important. You can see a lot of the cloning tool stuff in these areas, right? It was just impossible to make look good. This is actually something where AI would probably actually work pretty well, and maybe there is even an AI pipeline in Krita or Photoshop nowadays that can even handle this better than the way I do it, because the way I do it's very, 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 very time consuming. So, nope, we just let them go through here. I've got all my notes. Preparation is critical to being able to navigate through this very, very, very quickly. You need to have preparation for this. This is where a lot of time goes into. First, to edit the maps, and that took, I think, around 2 weeks or something for the whole set of them, if I'm not mistaken. Removing doors, fixing some of the lighting, removing spider webs. There wasn't really too many baked in objects. I left most of them. I think there might have been 1 or 2 I removed, I'm not sure. And then redoing some of the layout, especially for the bottom area, but a bunch of them were redone. The biggest issue with this particular map set is there was no battlements, and they actually ended up going around the map in the battlements, but there was no map for them, so I could not give. There would have been an encounter there, but I could not give them an encounter because there was no map for it. So how are you possibly, like, I would have to scribble it out, and I just was not going to do that.
We did have a lot of three-dimensional stuff. They were shooting this ballista at things offside the map, it aggroed stuff up. Here's the crank puzzle that drove them fucking insane. These cranks pump up here. They do absolutely nothing. Do nothing but produce loud clicks. They knew something was inside of here. They could sense it. But you had to put alcohol inside of this, and that was inside of all these bottles. And that opens the other one that actually opens the staircase. There's a lot of stuff in that summary video about this. I really recommend you watch that. There's a reason why I don't put puzzles in my game, and it's not just because I don't like them. It's because it is really easy, even for simple puzzles, to either get misunderstood or something to get missed or not to be conveyed right without it being just in your face. And that's one of the reasons why this took 14 sessions. So it was very funny, but definitely some cringe could have been avoided if I just didn't have any puzzles. But I mean, it was a change of pace. I think I actually really liked it. I really liked the Eagle Ridge Church. I think it was very memorable. I think I managed to get a good mood with it. Even though we were using third-party maps and everything for it, it turned out pretty well. At one point, we didn't know where we were. They didn't know where they were. When they're going up and down the towers a lot, because they transition maps a lot. There was a lot of going up and down. And I wrote them out a map here to tell them where they were. Now, part of the problem with that is we have a bunch of small maps at the apex, and I didn't want to have a different map because going into here, I was using the VTT enhancement suite, which gave me a nice list with subdivisions to show me where all the maps were. So we did not use this ugly as fuck grid that we can't change because, like I said, Roll20 doesn't use their own platform. Why would they try to improve something? I don't know. They did give us folders, but they're very buggy. They're very laggy, and they don't improve the core problem that I can't see everything at a glance. We need to have a details listing. It needs to be just like in Windows. No excuses. No, what about? Nope, just do it right. There's a reason why everybody and their mom used VTT Enhancement Suite until it broke. That's the way you do it. Just steal their idea. No one's gonna complain. Just steal their idea. Do it the way they do it. Just copy their fucking CSS or whatever they're doing. Just do it. Just fucking do it. Don't just wring your hands and, oh, it takes so much energy. No, just fucking do it. Lazy pieces of shit. So this is a map where we have 3, because 3. I actually don't think. Yeah, I think they're all. Yeah, they are all one map. I don't know if I assembled them like this or if they were always like this. I might have assembled them. I'm not sure. But this got really confusing because there is actually 3 levels. There's actually a higher level up here. There is the Bagel of the Heavens, the Poppy Seed Bagel. There's a Crane Fly. And we would get confused because we'd only have the one map transition that's actually for 3 levels. So there was some confusion because some of the areas look pretty samey. So if I had built a map like this, I probably would have done more distinct lighting and stuff in a lot of places. I've seen a few different iterations of this castle since I guess it's a pretty popular adventure throughout my time, and a lot of other ones did do a lot more distinct lighting, but this was definitely the most visually appealing out of all of them and the highest quality. It's just all the doors were baked in, and that was just unbelievably insane. And we didn't have an external battlements map, so that was just crazy shit. And yeah, I wanted to give you a glance at this, right? So I've got a lot of stuff hidden in GM layer. There's a lot of potential encounters. They don't always sit in GM layer. Sometimes I just copy them out of some other map, depending if there's something that moves off screen or not. But generally I just keep at least one of every possible unit stashed away on the map, and I just copy paste them as needed. So if I get the bug where it starts bumping me to the bottom left when I start copy pasting, I will actually start physically screaming in real life, because it is something that should never fucking happen, which is why it happens so fucking often. And Yeah, I wanted to give a glimpse of that because I don't think I showed. Yeah, I have all the loot and everything in here too. If there's any perception checks for stuff, I put them in here. As you can see, some of these rooms in here, I maybe don't want to list every single book you could possibly get out of a library or a room like this inside the journal because it takes so long and Roll20 is so slow and players cannot search the journal. Only the GM can. That is actually insane. That is actually crazy. The players cannot search the journal, and this is not a very big game journal, but it's still a lot to go through. There's not that much in the way of documents for what it turned in, 78, 76 session game. There's not really a lot in here, but if I want to find some specific item, I've still got to scroll through the list. But if I know the name of it, why can't I just search it? As a GM, that's what I do. There's a sword. A Zarkotl sword. Zarkotl. Who is he again? Just search him up. Real simple. Like, players can't do that. They don't have this. Which is just crazy. What is this? They don't know. Yeah, they have a tag system. That tag system didn't really work for me, but to be fair with you, I haven't really used it since I started. We did not use this. I wanted to use this, but I couldn't really figure out what to use it for. I don't know anything about the original adventure, and I wasn't going to reference it. So I don't really know what this does, but... So this was a big one. This is actually a very, very big one. So Atropos... I don't know if this... Yeah, this is the OG. Oh, we get to show you the OG. So this is the Atropos map before we ran the game. So I backed it up. So I think I could reference it, actually. So this is another map that I believe was sectioned into multiple pieces. Yes, there is 4 pieces. Here's our intersection right here. So Atropos was one of the largest encounters and most complex encounters I had, even though it's pretty simple. It takes the key thing and it allows each player to open each other's doors. They're all isolated from each other. So this is just one big initiative, lots of hive initiative, and I'm not going to go through how the whole thing works because I explained it in the summary video, so you can watch it there and it shows it much more clearly. But each player, everybody will roll for initiative, everybody gets their turn, and the NPCs cycle their turn, and they're ultimately there to destroy the crystals, the JO crystals, which will destroy their light-colored doors. And then eventually they work their way up to where Sue Euris is. She also has an initiative and she does stuff on her turn. Here's all of her stuff sorted out for when we fight her. There's Heracles, and Heracles, of course, will have a big stat block. But as you can see, Heracles, remember, he grows, right? He has a growth. So what do we get his native size is his maximum growth. I put it on the GM notes for the token. Very simple. So these actually would have had their stats on her, on Atropos, instead of on these. These are all contained in files. And so yeah, I apparently did save this. So that's a little glance here. You can see I have some extras, right? So these party members, as I explained in the summary video, is their power level it's wildly different from each other. So the cat can move like 8 miles a second. Shala could probably tank every single thing in the map for quite a while. And Barrelhead is he's very, very, very multi-purpose, very, very flexible. Diedrich is a lot less mobile, but still pretty hard to kill and pretty tanky. I don't know if Schwa was applying her damage reduction that she got with her inheritance upgrade or not, but regardless, Diedrich was mostly limited by his speed. Meanwhile, Raphael is super long range and has spells and is also really strong. And it turns out, because he has piercing damage reduction, a lot of the enemies I put in front of him are actually harmless. So I did end up actually spawning a few extra creatures throughout the fight to kind of, because HKS just ran out of creatures to kill. He was just standing around. I was like, well, I may as well give him stuff to kill. Plus, it gave him stacks for one of his items that he had, so didn't really feel too bad about throwing a few extra things at him. And as the doors go down, they form into pairs, and then they finally unite, and right, there's a few extra units that we spawn throughout here, so it's one of those times where it's like I have to flex, right? I have to flex. So, little window into the preparation that we apparently saved for this. It's actually really quite fantastic. I forgot I had that, so I'm glad to have been able to show it. It's hard for me to really like think back what else is really worth showing in this game, but I did tell you I would talk about some of the stat blocks, so I'm going to do that before we sign off and move on to the next subject. So a lot of these stat blocks are of course contained in text files, but there's a few of them I keep in here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Night Dwellers. Night Dwellers are very, very iconic. And you even have them in Apex X. Of course, we have the Void Hound. That was the Night Dweller Type 1. So, the Night Dweller was one of the initial creatures I designed for the game. And the main thing I really wanted out of Autumn Winds was night is supposed to be scary. So, travel time, especially for the first part of the game, is supposed to be something you really take into account. And that's mainly to avoid nighttime, so that when we hit the Age of Damarong, which is always night, it's really, really scary because, for one, I was originally planning to enforce cold weather, which would have been very hard to track and probably overly fatal. But I did keep it tracked to it to some extent. The problem is that we enter the murky territory of like prestidigitation and like how much heat these spells offer, and people fucking pressure blasting their clothes dry and other stuff like that, and the whole consistency thing meant I didn't really put a lid on that right away, especially in the main campaign where we were doing stuff like that, and it would feel kind of bad to turn around and say, okay, you can't do this anymore now that it's actually something you need to survive. So it didn't really get enforced as much. And there was also a lot of question of like, how much does upkeep actually contribute to the game? So one of the things that I started D&D with, and that I keep track of, or at least tell my players to keep track of, and I keep track of too to an extent, especially when they're dealing with stuff that don't go in their inventory, is inventory burden and weight tolerance. This is apparently something D&D games don't normally do. Now, weight tolerance is something you should have to keep track of. It makes sense. And there are creatures in my game that will latch onto the players and add weight to them. There's small, like, cat or dog-sized things that they'll grab onto you, and they add like 20, 30, 40, 50 weight onto you. So, you know, like a big, strong character, you know, like Barrelhead or the cat or Shala, they won't really care that much if a couple of these guys get a hold of them, but, you know, a waif like Della or Raphael or, you know, Samson or whatever, you know, a lot of the NPCs, if they get these things latched onto them, it can quickly immobilize them. So it isn't just about picking up and lifting items. Weight tolerance is a big thing. But then we got into cold weather, which I don't know if... Oh, here we are. So frostbite was basically just exhaustion. If you sleep while you have frostbite, you get fucked. Frostbite inflicts cold vulnerability. This in itself was okay. I feel like that rule set's fine, but we had to kind of establish a mechanical consistency of what exactly applies frostbite. How long do you have to be out to apply frostbite? Now, I could just Google this up, but we're also asking the players to travel like 5 to 6 to 7, 8 hours at a time between maps. And then we enter the point where it's like they have spells like Create Bonfire or Prestidigitation or Thaumaturgy or whatever that can generate or manipulate flames or whatever. And we can just say, oh, I just keep generating heat as I walk along. I have a stone in my coat and I just make it warm. Right? And I didn't really think about that when I initially wrote this out, because I've spent more time DMing than playing by an absolutely incomparable margin at this point. This isn't something I've really done, but initially when I devised the game, I wanted there to be more tracking with food and water, tracking of the frostbite, you know, and stuff like that. Because night wasn't just about spawning the night dwellers, it's about dealing with the extreme cold. Extreme cold. To the point that when we go to Jotunheimer, we have, I forget which one it was called. It'll be in here, Alfwenir, something like that, I think. Jotunheimer, there it is. It's just under Jotunheimer. And it was basically like, if you are beyond divine protection for even just a couple minutes without having proper heat protection, you just get fucking destroyed. And when you actually enter Alfwenir, which is right there, if you are in the dark, you just get destroyed by abyssal horrors, pretty much. And this was supposed to be the thing that really makes them think about crossing the frozen chains and shit that can freeze you on contact and the other stuff. This area was supposed to be the most dangerous place of the game by far, the most dangerous non-combat thing that by far. And Raphael just conjures crane flies that just ferry them across the map, and they don't have to worry about that because they're always going to be in the light. So that got swept aside. But when it came into the actual game and actually playing the game, before we even started hitting the point where we really started trying to enforce a lot of frostbite and stuff like that, is I was asking myself the question of, when we were doing the travel and stuff like that, is how much does tracking and dealing with upkeep of this sort of extra nature, how much does this actually make the game more fun? Well, I think Autumn Wind would have benefited a lot from tracking drinkable water and some other stuff like that. I think that taking existing D&D rules, which in 5th edition, they're written really fucking stupidly, because if I forget what it was specifically, but it was something like the amount of water that it expects you to drink is absolutely fucking nuts. And it was just extremely unrealistic, but you could just make your own rules, right? And just like base them on that. The measurements would be different, but the theme would be the same. You need to drink however much water a day, or every 2 days, right? But all the water in this game world was like poisoned or cursed or had nasty shit guarding it. So that was supposed to be like part of your survival is to actually deal with this. And that could have been very interesting. That could have added a lot of pressure. But like I said, when it came to the frostbite and stuff like that, and traveling large portions of the map, which aren't even spent in a combat map at all, it's just something that, you know, we travel, is there an encounter roll, whatever. And then we had to deal with his upkeep that might just lead to them just saying they do this or that, and it kind of just becomes sort of tedious and doesn't really have like the effect, like the intensity you want, because it's not really something you really interact with a lot. With the water, the interaction would come from the actual harvesting, rationing of water and stuff like that. With the frostbite and similar things like that, it's a lot less interactive, but it's not like frostbite disappeared from the game. I still enforced it. When the characters got wet and stuff like that, you know, I'd tell them, you are going to get frostbite if you stay wet. But again, we didn't really roll down fucking shit like we should have with this, with the prestidigitation and other things like that, where they can just dry themselves off with it, and it kind of like hand waves it. It doesn't really feel like a threat anymore, right? So this is definitely something like, if you're going to do this, you really have to be considering carefully the balance of, does this give the player something that's exciting to interact with and gives them more excuses to roleplay, or does it just kind of create attacks that at the very best is just something you hand wave, at the very worst becomes something really, really annoying and tedious, and something that kind of just lingers in the background. Like one of the one-shots that I played when I started had this oxygen mechanic in it that was not really expressed to us by the GM really that much at all. Like, you were unlimited air, and then it just got sprung on us after we killed a boss. That was the one with the infinite damage reflect. It was like, you do damage to this boss. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna burn Action Surge and do more damage. Okay. By the way, every single attack now does a arbitrary amount of damage to you with no attack roll or save involved. I was a character with very, very high AC, and the AC basically didn't contribute to anything in the entire game at all, because everything just fucking ignored it. And then the oxygen just killed us afterwards. So it was, yeah, it was a pretty lame experience altogether. Like, it's definitely something that I think execution really has to be performed very carefully when you do stuff, especially when it's that dangerous, right? Just really, when I think about like what lethality and like should look in the game, I think it's a little less about this. This is something we use to set the mood, but it's something more that you can interact with. So initially, when the game started, I had no idea how strong the party was actually going to be. Of course, I looked at their character sheets and I understood what they were doing and what items they had, and you know, I'd do like a whole casting routine where I go through a forward and talk about all their characters and background and stuff, and kind of give my theory craft about how the party might be. And I look at this party and I say, this party's going to be pretty fucking tanky. So we started throwing some pretty high rolls and some pretty high modifiers right off the bat, as well as some crowd control, because party also has a lot of crowd control. I do not use stuns or paralysis terribly often in my games, although Autumn Wind did have a number of paralysis effects in it. A lot of them were tied to poison, so they could be protected against using anti-poison and certain healing abilities or items, especially if the party prepared ahead of time to deal them. One of the things that I try to have in my game world is some way to gather information and prepare yourself for certain encounters based on things. So with Jotunheimer and Alfwenir and stuff like that, with these very lethal areas, they weren't just suddenly flung into it, right? Like, they were spawned there, and they were usually spawned in an area that is safe. Like, when they come into Jotunheimer, they already have light and stuff with them, right? Like, don't throw them in there and just say, by the way, you're about to die in 2 seconds. With Alfwenir, they willfully go in there. It's an optional place, and they're told it's insanely dangerous to go in there, right? So they have means to deal with it, though. But I more like what we have with these guys here. The Night Dwellers are literally demons that exist in darkness. And as a result, we have this little gimmick where they can destroy certain fire that's significantly smaller or weaker than them, but sufficient fire or light prevents them from dealing whatever. They can also absorb fire elementals and stuff like that. So it didn't happen in the game, but it is hypothetical that they could have, for example, encountered the fire golems instead of Edelridge that spawned in the cellar and or the depths, and there could have been an interaction with that. But they do. The town is surrounded in braziers and stuff like that, and when they talk to the townsfolk, they talk about there's things out there in the darkness. And it took the party a very, very long time to realize that only light emitting weapons deal damage to them, even though I think it was told to them once or twice, but it didn't like quite click that one of the players went out on their own at night and almost died to one of these. That was Shala. Shala almost died to one. She ended up having to disengage, but actually her disengage damage dealt damage to this, and I think killed it. Because they don't really have that much health. She hit it with a couple spells, if I'm not mistaken, and then maybe the Thunderclap or whatever it was did damage and killed it. Which, I don't know if it actually emits light, so there could have been some rulings that were off, but suffice to say, these guys are pretty dangerous. And they have very high modifiers because the party is very tanky. And they're early on going to be individual encounters. So obviously the Night Drinker is a big step up from that. And these guys remained dangerous all throughout the game, and that's because they're beefy, and they have these guys have a different ruling for how they handle in darkness. These guys are not forced out by small lights. In fact, they can walk around in like dim light and stuff like that. So I didn't like rule this or write this out rather in a more sensible manner to make that distinction. But for example, the wall of light that the Crimson Collector of Crimson Flower spawns, these guys can't walk through that, but they weren't dispelled by daylight. The spell. It does, however, stop them from teleporting and stuff like that. So, yeah. These guys remain pretty dangerous all throughout the game. And they just have good dice, good rolls. More importantly, they have, this has a legendary action, but this is also something I handle very variably. Legendary actions for creatures like, I don't think I ever use legendaries for these guys in the entire game. Maybe in the church, I'm not sure. But I don't think so. They, anything that has legendary actions like this, if we have 2 of them in one fight, for example, I may never use even one legendary action. Legendary actions for me are something I treat kind of variable. Legendary actions are like an extra layer of RNG that definitely verges into the unfair territory, because we hit the point where you don't know when they're going to make an action. And you can metagame that as a GM really hard, which means if you don't want to be metagaming that, like, oh, I want to get an attack on this guy before he gets a chance to heal or whatever, if you don't want to enter that kind of murky territory, then you won't use it, or you'll end up loading a lot of the budget into their actual turn instead. What I did, and I improvised this on the spot, but I turned it into an actual mechanic, which may or may not be in this game. I guess I never wrote it in this game, but I call it broad form initiative. So what broad form initiative is, in fact, we're even going to see it in the... What is the turn order? This is it. So we're going to see it in here. So in this turn order, we have Ryubi Orzo Yishi Dono at 15. We have him again at 10, and we have him again at 5. So broad form initiative is 1 unit has multiple turns, and that takes the place of legendary actions. This is your way of predicting when it's going to get in turn. Furthermore, Ryubi, for example, he was not originally written for this, and the fact I ended up improvising this on the spot actually nerfed this fight quite a lot. So he was supposed to have way more attacks and actions, especially ones that happened in legendaries, but those got lumped up into these. They got turned into a separation between body, attack, and ability or something like that. Like, I just kind of bullshitted it on the spot, where each initiative handles something differently. Now again, this was my very first time doing this, and I just improvised it on the spot because I didn't like legendary actions, and I didn't want to base our huge final fight on what felt like to me something that it was just a little annoying to balance around, especially when we're talking about something that can deal like upwards of 100 plus damage in action. So he got split up like that, and then I more or less wrote it out into actual canon. So we haven't really used it. I'm not sure if we've used it since then. Maybe once. Maybe in the main campaign, I'm not sure. But I've written it out. There are units in Abe that are already written out to use this. And basically any major single target fight. For a multi-unit fight, like say we had a whole bunch of these guys, we just won't use any legendary actions. If I have like 3 or 4 of these guys, because they're so powerful up front, I may not give them hive initiative. I may just put them all in their individual initiative anyways. Again, to prevent one turn from being super bursty. That's why Ryubi has 3 turns and not just one big turn, because if he does like 20 things in one turn, I mean, just any given one of his actions is multi-component and affects a huge area. But if he does like, oh, a million things, it's kind of a lot for the, you know, especially in terms of time to resolve all at once. So it's better just to split it up a little bit. But if we have multiple units like this was obviously a huge initiative that I just showed you. This was the final fight, and there was any given one of these units here, Atlas and Shinigami and Choku, and all these were allied NPCs the party had collected. The Candle Keeper, I mean, even Vincent and Jiu.
They have more sophisticated stat blocks than pretty much anything you're going to find in the DMG. Jiu's is pretty simple, but she does pretty important stuff. But all the yokai, even though I simplified them a lot to be used for party members, they still do a lot of different things. So being able to iterate the turns very quickly is very, very, very important. Because we want to spend as little time outside of a player's turn as possible. It's fine if a player takes a while. Sometimes Thoraxel really likes to delegate, but we design our stat blocks. They're large and sophisticated, but you can resolve them very quickly. So, for example, if I have NPCs that are nowhere going to be fighting other NPCs, I tend to not put saves on them, because that means I have to go between two stat blocks to resolve a save, right? I have to figure out what their save is, and if they have any special interactions against whatever, then that's just time that players are waiting for me to resolve something when I could just resolve it in one roll. So any of these NPCs, like the yokai here that ended up on the player's team for whatever reason, if that was something that was going to stay in the game, not just like one encounter, I will actually go and make a separate stat block for them and rewrite it and turn a lot of, as long as it's not something that turns into like a major foreseeable balance issue, I will turn a lot of saves into attacks, and it's just so much faster, right? Because I want to make an attack, I can just check their AC on the actual unit here. Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about those particular things overall. There's honestly, you could be here for hours and hours and hours and hours. This is already a really long video. So when it comes to other subjects in terms of like how their games are run or specific subjects within the games, it's certainly something I may just return to in a future recording and elaborate a little bit more individually if something comes up I feel like is worth discussing to that extent, right?
So now I'm going to talk to you about some of the progression mechanisms we have within some of my games, the evolution of them, some of the mindsets behind them, so on. When I first started making D&D stuff, I had been introduced to Pathfinder. I've never actually played Pathfinder, but I had been introduced to it. I watched a few games of it from Christemo, Serial, and co. And I never really understood the intimacy of what was going on, but what really struck me with that particular platform was the amount of customization and decisions and general character building you had in it over 5th edition. 5th edition removed quite a lot from that era. Now, some of the things it did, like changing some of the skills, kind of made sense. There was just extra skills in Pathfinder, like the different knowledge domains that in many cases just didn't really seem like they even got looked at, much less made a difference. But there was a lot of changes, of course, to the combat system, the character progression, simplification of the races, and feats, and so on. Then there was also things like mythic levels, right? Whereas, now, Pathfinder's balance was never really that great, evidently. I got to see a lot of extremely broken shit during the few games that I spectated and casted. But there was a substantial more amount of that within 5th edition. 5th edition became more and more unbalanced, and they kind of just gave up with the game after like level 3, level 4. But I really like the idea of having endgame progression and endgame power levels, and as I entered making this project, came up with the idea of legendary inheritance, but the inheritance also had to do with the revelations from the main campaign. So the main way I approached progression within the project was quite by the book initially. We had an experience amount per session. But experience just wasn't really interesting. It wasn't exciting. Normally D&D awards an amount of experience per kill, so you just kill everything. Hence the archetypical murder hobo. So the games that I had played, they gave a fixed amount of experience per session. Which, okay, but then you go on for a couple years, the experience curve in 5th edition is absolutely fucked if you've ever looked at it. It just doesn't make any sense at all, because it's not even a linear curve. It's really weird. Some levels just jump enormously and others really aren't that much. Now, I was doing a fixed amount of experience per session, but then we were leveling too quickly. And I got to the point where I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to break down how much experience we're getting and how many sessions it's gonna take. But the power levels are still gonna be out of whack because like 9 out of 10 sessions are basically just talking or looking around and talking. There's not really that much combat. I like combat, my players like combat, but we don't actually have that much combat in a game day typically. Sometimes we have something more traditional where you have a bunch of small fights in one game day, but a lot of cases it really comes down to 1, 2, maybe 3 major fights a day, and that's kind of really about it. And there can be 4, 5, 6 sessions between each fight of just people talking and stuff going on. So it's very RP heavy. So that's where the whole experience by session came from, because you don't feel like you're being punished, right? But the problem with that, of course, is that when you have predominantly talking, how do you even justify players getting stronger and yada yada yada? So I just do milestone. I've seen people say they don't like milestone, other people swear by it, whatever. I don't give 2 fucks about how other people run their games. I do milestone, that's the way that works out. SS transitioned from experience to milestone around like level 11, level 12, and I've just stuck with it ever since. Now, with Autumn Winds, the project I've been showing the most here, I had pretty fixed areas and fixed goals of where our milestone levels would occur. Within the current campaign, Ashes Became Embers, or within, the Starsworn main campaign, I don't really have fixed goals for that. It's more like what feels like a good thing based on what has happened up to that point. Now, as we get to the higher levels, I always feel like a substantial amount of time should take place between levels. We should be able to explore those levels and really feel them out in their limitations before we advance forward. But that isn't necessarily very exciting for a player. A player likes to continue to feel like they're becoming stronger, that they're being enabled to gain more customization, that they're getting more things to explore. So that was always just an aside to the understanding I need to make alternative progression mechanisms. Now, there's a few different alternative progression mechanisms. Some of them I have shown. For example, one of the side arcs they did within this gave them the ability to gain 1 benefit of the following in 1-time ASI. And you can exceed 20, so you could go to 22 if you wanted to. Increases the secondary resource, Bardic Dice, Superior Dice by 2. Or gain a save proficiency. So depending on the character, some of these are evidently more powerful than others. Most people, if not everybody, I think actually took the save proficiency, because that party, although it was very tanky, they did have some weaknesses in some of the save proficiencies that they wanted to shore up. So that was a one-shot thing. The main campaign also has a few of those. And Ashes Became Embers actually has quite a few different progression mechanisms that are all kind of character specific. They're based on things that happen to them, things they're exposed to, and so on. Evidently, I can't really talk about those because that's an ongoing game. With the main campaign, I had something called Revelations. A revelation was a defining characteristic, and when I had our initial sessions, our initial test sessions for the characters, I built their revelations based on what I felt defined the characters and how they role-played with them and kind of their goals and then how they played. A revelation can contain multiple features, and it is something that levels up independently of experience. I keep hearing a strange sound. Such as apartment life. For example, Thyroxel's character Azaz has a revelation that technically allows communication to Jean Taruk, and she's never used it once in the entire game. It allows basically reading memories of the past, of things that have happened in a location. Sometimes they come with very basic benefits. As they have progressed, Azaz, being a bard, has had a lot of features that have gained additional manipulation of bardic dice. Now, I treat a fine line with stuff like this because we end up in what can be tracking hell, but it's basically like if you roll a maximum result on a bardic dice, or if somebody who gave a bardic dice rolls a maximum result, you get a free bardic dice. Crit restoration of resources through crits is a common one I added because we do tend to have some longer encounters as we go up in the levels, and secondary resources can be spent very, very quickly, and you always feel like you have to hoard them. So, as typically within as Revelations level, we will start seeing some things that give you a resource based on a critical hit. So, in Abe right now, at least I think Shamira the monk gains a monk dice when she lands a critical hit, maybe with an unarmed attack or something like that. And so that makes Flurry a bit more valuable, right? The unarmed attacks are typically going to do a lot less damage than a weapon, even though I think they buffed monk dice in the 2024 rules, which we pick and choose what we want to take out of it, because a lot of it is not really that good. And yeah, so I'm going to show you all the ones in Autumn Wind, and we'll talk a little bit about those. So this one here was a specific reward for Shala, the Warlock Barbarian, that was able to, just kind of like sheer coincidence, this was from Grilled. Again, if you've watched the summary for this, when she got grilled, she got a buff for this, which gains 1 crit threat and damage. I think that was and just kind of like an extra access for rescuing her. The Nails of the Sanguine Bastion was the Legendary Inheritance. So the Revelations in the main campaign in SS, I designed those. I think for some of them I might have taken some feedback from the players to help build them, but I mostly designed them. And I mostly designed, if not entirely designed, their progression based on what happened in the game and if something felt like it needed to be adjusted balance-wise or whatever. When it came to Autumn Wind, I introduced the alternative version of Revelations, which was the Legendary Inheritance. This is where I pass the baton to the players to have them define basically a signature move, a signature ability, or a signature item, and they can design it within reason, and then they'll pass it to me, and we can go back and forth to make sure it's balanced. And you're gonna end up in situations where they're not equal, right? Like, some things are not equal. Now, the most major one that kind of came with the character creation was the Conjure Phantom Body, but we'll talk about that last. Because that was the way HKS played as a cat. Because in the Autumn Wind setting, the Beastkin, the Nea, were basically hunted. They were hostile to everything, but you had ones that were hidden amongst the humans using spellcraft that they had learned to use as basically an advanced illusion. So that actually takes a Legendary Inheritance slot if you want to make that kind of a character. But it does have a level up to it, so like I said, I'll talk about that in a little bit. So for Shala's, her character basically had magical nails embedded in her body that gave her a death rattle ability, where when she was knocked unconscious, she would gain a bunch of temporary health and a bunch of stats, and basically enter a rage. This does do maximum maximum health damage when it ends. So she did lose a chunk. The way that it kind of worked out in the game is the level ups offset the maximum HP loss. So the extra version of this, it basically gave her kind of a stat stick. So there was resistance to bleed effects, which did have an impact because it had an impact against Ryube in the end fight and some of the other stuff. Gave plus AC because she didn't really gain AC through other means, and adds extra force damage and stuff. Basically, it made her shit stronger. Because this one, I think, I forget when they got their upgrade to the Legendary Inheritance. I think it was before the Atropos area, so this was like before the final couple fights in the game, before Kronos, before Azul Bay, before Ryube, and before Atropos and Heracles. So they got a few major encounters out of these, so they were a significant damage spike. The number of flumps spawned by Wild Magic event has doubled. And also, really one of the most major things is the Wild Magic table basically always landed on the exact same results. So I gave Stake the ability to adjust it ever so slightly to get a different result within reason, right? Without defeating the entire purpose of having the Wild Magic table to begin with. So that was Shala's. It was kind of like an intrinsic part of her character. The other one was Schwa's shield. So this is one I wanted to check too. So the large shield that Dietrich had basically allowed him to switch between fighting stances. It had the highest AC in the game. It also could be used as a weapon. Now, the other thing about these weapon ones is basically, since the weapon can just be given to another character, we did want to prevent a case where the players see, oh, this character is really strong, so what if we just give them 2 inheritance items in some key moment? No, these are going to be very specific, very tailored weapons. So this guy, since exotic weapon rules didn't exist in Autumn Winds, I don't think, I'm pretty sure they didn't exist. Basically, I have like an internalized training system for them. That didn't exist in Autumn Wind, nor did high or low function. We kept Autumn Wind pretty simple because initially Autumn Wind was going to be very short. It didn't turn out that way. So basically, he has to train them to use it. This also kind of prevents an NPC from like disarming and picking it up and immediately having a huge power spike, right? So the second tier version increased the damage rather substantially, and it also gives him resistance to non-magical piercing bludgeon. Yeah, it gave him physical damage resistance while he's standing and aware of the attacks, and it gains another AC. So pretty simple spike, but the always having resistance is really strong. So it wasn't flat resistance like I thought it was. It was straight up resistance. So Maki had a signature move of Barrelhead, which was basically he grabs someone using some grapple checks and then dunks them in the ground like a meteor, dealing damage and knocking everything around with it. And the enhanced version allows him to jump even higher and deal massively increased damage. And also gives him an extra charge of it. So Power Dunk was one of those ones that's kind of hard to balance against, right? Because this is an active ability versus having a shield that's always out versus having, you know, Shala's that most of the power budget only comes out when she goes down, which didn't happen in most fights, right? So a lot of that power budget didn't really get used. But at the other time, because we have fewer fights in the game on average, Autumn Wind did have a few more per day, especially in the first half of the game. If we have fewer fights on average, then the power spike of the active ability can be pretty significant. But I think we actually achieved a pretty good balance of this, particularly since Barrelhead was such a strong character even outside of Power Dunk. But Power Dunk gave him a little bit of extra utility. And I did design a few weapons in the game that kind of helped him out as well. So I'm always like keeping an eye on the balance and which characters are super strong. Some are always going to outshine others given certain circumstances. I actually think Abe is going to be worse for that though. The Great Blossom Threaded Hand Cannon was for Lolar Skates' character Raphael. This was basically a custom ranged weapon that deals increased range at close damage. So he has to kind of hug them. And it does a lot of damage on crit. Dementia. For his enhanced version, he actually gained access to a special superiority dice system that gave him some maneuverability, that gave him a knockback, and gave him a vine boom that can do piercing. So I'm not sure he even really used that. He did use Way of the Cranefly though. I'm pretty sure he used both of these. I'm not sure if he used the vine boom or not. He may have used it once or twice. I guess it didn't really come up a lot. So the Conjure Phantom Body was the one that gives you the spell to take on the appearance of a person. Now, this in itself doesn't sound very powerful, but the phantom that you take on the appearance of is something you can determine. So I actually expected this to get used for spying, for kind of like subterfuge stuff and stuff like that, but that actually never ended up happening. The enhanced version of it lets you basically transmutate items. So what HKS ended up doing is he ended up transmutating a two-handed hammer into a one-handed hammer that then Schwa's character used. And that was a pretty powerful weapon for her, for Diet Rich, because he used that in addition to that shield, right? So these are very powerful utility spells whose value is kind of scaled by how they're expressed. The ability to assume an effectively a perfect transmutation of yourself indefinitely. I expected that could be extremely powerful in the right circumstances, but it didn't get used like that. And but it could have been, right? Like it could have been. I always balance things based on the potential. And then we have the other extremely powerful weapon system that's gone through a few different iterations, which is spirit weapons. So initially there were going to be special items and they're called spirit weapons. They existed in Apex lore long before D&D. And when I transferred them into D&D, I thought, how can I make a weapon very, very distinct that it grows with you? Well, my initial idea was to give it an alternative leveling system. So my theory at the time was that when you level up, you can, just as you would multi-class a character, you can instead choose to level up the weapon. This had a few problems. First of all, as the game progressed and it became clear that the experience to level was imbalanced as it was, we were going to have a major shift between some characters who gain huge power spikes, especially casters, from unlocking new things in terms of spell slots and spells, and then people trying to level up a weapon. Plus, if a weapon has... Oh boy. Now I have no idea what I was talking about. Oh yeah, spirit weapons. So the leveling of spirit weapons, it became pretty clear to me that splitting the experience choice between the character and the spirit weapon was kind of novel, but the spirit weapon wasn't going to be offering every character class the same kind of advancement, and that wasn't actually going to feel very good. So spirit weapons didn't actually really get introduced to the player characters for quite a while. One of the initial player characters that isn't in the game anymore did actually have a spirit weapon as their revelation, so it was going to be leveled primarily through revelation milestones. But every other one was originally, when introduced to the party, it just said that their growth mechanism was undiscovered. And that just kind of led me to thinking, well, why not just have them do separate milestones based on the kind of a weapon? So that's the way things have been kind of gone off from that point. We have a couple of them that are in the game. The main character, I think Tyrellina, has Leonidas, which levels through memories. And then in Abe, we have the dagger that Shamir has that has leveled the one time through absorbing another fragment of the entity that created it. So we have a couple of other ones that haven't been discovered or otherwise interacted that much with yet. But yeah, we introduced it that way. So the I guess Autumn Wind didn't have any weapons like that. It did have some special weapons in it, but no. So Finger of God, I did mention stacking the sword when I was talking about Atropos. That's what this was about. So there's a couple weapons that when you gain them, they don't unlock their full power right away. We got rid of the attunement limitation because the whole idea of special weapons being always magical in nature is just kind of silly to begin with, but also it didn't make any sense. Plus, I rebuilt all the items from scratch anyway, so I didn't really care. There was one item, however, that was super powerful that I did not actually add to the game, which was this one, which was basically a chain javelin that allows yourself to move 30 feet or pull things upwards of 30 feet. And this was actually going to be a Needle Ridge Church, but it did not get added to the game because it was going to be insanely powerful in the hands of especially Barrelhead, but any of these characters with strength, which there was like 4 of them. The 4 of them, I'm pretty sure Diet Rich had strength as well, and Shala, I believe. Yeah, this weapon would have been really strong in the hands of all of them. Not because it does a lot of damage, but because of the repositioning on it, they were already really strong and really mobile. So this was just going to make an existing problem even sillier. And yeah, the spirit weapons end up turning into something that kind of just is its own progression mechanism independently, and they don't always give you only benefits. A lot of them comes with risks or changes to the character, or they impose threats or whatever. There's some very, very exotic ones I wish I could tell you about, but the party has not discovered yet, particularly in the main campaign. And at the rate we're going, it's arguable if we'll ever discover them, because it's turning into being increasingly long between sessions, and my hope for that game is pretty low at this point. So some point in the future I might talk about those, because some of them are really unique. There's some of them that completely change the way a lot of the spells work. There's actually items even in Abe that change the way some very unused spells work that they haven't discovered yet, that are there to... Because I'm eventually going to rewrite all the spells completely. After like level 7 or so, I'm going to rewrite everything and introduce new spells. I've already blocked out a few concept spells. I don't know how balanced they're going to be. I gave the party a couple spell scrolls in Abe of new spells, and they haven't done anything with them yet. So I'm like screaming internally, I need to see how well these work before I go ahead with other ones, because these are simple and the other ones are not so simple, and I need to know, am I on the mark? Am I not on the mark? How is this actually going to behave in the real world? I have no way to know until we actually start applying it, and that's just... We've got 2 wizards, and nobody's learned the fucking spell scrolls. So... I don't know. We'll, just have to throw it at them bareback, I guess. Because eventually we're going to have some high-level spellcasters in that game, and I'm going to have to address that sooner or later. I do not have a lot of things to talk about in that regard, other than that, like, level 9 spells will not contain things like Wish, or that imprisonment spell that just buries somebody underneath a planet forever, or other save or die nonsense. They're going to be toned down quite a bit. In exchange, I'll be introducing the Soul Mana / Grand spell slot system, which, again, that'll be a discussion for another day, because only one character has it at the moment, which is Mucky's character, Shamir, has the prototype version of the Soul Mana, and I'm just seeing how this resource gets used, because it's quite limited. But it has, it scales up based on the amount of Soul Mana consumed, and I'm just going to see, did the numbers I introduced into this work well? Because when I introduce it into spells, we're going to have a whale of a time. A fucking whale of a time. Pretty much all that stuff is discovered through in-game mechanisms, rather than them just getting it when they level up, or something specific happens. They have to find it, they have to interact with it, stuff like that. It's there to give them role-playing opportunities, and so on. So there's a couple of extra things I wanted to add. Lower Skates did mention those when I mentioned, hi, I think I forgot to talk about Broadform Initiative. Well, there you go. As a GM, my goal is to make the players hurt and suffer, and give them the means and encouragement to improve not only on their characters, but also their own role-playing abilities. Ultimately, the accomplishment of survival and obtaining objectives they set out to do is immensely grounded in those challenges and hardships, and makes the effort all the more worth it. My worlds are dark and perilous, filled with dangers and mysteries. Just because they have the potential to acquire powerful items and allies doesn't mean the journey is intended to be easy. As the games age, I aim for higher levels of challenge to further encourage careful decision-making and keep the value of their current ambitions fresh and vibrant. The DMG suggests to only change the game world once in a campaign, but the game world in my projects can change multiple times and for silly reasons. I build somber, melancholic environments with strong visual and audiovisual storytelling, all with the goal of setting a powerful mood so that they can explore the forlorn through the eyes of their characters. When I first design a game, one of the things I do is I try to figure out what the game wants to sound like. Music picking is extremely important, and Autumn Wind launched with around 1,500 tracks, totaling around 3,000 something when it was finished. I knew that it was going to have Nordic themes, but I was aiming more or less for more Indian and native-styled instruments. Music is one of the most important and powerful parts of the storytelling experience. Since we don't have voice acting or anything related, the players need to have music that go along with their game. But it's more than just that. The music also helps me visualize how I want the game to look and sound elsewhere. I listen to the music while I'm building the maps and putting together the assets and characters, writing out item descriptions, and so on. The net result of the experience is a synthesis of elements like any other piece of entertainment. Everything must sing together, and music is amongst the very first things I get into. Each and every single day, I am looking for music and processing music for the games. I cut long tails out of the music, I remove silences, I change pieces of the tracks, cut and remix pieces so the pacing stays consistent. I also may use things like the Arad loudness maximizer to balance out volume levels. Sometimes I even go into the spectral waveforms and remove particularly loud, sharp pieces or out-of-tune frequencies to keep everything consistent. Of course, the talking that's abundant in so much electronic and industrial music is removed if possible. I don't know why people just put random talking into their music, but I want to slap each and every single one of them. Music is tremendous. So, as part of my process for going through some things here, I'm going to update some of my old music tracks. I'm looking for things here that are old. These are quite old. So this is an opportunity to talk a little bit about my music editing for this. So most of these have already been edited to some small extent back in 2019 and so on, but most of them aren't really that modern. So I use Foobar for playing the music. And in Foobar, I have a specific setting in here. Let's see if I can find it. This is to make the tracks less abrupt when they play. Right here, the buffer length. So I think that's one of the things we do here. And this was not on, but it should have been. The fading right here. So what that does, if I have a track, and I switch to another track, you see, it's kind of smooth, right? Because we try to avoid really sudden, abrupt changes, especially because one of the things I do at the beginning of each track is I remove the tails and I remove any silence, basically, but I also try to remove any, like, talking and stuff like that. So we're going to open some stuff here. It's going to take a while. Now, it's worth noting, I just started trying out Reaper, but Reaper doesn't seem to have an option to display the peaks against the dB here, which is kind of odd. There might be a setting to turn it on. I haven't been able to find it yet, but that's the main reason why I'm still using Audition. So within here, in these old tracks, we can see we have these periods of silence. And that's a very, very, very long time to have no audio. One of the main goals of our objectives with making music for D&D is to have it loop well. So normally we're looking for long tracks in general, but we're also looking for tracks that don't change their tempo too much throughout the track. And we also try to remove the silence as much as possible. Now, some tracks come with some kind of a stinger or fade out like this, and that will kind of signify the end of the track. We try to remove that as well because that makes the looping a little bit more obvious, right? So to do that, we're just going to create new basic tails and just get rid of those as well. Now, thanks to our fading behavior, when we go and loop in here, it'll kind of loop together and fade, crossfade more favorably. Now the sneezing is out of control. I think I sneezed like 8 times yesterday, so I'm going to save that. Always saving our audio as WAV or as FLAC, and if we know we're never going to edit it ever again, we might save it as a quality 10 OGG. We can Control W to close that. You can see this is one of my old tracks I had here, and I think this is the one that'll actually get me flagged on YouTube because it's Japanese and not Tuhu, that I think is actually free to use if I'm not mistaken. Remove that. So this is a long tail here. So I'm going to remove this whole part here because it's kind of like an end stinger. So we're just going to nuke that and delete this. And I don't remember what I was going to use it for. Oh, I remember what I was going to use it for. We're going to keep it as it is here. Whatever. Actually, I'll save it and close it. So I have here a track that could be useful for an ambient track. It has a very, very, very long tail at the end of it, and we aren't really quite at 100% normalization. So I would prefer, and I try as close to, keep the perceptive loudness of every track about the same, which is going to be close to 100% normalization, if not a little bit higher. Now, we can't really use normalize for that, and we don't want to just use a straight volume ramp either. We're going to use what I believe is a free VST plugin called a Rad-As Maximizer. What a Rad-As Maximizer allows us to do is perform some loudness war-esque things without distorting the audio too much, and also without prompting clipping. So most often I'm going to be using this especially on ambient tracks, but there's a lot of other tracks I end up with that have very, very low volume in them, and we're going to have to hammer those up as well. And we always, whenever we do this, we always pay attention to things. It's going to come out kind of distorted in some cases, but as long as we don't hear any perceptive distortion, it's usually all right. Perfect. I have no idea what we're going to use it for, so I'm just going to leave it open and come back to it at a later time. With classical tracks in particular that have these shorter peaks on here, very, very low, and then very, very high, this becomes kind of an issue. Sometimes I can hammer them quite a bit with a maximizer, and I won't get that much distortion out of them. Ultimately, however, we are still destroying audio data by doing this, and normally we wouldn't want to do this. But my goal with the D&D music is to make sure that people never have to touch their volume a single time during the game, and I, by extent, don't either. So there's a lot of going back and forth to try to find the perceptive loudness of something. Now, any sane person has no equalization and they're using monitor headphones that don't color the audio whatsoever, but we don't always have that guarantee. We don't know what our players are using. HKS is using 5.1. Schwa is often on a laptop, right? Like, our results are going to be different. So I just try to make the source as consistent as possible, and I have my setup be as neutral as possible. And it should, as long as we hand our players something very consistent, stay consistent on their end. If they have to adjust something, then they need to fix their setup, and that's outside of my power anyways, right? But we want to make sure that the source is as consistent and high quality as possible. So there's a lot of going back and forth because some ambient tracks might come out too loud, right? If there's a lot of like bass or high pitch involved, we don't necessarily want to use the maximizer at all, right? Maybe we don't want to touch the volume at all. Maybe we want to actually lower the volume using something like normalize or whatever. But in any cases, I find that most audio tracks are too quiet. The main exception is going to be tracks that have been hit with loudness war. So that's especially stuff released within the last 10 years, a lot of metal tracks. You know, I use a lot of metalcore and stuff like that with an ape, and some of the funk stuff may be too loud perceptively at the beginning, and I might have to reduce it. So in those cases, I might actually just straight up use normalize instead and just call it a day, because then we don't have to worry about clipping or distortion as much. And I don't usually need to normalize it by too much. But I think nowadays I would actually go into something like, you know, Reaper to do that instead. You'll see I have a number of things here as well. I'm not going to get into really talking about these, but I will bring them up. The Isotope toolset is very, very, very powerful, and I highly recommend it if you're doing any kind of audio work to any real major extent that involves A, cleaning stuff up, B, processing voices, and, you know, like C, doing voice acting, right? Just voice acting in general. Because this allows me to do several filters. This microphone picks up sibilance, not as bad as the Rode M2, but still enough. I need to run a soft sibilant filter on it because I have to compress the audio quite a bit because my volume range is all over the fucking place. And in theory, I could do some background processing to remove some of the traffic sound and stuff like that, but I just don't like having, you know, the heavily processed sound in my voice that usually comes with noise removal. But there's a lot of very useful things in here. The multi-band compressors and stuff like that are very nice to have. So absolutely, this is a great tool set if you can get it. And Spaceband's very nice to have. The Sci-Fi Deluxe is an old vintage one you'd use for anything like the old Star Wars sounds. I used it for a lot of stuff within my mods. But this is not VST. I can't get it to work with Reaper. and anything newer, you know, like Vegas or whatever. So and then you're really enslaved to using these old versions of Audition or Cool Edit if you're sticking with this, and these do have some problems. Fun fact about Sci-Fi Deluxe, this neg screen, you can just push escape to get out of it. It doesn't like handling large files, though. It tends to corrupt itself. So the other thing I might do, depending on the track, I only have to do this every now and then, but every now and then I encounter certain heavily processed, like industrial tracks that have certain harsh frequencies in them. And the frequencies will be kind of, they may not even necessarily be unpleasant or painful in the sense of listening to the track independently, but going between music tracks, they really stand out, and it's not good. So in that case, I might go into something like the spectral waveform, and at least within Audition, I can't speak to anything else in the moment, but within Audition, if we use this function right here, the Marquee selection tool, we can actually grab pieces of the spectral waveform and delete them. Now, as you can listen, this causes a gap, right? So, if we wanted to remove this strange sound here, for whatever reason, we have a few options to do so. We could try to renormalize this and make it less apparent, or we could try to delete just a smaller chunk of it, but usually deleting causes a gap, right? And that's because we are sharing so many frequencies with this sound here in this specific case. But at least in a lot of the cases that I dealt with, the frequencies weren't shared as much and it was less obvious. But in other cases, maybe we could just do something really simple, like go into equalization. Let me see if I can find it here. Yep. So we wanted to do something in here. The equalizer is very, very nice because we can reduce the low-end frequencies or the high-end frequencies that we find unpleasant. So we'll reset this all to 0. Let's say I wanted to get rid of all the bass from that for some reason. Right? So keep in mind that kind of power is also available to you, and it's very, very, very nice to remember that if there's something specific in a track you want to get rid of. When I did a bunch of voice samples for an experimental Warcraft 3 campaign a couple years ago, yes, I did stuff in Warcraft 3 that recently, there was a lot of background sound and some clicks that Audition had generated in the audio, and I don't know why. And I was able to easily identify those within the spectral waveform. And then I would just delete the clicks out of it in the spectral waveform. And sometimes, in the upper frequencies, you won't notice as easily that they're gone. So it took a very long time, especially for an experimental project that didn't go anywhere. But that power is available to you. You can use it to clean up, and sometimes a little bit of manual editing goes a long way when it comes to certain things that have certain sounds or stuff in them that you don't really want to preserve. Now, for example, if we wanted to merge two pieces of tracks together with an Audition without going into something more sophisticated, I would highly recommend to use Vegas or Reaper for this because they're much easier. But if you wanted to be real quick and dirty about it, what you would do is that you would first envelop each section like this at about the same distance. You would grab the other one. You would Control X for cut, zoom out, box select this, go to Control Shift V for mix paste, and then use overlap. And that'll give you a basic cross fade. Of course, if you're using more complex composition stuff like this, it's better to use something like Reaper, something like Vegas, where that process is much faster and more controllable and less destructive, right? At the end of the day, we will find things cannot be predicted or prepared for. However, The most unlikely and inexperienced of the players in this group became the de facto party leader in most of the games, and the experienced players have been handed challenging situations to further explore a tried and true practice. I give everyone the opportunity to test the extents of their ability to roleplay a given personality they have built for themselves, and grow and evolve that personality should they choose to do so. I am fortunate enough to have a strong and dynamic group that never infights or looks for trouble. Everyone is aware of the development side of the project, and everyone has some history in game design. Unlike my first set of players, these ones actually understand that not everything will always go smoothly. I would never consider running for anyone else, ever again. I have something of a routine before my weekly game. That routine begins immediately after the last session is set down. First, I'll quickly review the video that was sent to me, if HKS was awake to send it. Then I'll do my developer cast, if I'm awake to do that. After the cast, I'll likely review the entire video for another dozen times before the next game. There's many reasons for this, but the first and foremost is to keep my mind in the game. Real life is a nightmare, each and every day is horrendous. It's all I can do to try to focus on the things I can do something about, and try to keep my eyes on the prize, the next session. Running D&D is extraordinarily challenging in my circumstances. It's bad enough to have to ever get out of bed. Motivation to work on anything these days will come and go, and it'll be extremely thin. During sessions, I enter a sort of zone, a trance, where exhaustion and weariness take the sidelines. In the week to follow, I'll try to sap as much as that as possible. During the analysis, I'll look for a few things in no particular order. Writing I struggle with, things I didn't explain clearly enough. Any messages from players I missed. Unfortunately, it's very common, especially since Roll20 has no way to color tint player messages, which would be one of the first things you would do with a platform like this. I review all dialogue, all conversations, and any whispers I received. This stuff is fairly obvious so far. One of the things I review extensively is the interaction between pacing, music, the nebulous immersion, and player activity. This becomes even more key when I do the extremely rare action of splitting any players off from one another. For example, in a dream sequence or a specific one-on-one dialogue, or if it's something they opted into. Some players are able to respond very quickly to me, but others aren't. I'm always conscious about occupying too much dialogue myself. Any minute spent not reading dialogue or interacting with their own character is dead time. I am always conscious about time. I build a mental mapping of the session, balancing periods of time versus others and how well they were spent. I gauge this metric by player engagement. Were players not saying anything for extended periods of time, it was a bad period. The whys can be complex, but the net result is there is improvement to be made. Sometimes players will write themselves out of a scene, intentionally or not. How is this handled? Some players are more likely to take up a lot of conversation time than others. This is part due to personality and part due to interest. Every player is in the game, but what parts of that game actually interest them can be extremely hard to suss out. Some of my players are not particularly vocal about anything, and extracting this kind of data is very hard. At least one of the players is still, 7 years later, effectively a black box. People engage things they are interested in. Player initiative is a high point in the analysis. What did a player attempt to do, and why? What were the results? Was it resolved well? Is there anything I can add, change, or improve to facilitate their initiative? Were they clearly waiting for something to happen, or for someone to say something or do something? In my groups, player initiative is not super high.
Most players seem to prefer either being railroaded or following someone else's initiative, which can create some circular patterns. HKS is willing to take initiative in many cases, but he is very conscious of having to do so constantly. In the main campaign, Thalraxel often also decides to take some degree of initiative as well, so the two of them tend to go together. In this game, we do seem to have a more broad spread of people doing things here and there. But this is for a few reasons, and it isn't exactly a black and white area. It's also changed a lot between games. Furthermore, PvP. My players don't PvP much. Schwa and Mucky sometimes fuck with each other to hilarious extents in the main campaign, but roles of any kind contesting one another have been extremely rare, much less anything further. Some players have expressed to me a certain hesitation about interacting with others in some cases because they are unsure what the response will be. Ultimately, the players don't really know each other and don't really know me. Getting to the level of comfort we have has been a years-long journey owed in large part to maturity and communication. Neither things my original founding group possessed, and the differences are night and day. It's extremely important to make clear what you want out of the game. If something bothers you, or if you want to change something, there's no one else you can talk to other than the DM. The DM alone can accommodate whatever it is you want to adjust. Once in a red mood, someone will approach me with something, either a rules-related question or a possible query related to their character, perhaps their background or developments. My current project, Abe, has had more people and more such queries come to me than every other game combined by a factor of 10 or more. This is an extremely exciting thing to see, as it shows the game is on the minds of the players and they are engaged with it. Such interactions are extremely valuable, tiny windows into their minds and their perception of the game. As a DM, it seems to be quite rare you'll ever have such opportunities as this. In my original group, it was resisted constantly, which led to eventually people ghosting me outright. They had some issue with the way I was trying to learn how to run the game. They never brought it to my attention. They allowed it to fester. It just doesn't make sense to do that. But most of what they did ultimately didn't make sense to me anyways. On game day, I will review the session again, usually right before we start. I've likely peppered the week with other preparation. I try to split my preparation between things I need to do right away and things in the long term I know I eventually need to do. This way I hope to be not completely unprepared in the future. But with Abe, I haven't been very disciplined about this. One day I had to make 3 maps in about 5 hours, and I was still working on those when we started. Procrastination is my biggest evil nowadays, and my lack of energy has mounted up over the years of hardship. Insomnia and sleep deprivation and general IRL chaos in recent years has mounted up as well. Everything is draining my energy constantly. I have so little to spare to the game. I've tried to pace myself to take a break after the game until 3 or 4 days later, but this accomplishes nothing. Spontaneous energy is the only energy I get, so if I want to do something, I'd best do it on the spot or it won't get done. Consistency is critical in all walks of life. I tried to pick up the game on the same pacing as it was where we left off, and the best way to do that is to keep the week paced well up to that point. Nothing is worse than being tired as fuck when you get into the game. But almost all of Abe has been run like this, and it's suffered heavily as a result. The internet is a vast resource, but making any use of it requires some degree of familiarity with processing 2D content. Furthermore, powerful tools that exist today didn't for the most part of my workload in past projects. So a lot of the way I did things for most of my games, Aught and Wind included, aren't entirely necessary anymore.
though having the skills is still useful and I intend to go through most of them. A plethora of freely available tools compose my arsenal for the immense workload a D&D game requires. XNView is my image previewing tool. I initially got for browsing folders, but it's fine for simple hue shifting and resizing of images or converting formats. I use Krita for anything more significant, and I keep an install of Photoshop CS2 on hand for more major hue shifting operations, because Krita's filters can be confusing and aren't as powerful. Previous to Abe, I hand-edited all tokens and avatars requiring transparency, as well as removing things like watermarks. But today, a pair of websites exist that can expedite this work rather extensively: Remove.bg and Dewatermark.ai. As both websites are trying to sell a product, their free services are not exactly stellar. Remove.bg forcibly introduces very heavy JPEG compression, and Dewatermark.ai has a 2 image per day limit and also introduces heavy compression. Still, for the amount of images requiring these, they are useful to have. The next, and one of the most critical tools, is Waifu 2x, specifically the Vulkan build, which can be acquired from GitHub and ran locally. Don't use the web page, it's not nearly as good. Waifu 2x is an image denoiser and works on nearly anything you can throw at it, even more realistic images. A must-have to help decrust the shitty JPEG compression and, God forbid, WebP insanity that some shitty websites still insist on using. I also use FFmpeg for motion JPEG conversions, usually for maps, which produces better results at a slightly higher cost in terms of file space than those out of XNView or Krita. But given its FFmpeg, you can adjust it as needed. For creating maps, I use Unreal Engine 5. I haven't encountered a third-party map editor or other toolset that really works any better. Although Schwa uses Photoshop and most Patreon sellers also use Photoshop with basic shape masks and tiling textures pulled off of Google. Actually, it's kind of crazy anyone buys most of them given how bad they are and how often they insist on baking doors into maps, something you're gonna have to fix, and often. And that's likely to be one of the most common chores you have in Krita if you choose to use third-party content. Whether I use a full-body token, which often breaks the convention of square-only sizes for units, or a portrait, depends on a few factors. Humanoid characters usually use portraits because 70 by 70 blocks don't hold much visual information. Anything large or larger will usually use a full body. I mentioned Remove.bg. This is an AI-driven service, and there's also some local extensions you can run via Stable Diffusion frontends. However, they are rarely a full solution since they add noise to the image and their serviceability is mixed. Furthermore, you'll want to add shadows to the images after you create them. Sometimes for small units with important details like hair, running them through the websites and then using Waifu 2x afterwards to clean them up is too destructive. Hair and small details are difficult to preserve, and the modern internet is so extremely destructive to images by converting JPEG, an already disgusting format, to WebP via third-party libraries, a format that is substantially worse than JPEG, that you end up having to redraw many such details anyways. The only saving grace of the matter is that since the target size is often quite small, certain imperfections can be omitted for the sake of time. Even so, expect to have a lot of time sunk to editing images. It certainly helps to have a tablet for this, and I did when I first started. But unfortunately, the stylus was lost during the 2023 move, so I've had to do everything via the mouse afterwards, and having pressure control definitely made drawing things like hair strands a lot easier. There are increasingly obnoxious fads from mediocre self-proclaimed artists that have served to severely damage visual media. One such fad is chromatic aberration, which is a post-processing filter designed to induce migraines through eye strain. Another is film grain, which is some vain effort to sweep low-quality visual depth under the rug via making the image noisy. Waifu 2x and resizing can deal with the latter in most cases, but if an inverted chromatic aberration filter can't deal with a former, it's best not to use such media for the sake of your brain cells. Otherwise, making transparent tokens is quite simple. You can use a non-destructive pipeline, which involves layers to build alpha masks, or you can do what I'm doing, deleting pixel by pixel and then recoloring hot pixels with background colors mixed with object colors after the fact. Most video games and 2D media don't have properly done alpha masking, and weird pixels on the edges can be seen everywhere. But it's actually not at all difficult to make a clean image, they're just lazy. I choose Krita over Photoshop for this work because it's faster and smoother, but there's probably even better tools out there for this specific job. As you go around collecting media, you're going to notice that most people who make so-called art aren't very good at it. Not just that the quality is objectively poor, like most of the things you'll find on Pixiv or DeviantArt, but because you have a lot of weird things like these gray gradients on a lot of concept art to fake depth because they don't know how to do lighting. These gradients make the image look exceedingly ugly, especially against a background that isn't the same color. So you're going to have to somehow create an alternative gradient to darken the things and restore a color balance. A lot of people also only upload incomplete art, which means you may need to complete it yourself. I got into all of this without having any shred of graphic skills whatsoever, and I can confidently say that after 7 to 8 years of working in such content, I haven't learned any new skills at all either. I have learned a few ways to butcher things, however, which I will demonstrate here. So, I'm going to edit 2 images here, as fast as I'm able to do it. I'm going to go through the process of making what will be, a hypothetical character, and I'm also going to make a unit token. Both of these stand to be relatively complicated tasks, but we're going to try to be quite swift with them. So the first one was a kind of a low quality art that I ran through the D watermark, and then I ran through Waifu afterwards to upscale it. So there's a few things we're going to change with this one here because the original art was already pretty smudged looking, and the upscaling and stuff like that definitely didn't really help, but they're actually really quite similar. So we're going to add a little bit of definition to the eyes to try and make the eyes, the pupils, look a little bit more readable. And then we're going to do the avatar, and we're going to talk about the avatar a little bit. This should be a very easy one, but there's some very complicated ones out there. Then we're going to swap over to the token. We're going to manually make this transparent, and then we are going to make the body translucent. So that'll be an extra step I don't normally do, and then I'm going to add some effects to it, some basic glows, the shadows, and other kinds of material. So let's start with the character first, because she'll definitely be the easiest of the two. So I have been looking at this for the last while, and I'm not actually really sure how I'm going to go about this yet, because there's going to be one really difficult spot, and that's going to be the eyes, because you can see this one here is on an angle going in this direction. And this one kind of is too, but they look slightly different. So we're going to come down here, and I'm going to kind of try to explain a little bit of what I'm doing. But again, this isn't a tutorial. I'm not here trying to make a guide. I'm here just kind of like trying to explain what I'm doing in this strategy. So definitely do not look at this as like, this is how you become an artist and how you process other people's images. No, dude, I'm a fucking dumbass. Don't take my word for this shit. So what we really want to do here is make these a little bit more defined, right? So we're going to reduce our opacity, because if I make these too sharp, they're going to show up really oddly in the profile. So we're just going to make them a little bit more defined. And that may even be sufficient. We're going to break some of the softening that occurred in some parts here, just a little bit though, just a little bit, just to create a slightly stronger contrast so that the eyes kind of stand out slightly more. It's going to only amount to a couple pixels when we get to the final image, but nonetheless. So there were some other things I wanted to do here, but I honestly forget what those were. Mostly it's going to be editing the avatar though. I think the biggest thing we might want to consider with the avatar as perhaps extending some of this fluff out of the ears that should come out in it. The avatar is definitely going to be the really big one. I just wanted to do a couple of quick edits to the eyes before we got into this. Now, you see, the biggest thing I've got with the eyes here is the angle is not really quite the same. So I'm going to try to adjust that. I'm just grabbing the colors here and just redrawing, just bit by bit by bit. See, this one's a little darker. I'm just gonna grab the dark color from that, drop our opacity a little bit. I'm just gonna mix this in here and make that a little bit darker. That might be sufficient. So I'm gonna save this as an edit so I can keep my original. And I guess we'll just call this, I don't know if we're gonna use it in A or SS order. Let's just call it Fox Girl. And we'll call it base. That's gonna be the base file. Now, if you were using this in a full resolution as it is, there's a few other changes I'd want to make. I might want to adjust this here. I can try to do that here, but in a smaller avatar, when we zoom out and think about the size on Roll20, the smearing is not really as apparent. When we zoom in, it definitely is. We can try to adjust this, but this is definitely going to verge into territory that's already going to be outside of my skill. When we deal with these gradients, it's going to be so easy to fuck these gradients up. So if we're going to reduce some of this, we need to be very, very careful about how we do so. As you see, now her chin looks fucked, right? So what we might do in such a case is we might swing around and attempt to use the clone tool right here. Clone tool is probably my most used tool in all of image editing. And it probably shouldn't be, but that's how things go. Now, as you can see, that might look a little fucked. So we're gonna reduce that. We're gonna go back into here. We're gonna check our opacity. We're just going to try to reduce this just a little bit. Just go a little ring around the rosy. Now, in the original image, it was already smeared looking. This isn't as a result of denoising. This is just the way the artist made it. I'm reducing it because I think it looks a little silly. There's no clear definition between where it ends and starts like there is for that one there. It just looks a little strange. So I'm just going to reduce it just a little bit. Because I like to maintain the integrity of the high resolution images in the event I ever need them for anything. But now, if we look here very carefully, we can see that there is some fuck shit for me doing that. I'm not going to use clone tool to try to get rid of those. I'm actually going to use the blur tool. So we're going to reduce that. Every now and then I click here and I'm just making sure that I didn't accidentally apply that when I was clicking. So we're going to reduce this, and we're just going to make it small enough I can run down here just a little bit. There we go. Right. I'm going to smear this back up to bring this light back into this ridge here without touching the redness. Excellent. Good enough. It's one of those small autismo things that I sometimes get hung up in. But now the real autismo is going to begin. There's a process for making avatars. Avatars are very, very, very specific. Now, sometimes it's very easy. But when we look at this character, and the reason why I came in here explicitly to mess around with the eyes is a few reasons. First of all, the eyes need to stand out in the avatar. Now, we've got a problem here, where this hair strand looks a little strange. This looks a little weird. We're going to want to fix that before we get into making the avatar, because that's really going to stand out. But when I look at this, it just looks kind of odd. We've got the strand that goes down here, and it kind of disappears, and then we got the strand that goes here. So what do I do with that? Well, this is where we're going to have to take some initiative. We're going to have to put on our big boy pants, and we're going to have to do some drawing. This is where having the stylus would have been nice. So we're going to redefine this hair here. We're gonna grab these little blonde strands. We're just gonna run them down right past where it looks like it should be. We're gonna grab that white. We're gonna go down to 1 pixel. Just gonna add some color there, just like this. Fantastic. Now we can see we got like a shadow or a line or something here that kind of like cuts into the eye and disappears. And it creates like this right angle that looks like it merges into the eye. Now that looks kind of strange, right? But how would we fix this? How would we get rid of that? Well, first we'll put our shadowing for the eye right here. Gonna reconstruct that. We're gonna grab this dark spot for the eye there. I'm gonna grab some of these darker yellows. We're just trying to bridge this dark spot here. I like that. So that looks a little better. You got a problem though. This one here is kind of thin. It looks kind of nice. This one here doesn't quite have the same curvature to it. So I'll just kind of like move like that. And grab this and go like this. Oh, that looks a little better. This still looks superior though. Kind of want to like take the colors from that. What to like maybe like kind of like redraw it. The eyes were an issue in the original too. I knew that one day we would walk down this path of the tism. And this can consume you. It can consume your soul. Part of the problem is that the eye in itself is very dark on this side. And I don't really like that. And we also can see that maybe we could add a little bit of yellow in this side as well. On the other side of the hair strand. Maybe it looks like a little too much there, right? Now what we could do is we could clone tool this. And just to see what it looks like. It may not look very good though. It kind of came all right. The bright spot on the side there did not come out very good though. So we'll just kind of like blend that. Try taking some of the eye shine. And now we'll go off a clone tool. We'll go down here and grab some of these dark spots. And darken that just a little bit. It's probably the best we're going to get. Eyes turn into a mess. And this is like I said, this is where the tism's going to come in. Because we're making a 70 by 70 image, but we won't be using 70 by 70. We're going to use 160 by 160 because one of the things that you're going to really get into once you go between Roll20 and really anything related to the browser and your images is the browser cannot rescale images. If you're in anything but 100% zoom, it's going to look like absolute shit. So you got to make sure your image is actually quite high resolution to try to pad the rescaling problems. In our Unreal client, the rescaling was just so much better, just so much cleaner of images. But when it comes to the browser, it's going to be an issue. So with XNView, we're going to be looking right down here where we're looking at the dimensions. We want those dimensions to be relatively even, but there's a few things. We're going to be paying attention to these little squares on the top, the left, right, and the bottom. We're basically visualizing in our head a line going between these. And we want that to basically be the center focus of the face. Now her face is kind of looking to our left a little bit, which means that we will want this to be slightly closer to the right eye, because if we put it over here, what's going to happen is it's going to be off center. And that's a big no-no. That just looks fucking weird. So we want it to kind of be like right about here. But now we see our dimensions aren't quite high enough, so we gotta bring this down to 336, like so. And with our horizontals, we're gonna try to put it slightly below the eye because her head is slightly, ever so slightly tilted forward. It's going to be something like this, but this line here is going to line up right underneath the chin. We're also going to pay attention to the quadrants of the hair and the ears. So we're going to see, we grab this. Now it's slightly too far to the left. I'm going to adjust it a little bit and grab like that. It might still be slightly too far, like this. So it's very small changes, very slight changes, but I want you to pay attention, especially like the shoulder and the neckline, right? Is that it really does amount to kind of like readjusting. But here's the big spot. We're gonna look at what's gonna look like inside of Roll20. So we're gonna downscale these a whole bunch. This isn't gonna be very accurate, but it will give us an idea of what we're gonna be looking like on the screen, right? So we can see that our eye detail kind of gets a little lost. Now when we rescale this, it's going to come out a little bit better. But we do lose some information. So we are going to rescale, resize. We're going to go to 160. 160 is the one I go by. Some might go by 250. I don't go too high because the space on Roll20 is definitely a concern. So we'll resample and we're going to go by Lanxos. Spline 64 would probably actually be better, but you don't have access to that within most programs. You would have access to it if you used FFmpeg. So I'm kind of curious if Spline 64 would produce a better result from these kinds of images. Spline 64 is what I used in my small encodes for like Skyrim and stuff like that when the main sizes came out too big. But never tried it on an image like this. Never tried it. So we're going to save this. And this is going to be saved as Foxgirl Av for Avatar. And now some shenanigans are going to come out because there's still a few changes we could do to this if we really wanted to within the base image. We could add some more definition to the hair or stuff like that. But I'm choosing not to do that right now because, like I said, I want this to be kind of quick. And if I feel like I really want to do more work on her, if you really want to use her for an avatar or something like that, I might come in and I might do that later on. But for now, we're going to be very simple about this. We're going to hop right in here. I'm going to refresh the desktop of my alternative monitor. We're going to drop this in here as a new document. So now we're going to edit her. Now, there's something we're going to do before we start. Because this is a dark background, we're going to make a slightly less dark, kind of like a gray background here as a new layer. We're going to fill this. We're going to make sure we set it to normal. We're going to drag that down there and go here. Now, that's because as we start deleting stuff, and make sure you are deleting and not drawing, I've made that a lot, unless you're using a non-destructive workflow, hats off to you. I'm too stupid to figure out how to do that. So if we do this, we're going to get a gray background. This is to make absolutely sure we're shaving off all the dark spots, right? Now, why am I not using remove BG for this? Because this character has hair strands and gold bits. These are gonna get very dirty and very messy with remove BG, especially with the noise that it introduces. We have a character like this, especially what would be, a fairly possibly important character, or at least a character that's gonna warrant a lot of effort placed into the token. We would rather not make our work any harder, especially when we just edited the eyes and lips and other stuff like that with some detail on them we probably don't really want to lose. So unfortunately, there are absolutely cases where the AI solution is not a solution. It will not replace our job. We might have to reference the main avatar a few times here, so we don't close this. We come in here every now and then to check to see what constitutes as background or what doesn't, because we have like the yellow overlay tail effect that's kind of like meshing into her hair here. And we got to be a little careful about that. So we can see we're probably only removing that overlay effect, which is what we want to do. Sometimes we might remove certain things from the avatar. For example, let's say she had a hand or something coming in from this side. We could see like a fingers or something like that. That is something we would then delete. Yeah, red makeup could have been closer to the edge of the eye here too, but I won't worry about that for now anyways. We're just going to very, very carefully run this down here. The thin jewelry, thin hairs, and stuff like that all creates a nightmare. So we're just going to be doing this very, very carefully by hand, but still trying to be relatively swift, given we don't want to be here for 3 or 4 hours. It's okay to leave some dark spots here. We have another strategy to fix that if we don't want to delete this out and thin it too much. But for now, we're just gonna alpha these out as closely as we can otherwise. We'll worry about fixing the hair in the ears, the fur in the ears, and stuff like that in a few moments, but not at this immediate time. And while we're doing this, we're probably going to remove the soft gradient. I forgot that was on. And it'll make deleting a little bit more reliable. What HKS does is he makes a layer and he basically draws a masking layer. That's how you would non-destructively do this, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm too lazy. And I'm also not sure how to set that up, but I'm really just too lazy. If I'm doing very extensive work, I may have a bunch of different layers in here and merge between them. For example, if I had an asset I removed a watermark from, but it caused too much destruction to the rest of it, I might only remove the watermark from a part and then layer it onto the non-processed version, just with the edited watermark in it. So we're gonna cross-reference here. What exactly is going on in this area? It's something more elaborate, and I may even wish to remove some of the jewelry, like the ear gold things, because they're kind of weird looking, but for this case, I'll leave them here. I would have to redraw the hair strands or clone tool them, which it wouldn't be really difficult because this isn't very complicated, but it is a lot of extra time. So I'm not going to do that for now. We'll just leave it as it is. When it comes to these dark hair strands, we have a few choices. We can alpha these out, or we can redraw them. For now, I'm going to alpha these out, and I'm going to leave these in. The soft filtering here will probably be taken up by my next step. I can see some pixels here. We can mess around with this to see if we get little pixels to show up that we may have missed. Here's a challenging spot here with the very, very thin hair is going to need to be redrawn. I'm going to do the bulk of it first and then worry about the details after. Okay. We're ready to move on to the very hard parts now. First, we're gonna remove the evident background from these. Cross-referencing this area here because it's kind of weird looking, but this is just one of the many results of the resolution being shaved so much, as we lost some of the curvature from the ear here. So we're gonna want to redraw some of that. Just going to outline our hair shape here, but we're probably going to do more in this area other than this. Okay. We are now ready to start the next phase of the operation, which is the color homogenization. We're going to click this button here, which is going to lock the alpha so we cannot draw outside of the image. If we start seeing weird pixels showing up, it's as a result of us buggering up something and not deleting stuff. So we're going to grab some of the gold here, and we are going to reduce the opacity a little bit, and we are just going to soften the edges to turn the black into gold. We'll have to grab a new shade every so often to keep our shading relatively homogenized. Same with the hair here. The hair will receive the similar benefits. We won't touch the ears yet, though. They're not ready. We no longer have a black background, so we're going to try to homogenize these dark spots of the hair into the hair's color and try to make them background agnostic. But we might need to apply a soft eraser to those in the future anyways. You don't want to get completely rid of all these soft edges, because they're going to help soften the image when it's rescaled in the browser. So we're going to disable this, come in here and redraw this hair strand that we started on, just like so. Now we're ready to move on to the next phase, which is going to fix the ear and fluffing out the hair a little bit. For that, we're going to use the rake. The day of the rake is upon us. We'll want to drop our opacity. I'm going to raise our opacity, drop the size a little bit. Now for the ears. I want to make sure we're only grabbing what should be the fluff of the ear. Use it to close the gap with some of the erase thing that happened here. So we're going to save this. Now, something we did that we should not have done is we reduced this to 160 before we edited it. Normally, it's better to do the edits and then resize it after, because Lanxos will clean up some incorrect pixels or other nonsense that we might do, but we didn't do that for this one. It's not something I always do, but it's something I prefer to do. All right, and we're gonna move it into the into Roll20 and take a look. So at first glance, the eyes definitely get kind of lost. If we zoom in, they're a little more visible, but they're definitely kind of lost in general. But it's not terrible. Eyes often get lost. Let's move this into a map where I have some player tokens set up. So this is a nice little spot where we can assemble the player tokens and stick NPCs next to them until the players come over here, and everything has to get deleted anyways, but we'll set up some basic shit here so that we can compare how the token looks next to the party. So the main thing is that even though Shamir has a blindfold here, she does have a the eye version. You can see the eyes are quite defined on that, not as much on here. The same is also true for this one as well. And yeah, so the eyes of the whole party is clearly more defined, except for Simon, but his are still pretty defined even though he's got the glasses on. She's not too bad, and the color and the shading like that looks pretty good with the party. So I would say, like, if we wanted to use her, we can, right? Like this is a pretty good initial setup as it is. If I was going to use this for a main character, a main NPC, a villain, party member, or something like that, you know, something that we're going to encounter a lot in the game, as opposed to like some random side character, I probably want to go back in and very possibly like brighten the yellow in the eyes, or darken the well, it's small that we're not really going to see the vertical slit, eye slits, because they're just small eyes in general, right? Whereas the party generally has actually pretty strong contrast in the eyes, but they're also a little bit more, with the exception like this one and that one, kind of more cartoony, right? But they just have strong contrasts. But I mean, as it is, it's pretty good. I think there would be some changes I would like to make overall, like making the ears more defined, the ear fluff more defined. But that's kind of like a minor thing. But that is the kind of autism you ultimately get into, right? So the next thing to set up for her, because we're not quite done, is the profile. So Roll20 caps at a size of 300 for the profile. So we're going to look for a minimum of 300 here. Again, we want this to be kind of centered, but we want to show enough of the character to define them. The vertical limit usually is going to be around 900. So something like this is pretty good. We could show all the tails if we wanted to, but when we resize down to 300 width, we're going to lose a lot of that information depending on what we've chosen to keep. Like if I choose to keep all the fluffy tails, which, you know, preferably, you know, maybe we might do that. Let's take a look. Because you can see we're going to lose a lot of vertical data, and as a result, and that's what happens. Now, the reason why we choose the 300 vertical width is because in Roll20, it caps. The frame, the window caps. Like this here will always cap at 300, and then it turns into something you click on. But most people are never going to click on it, right? So, yeah, I got really lazy with him. He has a white background, and I was just like, fuck it. I think that's because it was... I didn't feel like editing it at the time just for the profile. So that does happen. So we'll stick... That's also why we keep the base image, too, right? Because you never know. I might change it in the future. So we're going to save that as a PNG. And then, when it comes to this, we're going to right-click and go to Convert to Compact JPEG FFmpeg. And this is what the script looks like in FFmpeg, in case you want to copy it. We converted the wrong one, by the way. So the motion JPEG is going to come out a little bit larger than a normal one at these settings. But it is going to be 444. It will be higher quality, and it's just better for our needs. It might be hard to tell on YouTube, but at surface level, you know, comparison side by side without any resizing, it's quite close to the PNG, and that's what we want. So if we wanted to use a character, now we have the process. Let's move on to the next task. This guy. So this guy is a little bit of a different story. We don't have to worry about a profile, and we're not really going to be doing any major edits to him. But we do have kind of a complex body to sort out. So first of all, let's get to making him transparent. First thing we're going to do is nuke all the background. I can see now that I'm looking at this is the hind leg was never finished. The artist just decided, I don't need to finish this image. Well, it's not too big of a deal. We can edit it and just give it some little pointy bits for claws and call it a day. We don't have to be really hyper autistic with something like this, because this is going to be merged into a shadow anyways, so it might be kind of hard to really tell. So we're just going to block this out a little bit here. We're going to have to be pretty destructive with our edits on this one, because when we have this kind of shit here, where it's just like individual brushes that are trying to like crisscross and fake there being hair because he didn't want to make a lot of time on this. It's just like a real fast speed paint. We are going to be very destructive, and we're going to make our own solution for that rather than trying to preserve the original. We're not trying to replicate someone else's shit one-to-one. If we can make something better, gooder, we're going to. And this is definitely a case where we can. Before we get too deep into this, we're going to save this as a CRUDA file, and not just a PNG, but a CRUDA file, because we want to preserve the layers for this. So we'll call it the Ghost Dog. You called down the thunder, now reap the anus wind. I haven't any idea how remove background would apply to this, but we're just going to proceed without using it for the time being. We're going to be quite destructive with this in the spots with those crisscrossing lines, otherwise we're going to follow this. We are going to run into lots of nonsense like this, which is all from compression. This is whatever god-awful incident happened to this thing before I got a hold of it. This was never run through waifu. This is just JPEG, WebP, whatever garbage shit that the internet's infested with that has done that. We've got some little strands here we can try to preserve, but most of them are going to get destroyed. Don't worry, we'll come back at a later time and fix some of these on our own. For now, I'm not going to worry about resizing this. If I was using this stylus and the tablet, I could do it on the fly, but I don't like reaching up there and clicking. My fingers are very, very sore from arthritis, and there's only a limited amount of time I can really invest into something like this at any given point. So speed is definitely of the essence. I am paying for all of my work in this in terms of physical pain. This foot here is just a fucking mess, but we're not going to worry about it for the time being. We might not even have to touch it too much at all. Yes, the JPEG compression is insane. No, I'm not worried about it for the moment. We're going to run it through waifu 2 times when we're done. And that's gonna sweep a lot of that under the rug. Especially after we hit it with Lanxos afterwards. So right now for a token that's gonna end up being probably like, 140 by 140 size, I'm not too worried about some of the details at the exact moment in time. One thing we are gonna want to pay attention to is we may want to do some clone tooling here to remove these lines for the background that goes through the ghostly, shadowy skin. But we will do that later. This glowing line here, I'm going to preserve for the time being, but I don't know if it's going to get saved. We're going to preserve some of the shape here, but it's going to turn into a hoot real quick because we're getting into the nether zone. Don't worry about preserving this. We're gonna make new fur with blackjacks and hookers. Although, honestly, I would be terrified of a Canadian hooker. You never know what you're gonna get. But in Canada, you can be pretty sure you're not gonna get what you're paying for. We got some real tomfoolery here, but I can see some dark shading. The smearing is insane. JPEG is a wonderful format. WebP is a wonderful format. Can never do anything wrong besides shit in my mouth. You can see I didn't bother to make a background for this yet. I will in the future. I changed the color of the transparent background here to 2 shades of gray so I can zoom in and out, and it'll help me identify some hot pixels, but it's still a lot of noise. I wish I could change it from a checkerboard to something else. The default. I'm gonna take this opportunity to clean up some of the cum stains we left behind on the carpet. Doggo tail, we're not even going to try to preserve at this point. Just the general curvature of that booty. The booty. Yeah, like that. Okay, now we're going to delete all this. All right. Now for what will be the most destructive portion of our current pass, we'll just do this eyebrow here before I forget. Yeah. Okay. We're now moving on to what will be brutal. We got 2 different ears here. We only need 1. Again, we're not going to be too keen on preserving a lot of this crap. Just some of the general shape of it. We're going to have a day of the rake once again. All right. Our preliminary day of the rake preparations is done. We're going to just do a little bit of cleanup here. We're going to use our brush to very broadly create some separation in these hair bits. See, again, I just preserved the general shape of it. I might need to do some more though, because I do not want to day of the rake the blue bits. I don't want to drag those out. You also see we have a blue tip on the ear there. I kind of like that. So we're going to draw that here too. Have I ever told you I'm not an artist? Because I'm not. So this is going to look like hot shit. Steaming and frothing. I don't have an easy way to do this, so bear with Biden. I'm just grabbing colors and trying to blend them in. And since that didn't really blend them in very well, we're gonna go down to the thing that does blend. Will it blend? Yes, it will. Yeah. Good shit. Now we move on to the hardest part of the day of the rake, which is the day of the rake. I'm gonna bring this down a little bit, and then we are just gonna go fucking hog wild on this bitch. Turn off that. Turn this up. We're going to avoid touching the blue, the no-no zone. We're going to try to follow the flow of the coat. But we're not being real specific here, we're just being destructive. It's a wiggly bit. It's wiggly. It's a wiggly. This is not the tool to be doing this, but we're trying to add some shape to this foot here. Okay. Bruh's copping it too. All right. Now is where we get a little creative. So now we got our ghost doggo, but he's not very transparent yet, right? So now we got to do transparency. These legs, I'm gonna blur them just a little bit here before we get in, just to soften the those ridges that we had there, so they're not as obvious. It's kind of really the only places I needed to do that, huh? Now, we would like to, as much as possible, preserve the glowing bits, and we're going to actually add some glow effects onto them. But first we need to somehow make the body transparent, but we don't really want it to be super consistently transparent. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to use erase. We're even going to duplicate and save a layer here in case we need it in the future. We're going to add 2 more layers, one down here. We're going to call this shadow. We're going to call this one glow, but we're not going to do anything with those yet. So first of all, we're going to use an erase. We're going to go to here and set this to erase. We're going to set our opacity to like 42%. We're going to make it kind of large, but we're going to possibly use a brush for this, maybe. Something like this. At least initially, and we're going to just see how this looks. We're just going to basically follow the flow of the body around the glowing bits. Without going too dark into some of them. All right, Ghost Doggo is Ghost. Now, the glow. We're gonna make some edgy Hollywood effects here. First, we're gonna grab the brightest glow spots. We're going to create some very soft effects here. Grabbing this, making it curve. Real men have curves. We're gonna set our opacity very low, and we're just going to make some normal glow here. Just following those hot spots. Then we're gonna grab some of these dark spots and we're gonna make those glow as well. This is because the original body didn't have any glow to go with the ghostly bones. So we're just going to add those to our Ghost Doggo. This is too different of a color. The smaller portions receiving smaller sizes. Some of the bones don't line up, but I don't fucking care anymore. We're gonna give him some eyes, some edgy eyes. So in order to do that, we're gonna need to make little beady pupils of death. We're gonna ramp that up. I'm gonna come down here. There. And then we're gonna take a higher color like this. We're gonna make it even smaller. Excellent. Now we're prepared to make a shadow. First of all, we're gonna make it very dark. We go back into our brushes. We're gonna use this one. We're just gonna shit all over the place. Just like a real dog rubbing his ass on the ground. Make a big smear, and then we're going to delete it afterwards. Conforming to the feet, making it horizontal to give it that perspective appearance. Then we're going to cut it between the legs, following the shape of the body somewhat. And then as our final touch, we're going to go back into here and use the ratio. We're going to ratio some tweeters. We're going to grab some very dark blues here. We're going to make it very, very light to opacity. And just add a little bit of a glow to the ground. And that is how you get Ghost Dog. Now we're prepared to convert this. Let's save that as a PNG, all things considered. Ghost Dog is displaced because we never fixed that in the scene. It wasn't a big deal. But we could have if we really wanted to. We just don't really care at the moment. So some of our shadow here needs to be kind of cleaned up. So we're going to come down back into here. Crank that up and just give it a little bit of a nudge on the ground here to remove the excess shadow that was left behind. We can also remove some in front of the head there, like that. And in fact, while I'm here, this is a final touch. We'll add a little bit of kind of brush-based feathering to that glow. We don't want it to necessarily glow very flat across the ground. Like that. There's probably an easy way to reframe that. I just don't know what it is. So we're gonna grab here, and I'm having a bit of a problem. We can't really see it, but we can see our cursor change to arrows when we're on the edge. So we're gonna just try to frame this just perfectly where we do not see it overlapping any part of the shadows or whatever. There are a few worse things we could do with this than end up with an awful cutoff. There you go, just copy paste this, and you can see we've got a problem, right? There's gonna be a glow here that's cut off. You can barely see it in here, but against a darker background, you would see it. So we'll raise that a little bit, zoom in and look very carefully. Looks all right. We're going to resize this fine fellow and see what a too high, we go by height as opposed to weight for this, because height is what determines the selection in Roll20, and we do not want to have to be recentering crap all over the place. So, 210 is huge. That booty is big. Big Billy. Alright, so 140, the original, seems to be quite good. You will notice that we didn't do any kind of transparency in the body at all. So that could possibly not look very good. We will see in a moment. So we're just gonna drop him right into this map, right next to the party. Absolutely not threatening or ominous in any shape or fashion. So he looks alright. Pretty much wherever I put him. I would say Ghost Dog is a success. Excellent. Now this is one I do plan to use in the game for nefarious deeds. But for now, they won't know about it because nobody watches these videos. So there's two examples of how I go through the process of editing these. And let's see, I've been recording for about an hour, so about an hour to do both of them. It's not too bad. It's still a little slow. There could be probably better, faster ways to do things than I did here, but well, this is how I've been doing it for a while. So I'm going to discuss with you a old configuration I had for making D&D maps within Unreal. This was Unreal 4 at the time. Right now we're in Unreal 5. There's a few other changes. Locally, the system is running Lumen, which is ray tracing. And this changes quite a lot. So most of what I did back then doesn't apply anymore. But if you are using similar systems, we can still reflect upon this, and I'm going to show you the main way that these were built. So there was a few generations of maps that I went through. And I kind of struggled with building the lighting for the maps, because when you are building a map in perspective like this, you're coloring yourself. You're coloring your perspective of the map. So when you render this as a 2D image, you're gonna know what all the elevations are by heart. You can't just forget those. You can't forget the depth. You can't forget the perspective. It's in your head. You built it. Even if you just saw a screen cap of a render, it's like your brain's gonna connect the dots. The players aren't going to get that. The players are not going to have that coloration. Now, it's true, you could go through some process of, say, for example, taking a screen cap or a render and showing them the 3D image ahead of time, or maybe having a mix of the two available. If you had a custom platform available that you could show like two separate maps, this actually be a great way to go about it. But we don't have that. Which means that sometimes the players are going to be confused about what elevation is what is a ledge or not, what is unpathable terrain or not, and it's going to be up to you, the DM, to try to hold their hand. Now, one of the reasons why I invested so much time into building maps, and why that was one of the first things I got into, isn't just because I needed the assets, it's because my descriptive story writing is very weak. I have a very weak vocabulary. I'm just not good at descriptions. You know, like I talked about in the 23-year reflection videos, it's one of the big things that really killed my writing ventures like Throne of Armageddon, is I'm just bad at writing, honestly. I can do dialogue, but when it comes to descriptive writing, especially on the spot, not very good, right? Like if I have time to reflect upon and iterate it, I can probably put out a paragraph or two that can concisely describe certain features, but it's not something I can do on the spot. One of the things in D&D is really going to test you is spot writing. This is on top of managing what are very technically complicated games. So I prefer to try to have the scene tell as much to the players without me having to hold their hand as possible, but they're still going to ask questions. So to try to eliminate the more obvious ones, it comes down to making sure that the asset is prepared well ahead of time. And one of the first things that you're going to note, especially if you come into this from building maps for other games and other mods and stuff like that prior to D&D like I have, is pretty much none of those skills really helps you here at all. Actually, it's whatever you learned in the past for like StarCraft 2 or, you know, Spring Commander and any other game you were building maps in, just throw it out. Throw it all out. Start from scratch. It doesn't apply. Even stuff like Brood War, RPG Maker, stuff like that does not prepare you for the fuckery of, you know, two-dimensional top-down where you have cover systems and ranges and every little bit of elevation matters. So you gotta make sure that the lighting gives that out. Now, one thing you're gonna note if you see a lot of people's drawn art is they use a lot of drop shadowing. And it tends to very flatly illuminate the scene, which can help. But one of the main advantages we're gonna be looking at coming into this is, of course, in fact, we have real lighting. But that's gonna be a bit of a problem, right? Because, for example, if we come here, let me just resize some stuff here so you can see this a little bit more easily. So when we come here, this two-dimensional ding-dong, we're going to be asking a question. Is this a part of this platform? Is it? Go into perspective. No, actually, that's above the platform. We have a shadow there, as well as some fuck projections. And the other thing that we're going to see a lot of as we get into this is we just ignore this. We just ignore fuck shit that shows up with 2D projections, decals. And I am using a decal here. The snow here that I've applied here, this is a decal. Yeah. So a lot of the snow in this level is just decals like that. And I have just haphazardly slapped them everywhere and they turn into a stretchy, blithery fucking mess. You would never do this in an actual game unless your name is Blizzard. But we can do it here because you're not gonna see that. Because the top down is, it's not gonna see that. Right? It might look a little weird when you see what should be an angle that it kind of like tiles like this. See? But not nearly as weird as when you view it head on, right? But we can still see a similar problem even when we don't have the snow, which is, how do we know that this isn't a ledge, right? Now, there's a few reasons for this. The first is, the lighting in this is different than my actual map. Not by a lot. It'll definitely look very different, probably a lot sharper, because we aren't using light maps anymore. But we have these fill lights here. Now, the reason why I have these fill lights here is because the scene gets very, very dark without them, right? Now, I could apply a global dominant light. I mean, we wouldn't have to use those. And that's going to cause shadows to go in strange places, too. And it's going to look proper from our perspective, but the shadows are going to look a little weird like this. So there's a few potential strategies you have when you're looking at these basics of elevation. The first is you can describe it to the players. But in this specific case, and in this case over here, describing to them is actually kind of a bad idea because we're going to set a weird precedent where the players can't even trust their eyes anymore. If I say, oh, this is 10 feet above, they're going to be asking you constantly about what is 10 feet above or not. So while I have a specific idea in mind when I'm building the perspective of the map, oftentimes when it comes to actually deploying the map and placing it in Roll20, I'm going to roll things based on how they look in the orthographic camera. So if we were in perspective, or if we were playing with a perspective camera, and we look at this, we'd say, yeah, that's obviously higher than this. That's what the perspective's telling us, right? And if we come over here, and we look at this, yeah, that's definitely quite a lot higher, huh? That's way higher. But then we go into the orthographic, we're gonna see that there's no clear definition. I'm gonna let the players walk onto this. We come down here, there's no clear definition. I'm gonna let the players walk onto this. Simple as. Now, if you have a more advanced system in mind where you can render this in layers, and you would grab these objects and render them as an overlay so that tokens can go under them, you're still gonna want to have some kind of shadowing here that denotes that this is cast over. Now, these maps were built very, very quickly, so I didn't worry as much about these kinds of inconsistencies when the time came. But there is a few ways we can go around this by changing the way the shadowing is done. If we move the lights down here, we're gonna see a clear distinction there. Now the players know there's going to be an elevation difference, right? Now you can say, like, there's a pillar leaning against this edge. And then they might ask you, how high up is it? Right? As an example of such a case where I adjusted the lighting just by moving one of those snow decals to make one of the spikes darker, I did so over here so that you would see this is darker and thus the elevation is different. Therefore, when you look inside the game, you can see that that helps put the focus onto the platform as opposed to the prickly root spike thing that's coming out of underneath it and overhead of it. Having contrast in lighting is very, very important to give depth perception and orthographic, and ideally you're also using different textures and different kinds of shading on top of it to help isolate them even more. Don't rely just on drop shadows and things like that, because they tend to just look bad in general, and they don't really give you much of a hint of elevation unless you've done so consistently through the entire game, which requires some degree of foresight and meditation, and you can't really do that very easily within something like Unreal. So lighting is a very, very, very important thing. I would actually say lighting is the single most important thing. And we're gonna see some lighting bugs in here we won't normally get. Whereas some of the old lighting bugs are gonna be gone because this is virtual shadow maps and it's not using light maps. So this is something we're gonna reference a little bit, is if you are not using something like ray tracing, you're gonna have a bad time with the vast majority of assets you try to use for your meshes, no matter what they are. No matter what they are. Now, let's see here. They've changed this interface a lot since I last looked at it, because I think they're kind of like Adobe, where they feel like they just have to change the interface every so often, otherwise they will lose their jobs. This here is the... I think that's the actual UVs, if I'm not mistaken. They look a little fucked. I don't know. I'm not gonna ask questions. And this here is a light map UVs that the editor has generated. So the editor comes with the functionality of automatically generating light maps. And when I started, it was kind of meh. They did improve it a little bit over time, I believe, but it's still kind of meh. It really depends on the object. But there's a reason why light map UVing is actually a pretty valuable skill when it comes to baked lighting. You can't just use a regular UV system. And you can't just reference the regular UVs, because this doesn't work. This doesn't work. The static lighting is going to build a texture based on the UVs, which means you can't have stuff overlapping. You can't have things looping over the bounds, like this is looping. It's tiling. You can't do shit like that. It's gonna look like this. But it doesn't know how to handle some of these small features and even some large features. So what you're going to be tempted to do is you're going to crank up the light map resolution. Some of my maps have resolutions as high as 2000 on them for very simple objects, because the automatic generation was not really giving me good results. But what you're paying for with this resolution is the memory usage of baking the lighting. So I cannot stress enough that if you are capable of going to the path tracer or hardware ray tracing, do so. Do not use baked lighting for anything if you can avoid it. There's no reason to use baked lighting anymore. Lumen is just superior in 99% of cases. Only if you're building for very old, authentic hardware like the N64, PlayStation 1, that kind of stuff, should you be looking about baking lighting. For anything in present day, you should be looking for some kind of ray tracing solution. The only exception to this is if you have artists on staff that are hand making your light maps. Otherwise, your lighting is going to get black splotches all over the place. You're going to end up using a lot of memory that you don't need to use, because not just baking the light maps, but actually loading the map uses a lot more memory. And as a result, I had a lot of issues with these maps. I had a lot of issues with these maps, where trying to bake these would constantly crash Unreal over and over and over again. And nothing could be running while they were going. And it's very, very, very computationally expensive. That was on very powerful hardware at the time. So, yeah, it's, don't get into that ballpark unless you really know what you're dealing with. Just stick to hardware ray tracing or software ray tracing, one of those two. Lumen will be sufficient in many cases, but Lumen does produce a lot more leaking, in my experience, and subpar quality compared to Path Tracer. So Path Tracer is preferable, but I'll talk about Path Tracer in a little bit. So in this system here, what I did is I would bake the lighting once the map was finished, and I'm going to hit Control E here, and we're going to open this blueprint. So this is something HKS made. And if we go back on the map very briefly, we're going to see that we have capture for capture, and we have setup, and there is a grid size here, and the angle in which a camera is going to point. And if I hop into perspective very briefly here and go up and turn this on, we are going to see that we have this box here for the render texture actor, and this is giving us a balance of the map. And this is the image that is going to show up. So what this does is this is going to render out our orthographic frame. And HKS has given me permission to show you this and explain to you a little bit of how it works. So you're going to see here that there is a couple of objects in here. There is a couple of cameras that for some reason are invisible, but they are there. They should hypothetically still work, I presume. And I think it'll stick them in place when it builds or something. We have an arrow here. It's just directing the north or whatever the map. We have a box here. It's going to depict the size, the helper box. Now, when we go to the setup, this is going to actually set up the camera. So generally, what your workflow for this is push, setup, and then capture. Setup is going to make sure everything is in shape. It's a little wonky. It took a few tries to get this to work out just perfectly, but it does. So what setup is going to do is it's going to actually configure the cameras and things like that. Now, if you're wondering if we're going to be printing a single image to use for a map, why do we need 4 cameras? Because if you try to render a 7000 by 7000 image as a single texture, you're probably going to crash your GPU. That's how a lot of this stuff tends to work. This is definitely going to be limited by your GPU, and I'm not sure of the exact technical specifications, but at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff works better if you capture a bunch of small pieces and seamlessly stitch them together. So that's what this is going to do. So that's why we have 4 separate cameras here. I'm going to split this into a grid. And that is effectively what this setup is doing. It's going to be setting up all the cameras in accordance to locations specified, and then the size of the grid that you have specified for the map. And then we will be setting up render targets. There is limitations for this. It's very possible that these limitations are not going to be the same today as they were back then. I haven't used this in years. But this capture setup is not going to capture any post-processing whatsoever. And as a general rule of thumb, the orthographic camera does not work with a depth buffer. And especially when you render this stuff out, it's going to be more of an issue. But it looks like inside the editor, the top view actually doesn't have some of those problems, which is kind of funny. But it is definitely 100% an issue when it comes to the actual rendering with this or with a path tracer. So keep that in mind, is you lose access to the depth buffer, and that means that depth bias alpha doesn't work. Things like volumetric fog and stuff like that don't work. And they misbehave. And just anything really that's looking for like scene depth. So that's that, plus the lack of post-processing. Metallic doesn't work in this. The reflections don't work. There's a lot of things that don't work. So also, because the depth and things like that are not working, specularity is going to really misbehave a lot too. So that's why these scenes are very, very flatly lit and aren't making use of specularity, because specularity looks really, really fucked. Now, one of the other problems you're going to have a lot that's very, very hard to get rid of, and it's going to come up more often when you go into the path tracer and you start using reflective scenes, is these lights are all going to create hotspots everywhere. And there's no real way to get rid of those hotspots when you're trying to use them other than removing the specular scale. That's the only way to get rid of that. I'll show you it in a newer map in a little bit, but that can be an issue with this too. So generally speaking, you're going to be wanting using softer radiuses and higher attenuation radiuses. So when I first started, I used very direct, very realistic lighting. But as time went on, I started using more and more and more soft ambient lighting. And you can see in here that we have a lot of these fill lights are showing up in the map like this, right? Because of the specularity and the fact this is shiny on the bottom. So that's kind of an issue. I've got some very subtle fog in here. You can't see it very well in here, but in the final map you would have. So my general process for making these maps is just to piece them together in perspective as best as I feel. And you'll see that for a lot of walls and stuff like that, I will angle them here. You'll see some people who draw their maps do this as well. That's because in orthographic, if you don't, you're just going to see the very tops of them. But if we angle them a little bit, we can see them here, and then we make the top dark there, unless we want the players to go up there. And then you can see there's like a little bit of a wall, right? Although with the dark back here and the dark here, it creates like an invisible connection between the two, right? So it's not always very useful. I can see the lighting is really misbehaving in this. It's definitely not very happy. But I'll show you the rendered map for this. And the other thing about this is the way that this is sized is you're gonna want to pay attention to this. Is the grid, the 100 grid size, is a size of a token in Roll20, I believe. 70 pixels in this configuration. But I don't see the grid here. There you go. So yeah, 100 space is a grid. And also, the default size of the cube is 100 units. Oh no, this has a timer on it. Please. Oh no. I guess it's just gonna be beeping from now on. I don't know how to turn off the timer. Anyways, so the cube is an excellent reference for the size of a token in Roll20. I'm trying to get it into the grid here, and I realize this is not the best way to do so, but yeah, if I'm never sure how big something is going to be in regards to like a player token, I'll just bust out the cube, and you'll see me use that as a reference for the 100 space grid. And then that helps me determine like how big a player is going to be on Roll20 at 70 pixels. So that was like the core fundamentals of how HKS set up the system to begin with, is to make sure that the scales would be reliable and correct. So when we print out a 7K image or a 4K image or whatever, that the scales are going to be correct in all of those. So these are what some of the functions look like. Again, I'm not intimately familiar with this myself. I'm just going to show you them. If you want to copy it, go ahead. He's giving you permission. But we don't use this anymore. We use the movie render cube. And that I'm still not entirely sure how that works myself. So I'll try to walk you through that too, very briefly. So the Luchador is a modern map for Abe. Ashes became embers. I made this about a year and Oh god, it's about almost 2 years ago now. So this is intended to be rendered with the movie render queue and the path tracer. The movie render queue will give you access to things like post-processing, metallic, and other things like that the old system wouldn't use, and we use the path tracer for it, which gives us better lighting, shadows, and stuff like that. We don't have to worry about a lot of things, but there are some differences between it and Lumen and some other stuff that we need to make note. For example, back faces will block lights. So they won't do that when you're previewing the map, but when you try to render them out, they will. Some other caveats is that the movie render queue and orthographic camera and the path tracer in general are very, very underdeveloped. Epic has not placed very much time into that software, and since it's not something that helps them with Fortnite, they really don't give a shit about it. Which means that there have been many builds of the engine where they are grotesquely unstable and will crash a lot and otherwise be entirely unable to be used. So once you get yourself set up, you probably do not want to update that engine unless it's absolutely necessary. In my case, we update it to chase modern features. So there are many times where there have been months have gone by I've been unable to make maps. And this has put a lot of stress on my development for the games. Don't be me. Now, immediately I'm going to talk about this. And this is a big problem. These lights here generate responses on the ground we're going to see because of specularity. The only real way we have of stopping this is by turning off the specular scale. Then we only get the light. But as you can see, that gives us back the flat lighting. This is a very big problem, and designing scenes around it can be very challenging. This is because Epic has this obsession with chasing physical-based realism. Because they are getting money or something like that from shitty art students, and as a result, just about everything they do in the engine is either for Fortnite or it's about filmic nonsense. Which means that to create what would be construed as an unrealistic light, in that it gives us the extra specularity responses, but doesn't have this, it's not really that easy. It was easier before because we didn't have to deal with specularity, because specularity really just didn't behave for us anyways. But now with the path tracer and stuff like that, specularity behaves way more reliably and we can use it. But now we have to contend with this. Now, this is obviously an artificial construct where we have artificial lighting like lights. So I don't care as much about these. We just say, yeah, there's lights overhead. As you can see, Lumen will struggle a little bit here because if we bring our camera in here, we're going to see that I have placed some flat billboards above the terrain. I did do this in the baked lighting areas as well that are interior in many cases. The reason why I do this is because it bounces the lighting back in and helps fully illuminate the interiors. Even in Lumen, if I remove this, you're going to see that it's going to make this scene a lot more darker than what I really want, or what really feels realistic. So in Path Tracer, it's especially important that we have that there because Path Tracer has a lot better bounce behavior than what Lumen does. Trying to ignore these lighting bugs, once again, that's mostly Lumen, and it's not really that much of an issue in the Path Tracer. I'm not going to actually render a Path Tracer while I'm recording because I'm pretty sure we'll just crash. So I'm going to show you how my Path Tracer stuff is set up before we get too deep into the map. We need to have a sequence in the level for this. We will place the sequence in a level. Each level will have its own sequence because the camera that the sequence references is important. We're going to go Control E to open the sequence. In this sequence, you will make sure that nothing ever occurs inside of here ever, because that would be bad. Because we're not making an animation, we're just dumping a single frame. We will then drag in the camera, which will create this, and we'll make sure that we have a couple frames in here insinuated. Then we're going to go to the render movie sequence, and I'm just going to open Cat 3. Click right here. Not that. I guess you can do that too. That's more like animation jobs, but these are the configurations. So, in all likelihood, this is something you're going to want to copy if you get into this. Right alpha, it doesn't do anything on its own. Alpha masking does need additional setup, and I don't remember what that is right now. I believe it needs something in the post-processing setup. And then we want the path tracer. The path tracer, we just don't do anything in here. Make sure render when our main pass is on. And then we're going to have anti-aliasing. And we're going to be using temporal super sampling. And we will want to have a warm-up count, warm-up frame count. This is very important. Strange things have happened in the newer versions of Unreal without having a warm-up count. We will want to have that. It's not just about temporal anti-aliasing. It's about the path tracer in general does want to have warm-up frames. This isn't really a big deal. And then console variables. This is probably, some of these are probably unnecessary at this time, but we were trying to fix stuff before, so you can reference it if you want, but some of this stuff should be automated now. We shouldn't have to worry too much about it. And then the game overrides, just to make sure that we aren't doing any kind of optimizations. We don't care about things like LODs. We don't care about things like texture streaming or any of this other nonsense. We want to produce the highest quality we can. And then there's our output, where we're going to give us a single frame. Now you're going to note, I'm not making use of the tile count to split up the render as I did with the original blueprint that HKS had for capturing the images. The reason for this is unfortunately the nature of using the path tracer and denoisers. The path tracer is going to initially hand the engine a very, very noisy image. The engine is then going to denoise the image. It's not really dissimilar from AI related stuff. And indeed, some of the denoisers are AI driven. This is just because that's the cost that path tracer pays for being so fast. Although this can take a little while to initially start up, once it caches in your memory, you can start printing frames to test out stuff for the map within just a few minutes. This is in stark contrast to light baking times that could take me upwards of a day on then modern hardware. So this is faster, but it's actually even more system intensive in some regards. The light baking will make use of your system memory and your system processor. The path tracer in the movie render queue is very, very, very GPU bound, and this is very much bound by your GPU memory. Which means that it's much easier to crash Unreal than the other one. The other one will crash when it eventually runs out of system memory. This will happily crash when it runs out of GPU memory. And it can be tight enough that if I'm running OBS or anything else that uses some hundreds of megs of GPU memory for reasons unknown, it will just blow up. So do not be running anything in the background while you're doing this that uses GPU. That means no Roblox, no Hello Kitty Island Adventure, no Secret of the Magic Crystals, no Pornhub on 8K resolution. All that shit uses GPU. Use Process Explorer, use Windows Task Manager, use something like that. Check down the list of what's using GPU memory. You should only really have the desktop baked in Windows stuff using a small amount, and that's it. As you get more accustomed to the kind of costs on your system that each scene is going to provide and the size of the frames you're going to be rendering, I don't go any higher than 7K myself, then you can work up multitasking. Now the system's a little bit better at handling it. Unreal's a little bit more stable, and sometimes I can even run the emulator in the background. Sometimes I can even run Stable Diffusion in the background, give or take depending on what I'm doing. But there's another problem. High resolution is supposed to avoid this by splitting up the frames just as you would in the original HKS thing. The thing is, though, is that because the denoiser and the lighting results are going to be based on those frames, and they're way more sensitive to frame data, you're going to get seams between the tiles. Sometimes the tiles are going to be wildly different. Sometimes tiles are going to be like full bright and others aren't, because it doesn't have access to the information from one tile in the other. You can't really use this in my experience. You used to be able to kind of use it, and the differences between the frame tiles weren't that big. It was enough I could edit it in Krita, but when I tried to use it in these scenes, I just couldn't. The results were just too fucked up. So that means that you're going to be rendering the full resolution tiles as they are. Now we come to the big question. Do we render as local, where if we crash, we're usually going to crash the editor? Or remote, which launches a new client, where if it does decide to crash, it has like a 70% chance of not crashing the editor. Sometimes it still will, but the whole idea is that it's not supposed to. When you were first testing out, I would say go with remote. But there has been historical problems I've had with remote rendering that come and go as a result of Epic not really giving this system much attention. For one, sometimes you get heavily decimated nanite meshes. And you do want to be using nanite in this. You can not if you don't want to. It doesn't really matter, but it helps to have it because it helps your actual mapping performance with this, because you'll be probably mapping in Lumen to have a closer idea of what the lighting is going to turn out, because Lumen is going to be very similar to the path tracer, you know, at a surface. Other than the not rendering through back faces thing, right? But the render remote tends to have problems sometimes. It'll decimate nanite meshes at random and other issues. That's one of the causes why I had some of these things in here, was to try to fix stuff with that. But in the last while, I just remember local. Just make sure you save everything. There's one other step to this that's very, very important though, and that's the camera. Now, HKS gave some math, and I'll show you the screenshot of the math, but there is, yeah, when I opened the camera, it put a lot of strain on the VSM, because now it's rendering the whole map in real time on top of this. So that's why it's freaking out. Try to ignore that for the moment. But this, basically, the calculations that were kind of automated in that previous blueprint for making sure the image was the correct size and stuff like that, in accordance to like the cube is the size of our token and things. We need to do some math in the actual orthographic camera here to make sure that our sizes are going to be correct. And that's mostly going to be the ortho width. Auto calculate ortho planes doesn't seem to really help that much with most of what I'm doing. The near clip and far clip are sometimes something you're going to have to play around with. In fact, in this version of Unreal in 5.6, when I came back to this map, the map didn't show up, and I had to set the near clip plane to some insane negative number to get the map to show up again. I have no idea why. You can change some post-processing here. You can fool around with this. You could even try to turn on CAS if you really want it, if you have that in. I would highly recommend against using any kind of tone mapping and stuff like that, and just do lighting and stuff the normal way. Again, make sure you have expand gamut and the tone curve amount disabled, either through the engine like we do, or through this. Unless you're using something like the GT7 tone map filter, which is supposed to be actually really good for realistic images, but we're not at the stage where we can try that out yet. I think HKS was researching that to see if it would be an improvement or how to install it at all to begin with. So that might be a subject to return to in the future on its own, because that would definitely mandate a lot of changes. The biggest issue is that you wouldn't want to have any kind of exposure on at all, because that's gonna change your lighting and be really, really, really fucked up and unpredictable. So very, very basic laydown. You gotta be careful, because while you can leave these windows open and go back to mapping, especially when you're editing stuff, every now and then if you start moving stuff around in the map, they're gonna get automatically added to the track bar here, and that's gonna cause a lot of problems. So it may be better just to close this when you're doing work, and if that starts happening to you, and reopen it at a later period, because it thinks you're trying to animate stuff. I don't know what the conditions are for that, because it seems really, really inconsistent, but it definitely does do it sometime. Now, again, when it comes to the actual mapping process, you're going to see that within the Luchador, I'm applying very, very similar processes to as I was applying on the other maps. I'm using a very, very different kind of a lighting system, and it's a very newer game, but a lot of the same theories that get applied to this still exist. For example, using the angular walls, making use of lights on those walls, right? The other thing about using the path tracer is emissive will give us lighting within the path tracer
but it's not going to give us that much within Lumen. Within Lumen, it's not nearly as effective. It also tends to ghost a lot. But the Path Tracer, it's going to look a lot better. We can preview the Path Tracer if we have it enabled by going into here. Sometimes this will crash, but you're going to note that the lighting here completely changes because the way that the Path Tracer is handling the lighting from emissive is much better. You'll also note that when we go into perspective, it starts working. So I'm guessing what's happening is that orthographic and Lumen don't kind of like each other in general. I've tried to render Lumen frames a few times out of the movie render queue, and yeah, this is kind of consistent with some of the problems I encounter. So referencing it in this manner that I'm doing right now is not something I normally do. I'm just doing it for the sake of this video. If you really want to get an idea of what your map's going to look like, it's better just to render the frame. And this is so much faster and more reliable than just spending a day to bake your lighting to test your changes to one area, because you have no way when you're baking the lighting to tell the system, hey, I only changed like a pillar over here. Can we just like only re-render this area? No, it's all or nothing. So the fact it takes so long is very, very detrimental. When it comes to this kind of a system, generally, what I will do is I will build the map in unlit first. I will build chunks of the map in unlit, and then when I want to get an idea how it's going to start looking, usually about like a quarter or halfway through, then I'm going to start putting in lights, and then I'm going to switch to lit, and then I'm going to render a frame. And that frame is going to tell me, okay, this is how my lighting behaves, this is how my materials behave, stuff like that. Unless I want to experiment beforehand, I will wait until I'm done a chunk of what I have in my head, and then go into unlit. Now, depending on what we're doing, some of these details are not going to show up very well. Like these railings, those aren't going to show up very well in Roll20. So we can give them very steep angles, as I have here, but we might be relying on specularity to highlight certain things or other lighting features to highlight certain things. This is something I can't give you a really broad guide on because it's going to be different for every single map. Up until very, very recently, these sofas were using this material. Now, if I show you this in top here, you can still see that those sofas are there. But in the actual game, they're actually kind of hard to see, to the point that because I built this map and then rendered the final version of it like sometime afterwards, we didn't know there was couches there for, what? Over a year and a half? I think that's when we got into Luchador, was a year and a half ago, a little bit longer. Nobody knew there was couches there until a couple weeks ago. Someone noticed it and put a character on there. Right? So that's just because in the actual thing, the dark kind of like blended together. And like I might have described them being there, but it's better to use that contrast. And that's just, again, as a result of the path tracer and stuff like that, and the lighting being more consistent and the reflections being way better than in Lumen. It made the whole area kind of more consistent. And as a result, the couches kind of blended into there. So for an update to the map, I rebaked it with brighter textures. One of the other things I also sometimes do is if the players do something to the map, and this is a recurring map, like this is their hub currently, like there was a coffee machine, they found they put a coffee machine here, and I didn't have a coffee machine mesh at the time. But when I came in here to fix the renders for these couches, I saw we now had a coffee machine in my assets, and this is from a hospitality. I don't know which pack this was, but we have an actual coffee machine here. So that has been put in here as well. And also I discovered the ovens were floating in the air and were on a weird angle, so that got fixed as well. But we have some other challenges in this room that I'm not entirely sure how to fix yet, but it could be a cause for me redoing the way the lighting is done in this room and using a little bit more ambient lighting. So in these lights right here, the shadows are okay, but when we look at this in Roll20 or from a top-down view here, we're gonna see that the lighting on the chairs looks a little weird, right? And that's because while we've got a highlight for the lights on the floor, the surface of the cupboard here is not nearly as reflective. And the lighting is causing the shadows to converge here, but yeah, it's not been a super big deal in the game, but one of the players has mentioned it. So that's the kind of stuff I didn't really think about immediately when I started this map because I was in kind of a rush. But now that we've played a little while, I've tried to think, how might I best resolve that? Now, I can delete some of these lights, but you can see it's going to make the room a lot darker. So what we would probably want to do is have a much broader light, maybe even like a rect light, something that casts across the room and bounces around. There are some other changes we can do too. We can raise the indirect lighting intensity, although that may not actually influence. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we could do something like that. Another thing is that I never use inverse fall off, except in really specific cases. Inverse fall off is trying to be physically accurate. The problem with inverse fall off is it creates these mega hotspots, and you have to set the lighting values to be super giga high. Meanwhile, it doesn't really illuminate the area around it very well. So while it might be more physically accurate, it makes actually illuminating the level really hard. So if I want to have a lighting hotspot like that, I'll actually have two lights. One could use the inverse square fall off, but then I'm going to use something for an ambient fill light. That is just to try to flatten out the lighting a little bit, because having sharp contrast in the lighting when it comes to an orthographic map is going to tell the players that there's a feature or a change in the elevation here. Remember, this is something that's really complicated, but when it comes to orthographic lighting, you want to keep things as soft and flat as possible for any area that is somewhere that they can walk on. Because otherwise they're going to get... People get, like everyone gets confused by elevation. HKS has worked with Unreal longer than I have. I've had other people who've done RTS stuff, like the Drunk Swedishman, stuff like that. They get confused by elevation all over the place. People of all walks and all skill sets get confused by elevation in an orthographic map. And they're going to get confused no matter how perfect you're going to prepare it. So it's going to take you a learning process. But absolutely, I've cut down a lot of elevation confusion within Abe by doing flat lighting. When I had contrast in lighting, specifically for the cave area where they were walking on black diamond, I wanted it to be super dark, but I tried to make it really reflective. At least one player thought it was an abyss that they couldn't walk across for a while until they brought it up. And yeah, that felt pretty bad. So it's something that's going to take you a while to learn. But when it comes to some of these more complicated challenges like this, some degree of experimentation is ordered, and it could consume a lot of time because I want this. This is a lounge. It's supposed to be fairly well illuminated. But how am I going to illuminate this while removing the hotspots from here? It's true, what I could do is make a large fill light that doesn't have reflections on, but then we're still gonna have the problem where the shadows are gonna be there. So we might want to have some spotlights or something here to cast shadows from these. Alternatively, what I could mess around with is something I just did a really bad mistake where I titled lighting as lightning. I've never made that mistake for most of my life. But we could use lighting channels to exclude some of these objects. It's just they're going to kind of pop out of this scene in a way. So we want to have a specific light here that casts shadows on these. Or what we may want to do is remove shadow casting entirely from certain lights in this scene. Like these, but then, you know, we're going to have some other problems where we're going to get light bleeding, right? It's going to change a lot more than just the chairs. So possibly using lighting channels or something like that to exclude certain lights from these chairs could be somewhere we want to go with this to try to control the shadow casting in this area. Right? There are things that will crash the path tracer with or without orthographic or anything related. And you gotta be kind of careful of those, especially when you're using third-party assets. The first one is any asset that has mesh decals on them. So I think it was these walls had, let's see here. Yeah, it was like these or something like that. There was something on here that was maybe even like this. You see, maybe I just like blacked it out or something. But there are meshes where people will put on decals. They'll bake them into the mesh. You'll have a material in here that'll show up as a decal. And I'm not sure why they do that. It's part of some kind of a pipeline. But you got to be really, really, really careful about that. That will crash the path tracer. So if you have a map that's like consistently crashing on you over and over and over again, the process of elimination would be by turning on path tracing in the viewport and scrolling your camera around with a limited top-down view. And if you go into an area and boom, you get a GPU crash or it says GPU device stop responding or whatever, that is because there's something in there that the path tracer doesn't like. Now, in the newer versions of 5.6 and plus with the path tracer, they have improved some of the support for some of the things that the path tracer did not like before, as subsurface and some other things. Additive and translucent materials could also crash it. There is actually a setting in the post-processing that I don't know why there's two in here. Don't ask. No idea. But there's a few settings in here you may want to have a look at, which is the samples per pixel. You may want to crank this up as well. And there's max bounces and max path intensity and some other stuff in here. There's some other settings in the console variables and stuff like that that can try to stop it from basically going on a runoff when it hits certain things. Certain additive and translucent materials can cause it to freak out. Before, I was able to consistently render areas that had windows and stuff in them, but then mysteriously they would start crashing later on. And the frame warm-up thing that I talked about earlier in the render settings, I would have this square appear on the scene from a dark object I had underneath of an area to stop light from bleeding through open edges underneath of a platform. The sorting for the level got confused for some reason, so it needed to have warm-up frames. I'm not entirely sure why. It's possible because it's dumping the first frame before the engine's actually properly like configured the scene or something like that. It's kind of weird. Maybe it's just like a render queue specific bug. In any event, the render frames fix that up. So the other thing to make a note of is that there are different denoisers within the plugins. And this is the one I'm using right now, is the non-nude elements denoiser. I have tried the other ones, but in my experience, they weren't as good. The problem with the path tracer that you're going to uncover once you start experimenting with it is because of the fact you're denoising and stuff like that, a lot of very fine details are going to get lost in the scene, even though the resolution should support them. So very fine plating and line details and stuff like that would get lost, especially in the very early versions I was messing around with. So these settings I have configured are here for a very specific reason. The samples and stuff like that have all been tested pretty thoroughly, and so far is the best results we've been able to conjure with them. But it's possible in newer versions of the engine, better denoisers or more improvements to the system will come out. But like I said, this is still very, 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 very young, and Epic doesn't put much time into it. So yeah, like I said, if you're rendering a scene and it's crashing out of the blue and you can't figure out why, you can use that hunt and peck method to search for an area that contains objects that have crashes. And then you can just try sticking those objects out in a void or taking a look at them and having a look at their materials. If you come into here and you check through the materials and you see one of them maybe has something to do with decals, you could come into here and search for the master material that controls it, or you can check down here
You see this one here is set to blend value, shading value, and it's translucent and default lit. That should no longer crash today, but it's very likely that I changed this from what it originally was, which was deferred decal. Now, decals normally will not crash. So the fact that I've consistently run into these meshes where they will crash when they're on the mesh like this as a part of a mesh material, that's definitely some kind of bug. But fixing it is as simple as just removing that, changing the material domain, stuff like that. So definitely something to be aware of. But again, you know, like the little windows on here, the glass, that did not crash me. The decals did. Even though having big fog planes and stuff like that historically did cause some crashes. In this version of the engine 5.6, there are still some bugs where large additive planes that I use for like the fog billboards and stuff like that, those cause some problems with lighting, and actually the edges on the billboards will be just really fucked. So if you have just a square plane, and I can't show the maps in here because they haven't been discovered in the game where this is set up. But this plane, if you go here and you go to... How do I do this now? Wireframe. So inside the map, you'll see some weird lighting inconsistencies with here when you set this to like an additive or translucent material. And so it stopped crashing, but the rendering was still fucked. So I couldn't really have like my fog planes. Right, so you might think, well, why not use something like volumetric fog or other kinds of, you know, exponential height fog or something like that, right? Because these don't really work in orthographic. Orthographic gets very confused by them. You can kind of sort of get them to show up if you play around with the settings, but it kind of seems like the camera height setting, I don't know, there was some setting somewhere, like the camera height, it still doesn't really understand what to do about volumetric fog and stuff like that. So it won't crash, but you just won't get it to show up most of the time. So there's definitely some issues that can crop up with this. You have to be kind of alert with, because you can just run into them out of nowhere when you're messing around with third-party assets. Things could have a material or something in there that's using those decals on the actual mesh. But you'll have no problems at all sticking an actual, like a decal into the scene, like what I was using for snow. That will be fine. It's just when they're a part of the actual meshes. But those kinds of meshes are very rare, so you may not run into it very often. And then when you do, you'll be really confused, right? You'll just be confused like I was. So that is some food for thought as an introduction to mapping. Just some of the things I wanted to bring up right away in regards to, you know, things to watch out for, and some of the techniques I employ within this.
I have a process for going through art and determining what to use for my games, and this goes hand in hand with how I design the units and characters for my games, as well as the maps. I spoke earlier of the evolution of my standards as my games progressed, and the kind of consistency and styles I look for. While I often enter a game with a number of core characters or mobs in my head I come to seek assets for, most of what I ultimately end up with comes as a result of the assets I either find along the way or, more recently, come up with during explorative generation with Stable Diffusion. The major websites I use for exploring for content include Boru, Pixiv, rarely Pinterest, and most often Yandex. There's little to say about this process I haven't yet, or you otherwise can piece together, other than two subjects in particular, both of which might be considered controversial depending on the viewer. The first is so-called furry content. The Apex world has anthropomorphic characters, and this will likely get bundled into what mainstream viewership views as furry content. Furries are fetishists who involve themselves physically in what is called a furry community. Not all content that would hereby be referred to as furry content is actually furry as such. There is a distinction in the labels,
The problem for us as DMs is finding art assets for our games that aren't stained by the extreme degeneracy of that community. Even if we try to wade through the utterly disgusting ocean of Futanarian inflation, we'll still be hard-pressed to find material that has sensible colors, styling, and proportions. There's only a handful of artists out there, unfortunately whom are still involved in degeneracy, that produce decent content. Colors can be corrected. I recommend Photoshop for this because its hue shifting filter is much better than Krita's. But proportions and styles can't be, unless you're an artist, and if you were, why are you subjecting yourself to this horror to begin with? As I've discussed in the Apex X productions, flying close to the sun often gets you burned. Anthropomorphism has existed in mythology for countless years, but finding good art for it for 2D is next to impossible, and 3D is outright impossible. That's because furries took over the theme and ruined it. Across many years of searching, I found a handful of decent pieces of art, but the desire to explore the medium drew me to a relatively recent tool that is even more controversial for fellow failed artists, so-called artificial intelligence, or more accurately, poorly optimized math. AI is a tool like any other, and a tool is only as good as the person who uses it. It makes perfect sense for a content creator to take advantage of powerful new tools that stand to bridge the gap between them and their goals. It also makes perfect sense that nearly all examples of commercial or hobbyist content for that tool are bad, and you shouldn't judge the potential of the tool by the results of those who have no standards. Point in case, Unreal Engine. Stable Diffusion is a very new such tool to my toolkit. HKS walked me through installing it, and it's him who guides me through updating and customizing the installs. I use an AMD card because, well, I prefer purchasing high-quality hardware at a reasonable price. So there has been some rough patches of compatibility and performance until recent times in supporting this pipeline, because for some reason people still give NVIDIA money. And for some reason, AI is still on NVIDIA hardware. It's an incredibly massive subject and not one I'm intimately skilled in, so giving you an accurate overview, much less an extensive guide, is not exactly something I can do, especially in the scope of a single video production. I use a local client based on Forge, and Civitai was my main source of models and loras. Civitai in the last year and a half or so has worked hard to alienate and enrage its user base, so a lot of content that was once available on it, even very innocuous content, has been deleted, and many authors have gone dark or quit the medium in some futile, performant rage, making acquisition of many resources, even those I already have, impossible. Nonetheless, some skilled authors still remain. To summarize as concisely as possible, AI image generation is effectively the same time investment as using a search engine to find something specific. Both are enormous time sinks that can take weeks to months to find a solution for a given character should it exist. Stable diffusion models aren't generally listed by quality or competency, and it's hard to make a wager if they're going to be. And AI is merely a brute force algorithm, ultimately no more advanced than a modern search engine anyways. Many models and loras are poorly trained, and their training data is also low quality and wasn't properly sanitized or tagged. You're effectively rolling the dice constantly and fishing out various combinations of words, inputs, and settings to find a good solution. Depending on your processing power, it may not be worth it at all. However, the content I wanted for my projects, such as for example high-quality anthropomorphic character art that has lighting, color depth, and proper proportions, basically doesn't exist in the entire world. There's less than a dozen decent-looking female furry characters I've found on the internet to date. AI allows you to take advantage of an artist's style and produce better art than they do, in addition to allowing you to break past the limitations of those artists, such as same-face obsessions, poor proportions, or simply a lack of desirable material. AI is the natural evolution of content creation, and it's a wonder these artists don't monetize it by selling handcrafted and curated styles as loras, instead of extremely limited and time-consuming samples on scam websites only a handful of boomers will pay anything for them. The only thing better than AI-driven content is the amount of failed artists who get butthurt about AI-driven content. AI-driven content is a meme, however. You'll quickly discover that conjuring your perfect waifu isn't nearly as easy as it sounds, and certainly not as easy as it's advertised, unless your target goal is eldritch horrors. AI struggles with very basic and simple concepts, and many models will lack knowledge you'd consider fundamental. To make matters worse, there's morons out there who try to gatekeep prompting knowledge in models because they are under the idiotic belief that content built off of stolen material is something they have any right to try to gatekeep. And they don't seem to realize just how bad fragmenting development is for such a medium, despite the chilling effect of various so-called open organizations doing so, and how deeply it has harmed AI advancement as a whole, much less the public opinion of it. Here's a few examples of what I considered highly successful prompts and results. This comes from a period of nearly 2 years of research, by the way. Again, the Stable Diffusion subject is massive, but the most important thing to understand is that the time commitment is generally going to be higher than a skilled artist actually drawing the art. Not only do you need a good result, you'll also need to fix it in Krita. This will test your drawing abilities if they're as bad as mine. Fingers and feet are something that toasters don't understand, and they're only the tip of the iceberg of how fucked the absolute best of models will make their results. Searching for art, editing art, searching for maps, editing maps, or using generative math to squish your thighs together and crush watermelons into the general shape of art, every single path is a venture to not only create assets to use in my projects, but also to ignite the spark of design. Because I invest so little time into the actual design and construction aspects of D&D and instead focus so heavily on asset, processing, and procurement, I leave most of my designs to spontaneous decision making. Usually by looking at art and writing down when it speaks to me. I'll look at a token or a character, and I'll write out in their stat block what I think they could be capable of, visually and based on the aesthetics of the world. It's also another reason why consistency and coherency is important. It's much easier for me to design how something looks and sounds when I have consistent pieces of a vast puzzle to fit together, rather than something that clashes. Yes, that's right, I said sounds. That's because music also plays an immensely important role not only in the game, but also in the visualizing of how a character or a unit wants to behave and perform in the game rules. An experience is a synthesis of elements. D&D is no different than digital software. I am merely fulfilling the role of artificial intelligence, storytelling, and level design, whereas pre-built entities would have taken those places in something like Devil May Cry. That means that music is immensely important all the same. And I sometimes make use of ambient sounds as well, looped through Audition, and sometimes even through an Unreal Engine instance, like a makeshift soundboard. I will do anything and everything to get the resources I want. My goal in doing so is to arm myself with a palette that gives me the most flexibility and power to do anything I might want to do while in the game. I should never have to leave the game window to do anything but consult documentation, like stat blocks, or change music tracks. Preparation is the key to success. But you can't prepare for what will happen in the game, you can only prepare for what might happen. Part of my analysis for each session is to determine possible branches the party might take from the current point. I do my best to prepare for each point ahead of time, even if it's unlikely that point may be addressed. You never know. Will they go in this direction or that direction? A game like Autumn Wind, where progression through maps is localized and at many points quite predictable, is very easy. A game like Ashes Became Embers, with much more of a conventional open world, is very hard. What happens if they do something between maps? I ran into this a few times during Autumn Winds. Once was between sessions, so I was able to prepare accordingly. Another wasn't, and I was forced to do theater of mind. This all comes down to not having maps that denote every possible location the party can be in. Autumn Wind's first area was split into major points of interest. Events occurred during travel between those points, and I didn't have generic encounter maps configured. Ashes Became Embers is considerably more lockstep both in design and what might occur between maps, and also that any area that might have travel encounters of any kind is fully kitted out in assets. Again, preparation is more than half the battle when it comes to DMing. Arming yourself with the tools is very important, because when something unexpected happens, being able to respond to it accordingly without missing a beat in your process, without becoming too flustered. This is what's important. DMing is a state of mind, a zone, a zen. And arming yourself with the various tools to make the most out of what you can do at any given point is the critical part to not breaking out of this zen. A lot of the struggles I had when I first started with D&D was becoming flustered and frustrated with not entirely knowing what I should or could do, or what the best decision might be. It's to be expected of someone who is inexperienced. But with experience came an understanding that just keeping consistent was the most important thing I could ever do at all. I no longer really planned ahead conversations. I visualize them inside of my head, but I let them flow as they might naturally. As a DM, I am a role player, and I am role-playing the characters. So in a sense, I play DMing more as a player than I do as a technician.
5th edition wasn't my very first experience with D&D. Of course, I played Neverwinter Nights and made modules for it, as well as played a bit of Baldur's Gate 2, though I never really understood too much about the inner mechanics of either of those. When I was first brought into 5th edition games, it was pitched to me as a system more accommodating for newer players. However, my experience with it has been anything but. Reflecting on 5th edition to present day still leaves me confused, bewildered, and utterly baffled for many reasons. Both the original so-called 2014 edition and the so-called 2014 edition have had this insane DEI undertone behind all their corporate slop, artwork, and presentation, little of which is distinguishable from ChatGPT prompts or stolen World of Warcraft assets. The aesthetic is insanely bland and sterile. It's filled with insane censorship and roundabout renaming, erasure and enshittification literally nobody asked for, and a distinct sterile-smelling whitewash of the actual content. When you read descriptions and character pitches, go through concept art and lore and the general material associated with 5th edition, you find there is little fantasy in 5th edition. It has been vigorously sanded down so that any sharp corners are now various balls. Unfortunately, the ball pit comes pre-vomited, and the same is very much true for the official material from the hysterical bestiary, which is literally just the same 3 archetypes run through an Excel sheet to the pants-on head class and ability balancing, much less the items. I stopped looking at the official material outside of classes and features for them, and I never even considered using the challenge rating system after I saw how lazy and inconsistently enforced the official material was. There was just no points. I came into 5th edition with decades of game design experience, a resume that clearly none of its original designers compared to. Simple questions, basic questions rose in every single table I participated in with this platform. Things that really just leave you scratching your heads. And none of them were answers, much less alluded to. How about hand crossbows and reloading? Sharpshooter and dual wield? Simulacrum? 2024 did address some problems, and it made many more. Some of the strange decisions with 2024 start with spells. For example, Leomund Tiny Hut, used extensively in SS, has been outright nerfed in 2024. This is perhaps deserved. It's de facto indestructible in 2014 rules as written, and this has been used extensively for safekeeping in extremely dangerous areas. However, in 2014, it's described as a dome, meaning it could be burrowed under. Oddly, 2024 doesn't actually describe its shape in the spell at all. It refers to an emanation, which is a nebulous side text contained elsewhere that describes a perfect sphere. This raises many questions. How does it interact with terrain, solids, fluids, or other things the caster may be standing on when it's cast? At what point does terrain stop, or can it stop the emanation? In an effort to presumably clarify the extents of the spell, they've only raised more questions, whereas the
dome description in 2014 insinuates by nature that it doesn't intersect terrain. Furthermore, the subtext creates an initial hurdle of looking up extra information, instead of packaging it into the spell. Rather than needing to describe the spell as an emanation, which describes itself as an extents in a straight line in all directions from the caster, you literally just state the spell as a sphere. Emanation doesn't say it interacts with terrain, but that may be the distinction here. I can't say, since the developer wasn't clear. This kind of confusion is easily avoided by being fluent in the English language, playing the game you're designing, and performing basic quality control, if not outright common sense. Meanwhile, blatantly overpowered spells are entirely forgotten about. Silvery Barbs, for example, Magic Jar, Warding Flare was buffed in 2024. They did fix Simulacrum, and they did make healing spells more usable past the beginning levels of the game. Some of their changes made perfect sense, and were basically reflections of house rules. But many of their changes were band-aids. Some were outright head-scratching, like Twin Spell, much less the tragedy that was the changes to grappling. We pick and choose what we take from 2024, and it isn't much. At the core of the 5th edition's problems is a blatant lack of effort to make a functional game. The developers don't play their own game. It's not just that everyone is scared of games past level 6, it's that nothing actually exists past that point. Every monster is the same flavor of on-hit, restrain, devour, or poison, or other things that just ignore your character's stats. Marshals gain extra attack and the occasional +1 to attack and damage from items, while casters hit a level threshold and magically gain the ability to save or die their targets, explode utility budget to the point the entire game breaks, or trivialize huge swaths of content and contributions from other units. High-end CR is filled with arbitrary immunities and reflex in turn, as though that's supposed to be exciting. Then there's so-called magic items, magic damage, and many monsters above a certain CR being immune to non-magical weapons. Lazy. Lazy, lazy, lazy. There's a clear and distinct lack of interest in actually making the game engage the players and give the players the tools to engage the game. Without the ability to engage the game, players will find combat dull and boring, and their character sheet will be barren of options for role-playing experiences. Everyone wants to be powerful. Everyone wants to be the shining star of the party. They may not say as much, but they want it. Humans are competitive by design. It's a part of what they are. Roleplay is power fantasy. It can be accomplished without ever rolling a single dice, or it can be accomplished by rolling hundreds of dice. Combat is the peak form of roleplay experience. Combat and the risk associated with it brings D&D to life. The very notion of avoiding combat comes with the respect of the danger it brings. Without it, there is no reason for D&D as a medium to exist. There's no reason for a rule set or a platform to exist. So why does 5th edition in particular neglect it so heavily? It's not just a lack of effort, it's the vagueness and confusion. A rule set is absolute, and in being absolute, it must state its rules clearly and indisputably. But much of 5th edition does not do this. Simulacrum is a basic example, but what about prestidigitation? What are the limits of air pressure, heat, and so on? I discussed this earlier. The entire conundrum of Autumn Wind's frostbite rulings came from the lack of clear limitations on these spells. What about the bonfire cantrip? It doesn't state any limit where it can be conjured. Some spells are oddly specific, enough so to be extremely limited. Casters are a strange case. Although high-level spells get wildly out of control in a hurry, upscaling spells is nearly pointless in many cases. A 9th level fireball is an utter waste of a slot. It's a no-brainer to give the spell extra damage or functionality as it upscales past certain thresholds. It's not like the little extra text will confuse a level 20 caster. Similarly, some of the weird behavior, like HP-based sleep, was made simpler in my rulings, though as a result these abilities became stronger. Rule sets exist to give framework for decision-making. When they are vague or don't cover basic functionality, they become a speed bump if not a wall. There is no middle ground to be had here. You're playing a game in a rule set because you don't want to be asking questions about how something should be working. All a rule set can ultimately give you is a tool set, but 5th edition has consistently felt like a half-filled belt. 2024 just dyed it in an even more obnoxious color and changed around the names of the wrenches to make them quirkier. In some cases, the simplification from Pathfinder, for example, made sense. All the various knowledge domains can be easily managed by the DM on a single unified history check. What that check gives in turn of actual returns based on the character's knowledge is easily determined with headwork. Having an extra half-dozen skill attributes just isn't necessary for this. But the advantage/disadvantage system is an utter mess, and frankly I hate it as is, though I do understand where it comes from. I've seen a few systems in my time and learned scant a little, but enough to know I wouldn't find them very fun. A D6 system in which anything less than a 4 was a failure and often a critical failure with major complications. Pathfinder, with confirming criticals, had a lot of interesting ideas, but it bogged down the game when applied to everything. Being able to, and encouraged to, stack items to increase flat mods for attack rolls and spell DCs looked and felt extremely lame, and it took a great deal away from the value of actual player and mob levels. It took a long time for me to warm up to the idea of dice, and the idea of using dice as a storytelling mechanism. As I did so, I came to see all the stacking of flat bonuses to escape from RNG as crutches. Rather, the system that facilitated and encouraged this behavior was on crutches. The worst of them all were the items that grant arbitrary stats, like the Belts of Giant Strength. These remind me very much of Diablo 2 builds based around equipping items in a certain order, poorly designed and balanced items, especially rune words, that granted you the ability to dump all of your stats into one dimension and care little about actually building a character. It's the laziest and least engaging character construction mechanism I can think of, and makes very little sense in the game world. That's a problem, though. Many things in D&D, especially in 5th edition, deconstruct and then entirely eliminate interest and sense in the game world. Advantage/disadvantage in 5th edition is likely the result of the developers admitting defeat on an equation I've been considering experimenting with for a few years now. The equation and the question related is, how can you interact with the player characters without applying direct modifications to attributes? There's only so many ways you can change a number. They chose to do so by doubling down on RNG. The problem is this makes those flat bonuses even more valuable. With various third-party official material and finally 2024, the application of advantage and disadvantage became even more prominent, and all of the balancing headaches associated with them. If players have a means to apply these liberally, such as bonus action dodge through certain classes, it can and will have insane and dramatic impact on the game, and this will lead to an arms race. In some cases, the arms race isn't a bad thing, but it's always something that feels like it wouldn't have been necessary had the system no need for mechanics that drive this behavior to begin with. That's the thing, though. Everyone is a competitor and everyone wants power. Players will always pursue optimization and min-maxing. You can nerf one thing, they'll find another. While I have built errata to curb a few possible trouble spots like Simulacrum, I've opted for less heavy-handed approaches elsewhere and simply designed my content with such power spiking in mind. Again, experience has helped me, but there's a threshold where my balance will end and a full rewrite to 5th edition will begin. That will be the 8th and 9th level spells. I intend to redo them completely and change the way scaling is handled for all the spells we're using when we reach that point. As it is, 7th level likely already has many candidates I will revise, especially if players start asking about third-party stuff. There exists a clear and distinct disconnect between martial classes and spellcasters in 5th edition, and it's exclusively due to laziness. Casters are extremely binary in many respects, and rely on that binary interaction. Their power budget is in very finite resources. Marshals have better stats and endure RNG gallops, and in theory should be more consistent. But that consistency is overshadowed by raw utility, and eventually casters are allowed to imprison characters virtually indefinitely on a single save, much less other things, whereas marshals might pick up a sword that grants an additional 3 damage and plus to hit, and their class may grant them an extra save reroll attempt and an extra attack with a few small bits trickled in here and there. There's 2 major problems with this approach. The item design from the very get-go has been bad in 5th edition, and marshals are largely slaved to item design to begin with. Even so, marshals will require items with spell charges or other special features to compete with a wizard in terms of utility. This makes sense to some degree, but not the degree of extra attack versus wish. Warlocks are especially stupid in this regard. Everything is built in the assumption games are run in an extremely specific way that will almost never happen in my experience. Thus, you see more gimmick multi-class builds with Warlocks than anything, generally in an effort to shore up their spell slot limited availability. Actually, none of my games until Ape have had a hard caster in them that reaches such a high level, always multi-classes, so I've never penetrated the upper echelon of spells quite yet. It's certainly a subject for a future video once I actually begin to tackle breaking down the upper class spells, but I've chosen to open up alternative progression arcs for things of power comparable to, say, Meteor Shower. It never really quite sat well with me from a role-playing perspective that immense power in terms of knowledge and how to use spells of such a degree came exclusively just from killing goblins and wolves for a few hundred hours. I'd like that power to feel rewarding to acquire from a targeted perspective, and its use in turn always remind you of the trials and accomplishments it took for you to reach that point. This is an allure for marshals. The weapons and armor that define their character give them more such role-playing opportunity. There's no reason spells and similar advancements can't be similar. Overall, reflecting back on my time with D&D, perhaps it's because I haven't grown up with it or the idea of role-playing as many others have, but I cannot help but feel extremely underwhelmed and frankly shocked that 5th edition ever took off. What tiny little experience I had with Pathfinder was all with people who were quite passionate about it, but I can't say I have ever seen anyone passionate about 5th edition to any extent. There just isn't anything to be excited about. I'm not entirely sure if that's exclusively due to the kind of people 5th edition was designed to attract, or due to the differences in the age groups, or down to coincidence. Most people who are playing 5th edition in my circles are only doing so because there's so few players to go around that this is the middle ground they met in, and many of them played in other platforms and rule sets as well. At that stage, it's less the system and more just having access to a reliable player base that really mattered. In my case, if I knew Pathfinder when I started making my campaigns, I likely would have built my homebrew systems off of that instead. Otherwise, every so often I do some research and bring in ideas from Pathfinder systems, either as experimental conditions and rule sets, or through items and abilities, like flanking bonuses, critical confirmation, and stacking, and different kinds of melee attacks and so on. I suppose what I'm getting at is that I just fail to understand how D&D can be a commercially successful thing, within 5th edition in particular. I just don't understand how the business has managed to stay afloat. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, and I don't understand why anyone would ever be compelled to give them money. There's just no reason. There's just not enough there. It's just grossly incomplete and lazy. And the direction that they're taking it in, and the things that they focus on, have nothing to do with gaming, and just simply don't belong in gaming. With the knowledge I have today, were I to step back a decade and redo everything all over again, I would do 2 major things different. The first is, I wouldn't associate anybody I didn't intimately know with my work. And the second is, I would build my own platform using something like Unreal,
and I would likely deviate heavily away from all of the core concepts that D&D in general uses, but especially 5th edition. Even if I chose to stick with dice, they would look very different than they do within this platform. If you told me, not even 10 years ago, I would spend no small part of my life building and running D&D games, I would have laughed at you. The coincidences that led me to this medium, the hardship I endured at the hands of malicious peers, and the return to form were all entirely unexpected. Furthermore, it has been entirely unexpected whom I would be running the games for. I have no interest in the D&D community yet abroad, and I have no desire to expand my influence or enter new circles. I'm quite fine right where I am, honing and tempering my skills and knowledge upon the anvil of merit. The skills I learn in D&D production can't be applied to anything else. No other project I might develop benefits from these ventures. I spend up to a month working on a single image, only for it to see maybe an hour of screen time and never used again. It's done exclusively for the players. Those few whom have remained trustworthy and loyal for all these long years. While the events of the past are regrettable, and it's certain that the time I've invested into this medium could have been more optimized and efficiently spent, perhaps all the things that brought me to this point were necessary to give me the education and confidence necessary to get as far as I did. I don't know for how much longer I'll be running D&D. Should I live long enough to see Abe completed, the main campaign will likely not have progressed much further than it is right now, just due to the scheduling. At some point, I'll have to decide how to resolve that project, and eventually bring my time with D&D to a close. I preferred playing over running the game, and it's clear my limited abilities as a writer hold my projects back considerably. I've done just about everything I wanted to do with D&D now, and Abe is the last major thing I wanted to experiment with. However, it is more often the case that the person who ends up DMing isn't necessarily the person most skilled, but rather the only person willing. Indeed, after Autumn Wind, I never wanted to run another D&D game again. But during the end of 23, I thought I'd figured out how to avoid all the headaches and mismanagement I had during that project. Instead, I made an even bigger mess, and now Abe is entirely unmanageable. As I am so far behind on every aspect of the project, I can barely keep a coherent enough sleep schedule to even be conscious during the sessions, and I feel like I've lost the spark of passion that kept the other games alive during these hard times. Apartment life is simply too difficult, too exhausting, and too depressing to try to build things of any nature, much less something as personal and involved as this. The incompetencies and fragilities of my meager skills expose themselves all the more in real time during periods of high stress, which has been increasingly severe over the last 6 years. D&D is supposed to be about escapism, but if the DM themselves cannot escape the hell of their own reality, how can they provide the opportunity for the players to do so in turn? In a way, D&D to me is almost like therapy. It's a way of forcibly detaching myself from the here and the now. But that has become more and more and more and more difficult the longer I progress. And I feel like I've completely lost control of whatever direction I was trying to go in with this. I don't feel like I'm escaping anything at all. In fact, I feel stressed out again. It's just like when I first started, but for different reasons, and the quality of the games suffers. I don't know what is to come in the days from here on, but it's taking everything I have to try to keep this ship afloat, and that's just not the right way to be running a game. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should, or that you are properly equipped with the mental faculties to do so. I have been here for longer than I have been any single other project of any kind in all my life, but I feel like I've gone absolutely nowhere since I first started. Oh sure, I've improved my skills and learned new pipelines and so on, but my writing is weaker than when I started, and I make more mistakes now than I did 5 years ago. The annuals of time have been harsh, and D&D has exposed those scars, plain for all to see. I'm tired, and it's not just because of D&D. But D&D certainly adds to the weight of everything. Keeping consistent is extremely taxing for the most inconsistent of DMs. And yet somehow I've managed to make it work so far. But at what cost? All I can ever hope is that I'm able to pull things together for the next session. I don't think about anything after that fact. I only think about that one step forward. Just one more week. Just one more session. Just keep going forward. That one step at a time. Anything more and you'll be overwhelmed. I prepare assets ahead of time for things in the future, and then I set them aside and never think of them again. It's a convenient discovery I might have some weeks or months in the future, but that is all. I no longer can afford myself the luxury of planning ahead in any shape or fashion. It's a fool's errand. Even today, so many years later, when I reflect upon D&D, I haven't the faintest fucking clue why I'm here and trying to do this. It doesn't feel natural to me in any shape or fashion. Even though I am perhaps more well-equipped and more educated than most, that still doesn't give me a level of comfort. I don't know why, but that unsettling thing always keeps me on my toes. Perhaps it's a good thing. Perhaps that allows me to address problems ahead of time, and perhaps that is what has assisted me in keeping things consistent. Since I never relax, I always keep alert for things that can go wrong. It's happened once, it can happen before. That's what I tell myself. But it also means I can never truly feel satisfaction with anything I do. I suppose the DM is never truly permitted to feel satisfaction. After all, you aren't building this to DM it. You're building this for players to experience it. And at the end of the day, you can't really judge how much of a success it really is. Only they can. You might construe D&D as something that cuts through to the heart of what might be construed as public content creation. You go through all the winding bells and whistles of building a mod or a campaign or whatever, and then hand it off, and that's that. D&D cuts through everything and puts you right in the hot seat of delivering content to a specific group of players, and then you interact with them back and forth. It's a cooperative medium. It can't exist without one or the other, as opposed to something like a mod or a campaign that you can simply fire and forget. Therefore, you don't need to care about nearly as many things like your presentation or whether or not it's truly understandable or comprehensible, or how difficult or how easy any given aspect is. With D&D, every single aspect has immediate feedback and response to it. And that creates a service tension that allows you to act even in times where you are exhausted. The experience of D&D is not easily described, and the experience of running a game is also not easily described. It's something that has to be experienced to truly understand. But even then, who knows if anyone really sees it quite like I do. But that experience, and the hours that you are running the game, are only the tiniest fraction of time it takes to make that experience possible to begin with. For all the unsung hours placed into building those moments, you prepare yourself just for those moments. And in many ways, those moments make all the effort worth it. To see these people pile in one after the other, and come to play something that you created with your very own hands and your very own time through the days of hell. And that is why I keep going. Although I entered D&D with an existing set of tools and skills, ultimately D&D proved to be a greater test than I imagined it to ever be. It would force me to go face to face with the most difficult skills that had defeated my dreams of writing, and I would be found wanting time and time again. There's no way for me to improve my clumsy descriptive writing, much less my short-form writing. If all the D&D experience hasn't helped me, nothing will. I've made pointed efforts over the years to try and pace myself to spend more time on writing the content, but it doesn't result in any improvement. I suppose I'll just always be a shit writer, which just means I'll always have to push harder and harder to find, edit, and generate better and better assets. The experience of delivering content in real time to players has been less two-sided than I expected. Outside of the game, it's very rare to find people who engage in the games nearly as much as I do. In fact, in my founding group, only one player did so, and the others responded with outright hostility to us discussing D&D, even Labyrinth. It's extremely hard to extract thoughts about the games, even from people who do discuss them. Just because they play the game doesn't mean they can offer any meaningful data on how to improve it. It's very difficult to determine if I am on the right path, or if I am making new mistakes I am entirely ignorant of. I couldn't even get feedback on how to present this particular video project, or if it should be a video project at all. This is in remarkable contrast to my time as a modder. There's a distinction between the two audiences, and I have no idea what that distinction is. And that is what I take most from the experience of the tabletop. As much as it is a social construct, it is also at times a very lonely venture. I can't discuss the intricacies of specific challenges or seek feedback on any given subject until the project is actually finished. I don't know anyone who pursues this kind of content, much less to the extent that I do. Efforts to spark discussions with other people seemingly interested in the subject have always all been in vain. So I just keep to myself. And I try to think of the lack of inverse pressure as an indication I am doing well, even though that led to all the disasters of the past. I am always on edge, and always triple guessing myself. I can never be confident, never believe I am doing the right thing. I just have to march forward no matter what, and trust only in my conviction to remain consistent. So long as the trials and struggles I am facing impact the player-facing side as little as possible, it is enough to just get that one more session in. One thing on the technical side that D&D influenced greatly is my approach to level design, not just the physical layout of levels, but also the lighting, the mood, and environmental storytelling. It was a way for me to spread my wings and experience things I couldn't do within the likes of Brood War or Warcraft 3. Unfettered by all limitations except that imposed by the orthographic camera, I have created the bizarre and the abstract as well as the mundane and the traditional, and I think they have turned out relatively well for what they are. It is something that makes me long for the opportunity to explore true 3D environment storytelling. But I can't do so with Apex X until that project actually sees some sense of a stable and coherent design for it, and until I have a solution for the player character. You'll notice that my level design looks nothing like that of traditional D&D. That's because I've never been fond of the gigantic one-tile width hallways that form incomprehensible mazes and have no grounding in the real world. Conventional D&D maps have always been very boring for me, and I have always, from the very beginning, set out to create something that makes more sense, is more realistic, and is more interesting, and also allows you to explore the vast scope of the high ranges that exist within the game. You know that longbows have range up to hundreds of feet. You don't see that in almost all conventional D&D maps, first party, third party, or otherwise. For better or for worse, I am a DM, I am the DM, and I am the one who steers the ship forward to whatever end. I don't look back, I don't look forward. I just look at the one step in front of me. That is all I can afford to do, and yet it is all I need to do. Perhaps in a way this is the ideal medium for these difficult times I find myself trapped within. No conventional project would have ever survived. Just look at Apex X. And yet at the same time I cannot but help long for more, to do better. That is what it means to be a creator. As I begin to grow advanced in my years, in the hopes of ever being able to return to proper game design ever again slip away day by day. I don't know. It feels like I've been forced to settle where I am, and that only makes me want to do things all the more. But it's never quite enough to actually spur me to action. I am restless, I am not content, and yet somehow I am content just to remain where I am, in this state of total fuckery, unable to find grounding, unable to stand with confidence. Is it truly just because of D&D? Is it because of real life? Or is it because I know I can do better, but I can't drive myself to find that better? I don't know. I think about it often, but at the end of the day, such thoughts don't get sessions finished and functional. So I don't offer myself the luxury to contemplate very often. Whatever the case may be, I'm stuck here for now. I said I would do this, and I will do this. And I will do this to the realistic extent of my ability I can manage. And when the day is done and the duty is completed, I have no idea how I will look back upon it. Likely to better extent than I looked at all my past projects of the years prior. Those that got absolutely nowhere. And yet they helped pave the incredibly unlikely path I took to get to this point. How did I go from making mods and games to making still images on a virtual tabletop platform for role-playing over the internet? I have no idea. What a bizarre and strange journey it has been. It has been a journey. One I don't discuss often. But perhaps I could. Perhaps there is more to learn from these experiences than what I have mentioned here. But only time will tell. One of the more unexpected things of D&D has been watching other people grow. Once the main campaign has started, it was only a month or two before I'd worked out most of my stress-related issues and performance troubles. I had established a fairly reliable workflow and pipeline. The years to follow would come to help refine and shape the asset creation process and explore homebrewing. But more than that, I was witness to the growth of others. Schwa came from mostly IRL games of 4th edition, so I taught her 5th edition and she has brought endless silliness and commitment. HKS came from, I believe, nearly nothing in his youth, and struggled considerably in his first session and a few spots later on, but continues to open up and challenge his social troubles, becoming the party lead in virtually every game, and even moving on to streaming and VTubing elsewhere. Steak also has had struggles, especially finding his place in Autumn Wind, but has blossomed into a wonderful moth in Abe. Loller Skates has discovered a love for holes. Mucky and Thoraxel both have immense experience and have explored various things in their time here, with Mucky showing off a very flexible and broad skill set. Although I wish the players were more vocal about what they wanted out of the games and their thoughts about the games, I suppose at the end of the day, the fact they place so much confidence into my work is enough to know I am on the right path. I'll never stop triple guessing my decisions and work thanks to the betrayals of the past, but nonetheless I can't afford to spare any time to doubt. The path of the DM is perhaps the loneliest path of all of content creation I have ever walked. I can't discuss any of my troubles or labors or challenges except in development material that is released after the game, and productions post-mortem such as this. And most of the players won't even watch these videos, much less comment on them. Ultimately, content delivery in D&D is about an experience. The experience is a one-shot ordeal, and sometimes it's a hit or miss for any given reason. I might play the wrong music because I forgot my folder structure as I did last time we played Abe, and be forced to roll with it. I might fail to read a message or some portion of a stat block and just have to accept the complications it brings to my composition. Oftentimes, Schwa falls asleep in a pretzel, because being a contortionist is her Sigma grind set. You can't walk back mistakes in D&D and edit them, forcing you to constantly balance a mental load between speed, consistency, and efficiency. Somehow, once I enter the hot seat, I enter a zone and fatigue washes away, but this contentitude is the enemy that brings about typos and forgetfulness. D&D has been an exercise for my cognitive functionality and ability to process and calculate dynamic and unpredictable information on the fly. It's a skill set I'll never need elsewhere in development or in life, but the experience nonetheless has somewhat altered the way I perceive development workflows and quality assurance. So many years into my craft, and I still have room to grow and improve, mostly thanks to my poor mental faculties, and D&D is one of the only areas that has pushed me to advance those skills. Reflecting on D&D is bittersweet at best, because it always will be colored by that first experience, which was so profoundly toxic and destructive it has colored and polluted my experience with social anything before and after forever. I can never truly be confident or happy and never trust another person ever again. But by the whims of mere coincidence, I nonetheless am bound to this road and have been so for a near decade, and so long as my health manages to hold together, I will likely continue to walk it for some time yet. I don't see it the same way I see my old projects. I don't feel accomplished or defeated in the same manner. I can't really behold a complete project or an incomplete project as I might something like my StarCraft ventures. At most, I can reflect upon a series of videos, as opposed to my other work in which I make something exclusively for myself and might release it if I feel merciful. D&D is exclusively made for a subset of other people. It's still something I can't really consciously acknowledge or grasp. It still feels nebulous and fleeting, a multi-threaded process I don't really acknowledge until I am in the game, and even then it's fairly automated. Perhaps this is why I struggle so much with the actual production side and focusing on it. I am so accustomed to having to subdivide and compartmentalize every single little thing going on, I never really give it the time it needs to take root and flourish as a cognitive object. I am so broken at this point, it's unlikely I can ever extract myself from this kind of a mindset. Life is simply too fast and too demanding to permit trying. So that's just how I have to proceed from here on. After all, a dungeon master has many slaves, and they won't fist themselves. I had always built mods for myself. I had always casted radio plays for myself. I had always built videos for myself. I am a loner. I am an extremely antisocial person. You might struggle to even consider me human, for I have none of the things that define humanity. A love for people, a need for socializing, and relationship ambition. People aren't for me, and I'm not for people. If you asked me to run or play a game by voice, I couldn't do it, and I've turned it down in the past. If you asked me to run or play a game in person, I would deny I even know D&D to begin with. But the one thing about the internet is we all put on a face. Most of us can't wear our hearts on our sleeves, even if we claim to. I am a completely different person. I don't need to feign functionality. I can just be me, as much as being me as possible through the lens of text. You might see those whom have gathered around me as those with high tolerance for spurgs. I see them as loyal. Loyalty is one of the most incredibly valuable things in all this world. Those who are willing to stand in the light of someone whom by all metrics has made effort to avoid the light. those whom have patiently endured the inability to properly commune intent or feeling, those whom understand the need and desire to grow, and all the pain and discomfort associated with doing so. Perhaps those whom also put a little retard in their step. Although I see D&D as a social construct, I do not play D&D like one. I don't view my time as a DM as a socialite at play. I scarcely think of the characters as their player counterparts during the game, except for game-related contexts. My internal delegations become so focused and intense, I isolate my perspective and lens to the character-to-character interactions and related ligaments. You might use grok to undress Hillary Clinton as a fetish. I might use grok to undress Hillary Clinton so I can commune to the lizards within. We are not the same. The selfsame exhaustion-nullifying fifth wind that comes as a result of my intense focus is the escapism I once derived from my older works. I am a dreamer. I always live inside my own head and do my best to push out the outside world. As I grew older and less able to learn and focus, mods and all things related grew more and more challenging to work upon. Indeed, the labors of D&D suffer all the same, but actually running the game quiets these storms. It's the only time in all my life and all my potential life I can possibly needlepoint my thinking. I believe this is in part due to performance anxiety. The very same antisocial nature demands me to show only my best colors and render my best results, so as to avoid complications like those I encountered early in my time with the medium. This pressure to improve forces me into an honest retrospection of every moment, every consideration. I overthink immensely, but as a result, the vast bandwidth of my internal dialogue becomes fixated on a moment that truly matters. Although I am always tired, exhausted, and ill-prepared, I still put in my all. If it were not a social construct, I never would do so. The discomfort forces me to shed my hesitation, and the real-time nature forces me to keep moving past mistakes. I keep seeking new tools and new means to do things, rather than settle into a proven method, tedious or not. It's a level of commitment and atonement I require to function now. And that is also in part why my preparation time struggles so much. That pressure is gone, and most of the players disappear until the next game. How to best reflect upon D&D still eludes me to this day. The entire experience is contrarian, and yet a seemingly natural evolution of my early ventures. It does make me crave something more challenging and more fitting of my strengths. But it has also become an integral part of my day-to-day. The only semi-consistent structure in a life filled with loss and peril. Of all the ambitions I once had, only D&D has endured the test of time and trials of the years of hell.
Humans are not particularly strong creatures, mentally speaking. Though when I look outwards, I feel like most of the individuals whom I speak to are much stronger than I. It's a curious thing. Reflection is only possible so long as there is something to reflect upon. Gazing backwards is only possible if there is something to shine light back to your eyes. So much of my life in the last decade is empty and shapeless. I can't reflect on much at all, but the innumerable tragedies of life. When it comes to productive ventures and reflection upon means to improve and advance, there is not much there. D&D isn't the first thing I think about. It's often something that never even enters my mind. That's because the process of it is largely second nature, a curse and a blessing. I can work under tight schedules and stress to an extent, but I can't focus very well on it. I can never seem to catch up on missed time. That is why feedback and communication from the players is so important. It gives color and shape to that abyss. It allows me to shed light upon those shapes. It gives me a picture of a world I cannot see for myself. The results of my labor. Everything I do, everything I research, everything I try to learn and build with, all is done for the sake of results. Nothing is remotely enjoyable about the journey or the process. I don't make mods, games, or D&D content because I enjoy working. It's only a means to an end. The legitimacy of everything I've ever done is solely defined by the product of that labor. Nothing I have done means anything at all until it is actuated and brought to life as intended. I don't think there is anything in particular that draws me to this medium. It's just a convenient series of coincidental interactions that just happen to fit my limited technical skills. My failures as an artist are shored up by the ability to pilfer and mangle. It's hardly romantic work. The skills I have in Unreal Engine are utilized to some extent. All of my years mangling music and sounds from mods have permitted me the ability to assemble and maintain a vast library for the game. I don't have any particular story I want to tell. I don't have any specific end goal in mind. I don't truly know where these D&D games will travel. Though I enter them with a plan, those plans evolve and grow just as the games do. It is the experience and the immersion that I seek, the tiny granules of a world that momentarily distract from this one. But all of this is why I prefer it being the player. I could have just as much engagement without needing to do the labors. Alas, that ship has long sailed. This isn't really the ideal way to view DMing. It's supposed to always be about the players and never about yourself. But when an individual told me they did not roleplay as a DM, I found that intrinsically wrong. I found the very idea appalling. Why can't you roleplay as a DM? So why shouldn't you view DMing as a player? However, the context does color the results. I can play the role, but the surprise and the drama doesn't usually reach me. It is times when we reach the absolute uncertainty, when the players put everything on the line and make risks and gambits I did not perceive. That is when it feels truly alive to be DMing. When the resolutions are foretold or solved in my head, when I know how things will end, it's much less exciting. That's certainly one of the draws as a player. You're not really in the headspace of most of the other people playing the game or running it. You're just in your own viewpoint. But as a GM, you typically have the context that allows you to predict almost every result. And that which you can't predict and must flex to, usually I have such a strength in this, all it means is it alters my predictions, it doesn't erase them. So those moments that the players manage to truly surprise me and catch me off guard, that's when the game truly feels alive. And ultimately, that is what makes the labors feel like they've been worth it. My ultimate viewpoint of D&D and my time with it is very conflicted for many reasons. But I suspect my time with it will continue to endure, perhaps even so long as I live. So long as the individuals wish for me to continue. And so long as I am able to. And that means we will likely return to this discussion and similar discussions in the future as well, when I feel like I have more worth saying. It's hard to believe, just over 20 years ago, I believed I was on the path to becoming a commercial game developer, that I was laying the foundation to a vast and accomplished greatness. Now I have to be content that I can barely make ends meet for 5 people. How life has destroyed my once grand ambitions. How frailty and weakness has doomed such otherwise entirely obtainable dreams. But that's how life is. Life is hell.
and it should be no shock whatsoever that I make my players experience just a little fraction of that hell in trying to survive my games. What goes around comes around.